Hopefully, I'll be right back, guys. I could care less about the balls. I'm more worried about the freaking point. Okay, during the police chase. So, shit. This one. Oh god, police chase. Authorities in pursuit burglary suspect in San Gabriel Valley. Oh my god. Okay, this is gonna be real interesting here. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Just to make sure you guys can see me, I'm gonna do this. Okay, this is gonna be real interesting here. Holy shit. Oh, okay.
Copy. Oh, sorry about that. We're having IFB issues. Right now, you can see heavy traffic down there. Sheriff's Department, they know what they're doing. Trained professionals. They've got their guys on the ground to back off, and hopefully this driver in this BMW will slow down. Start just driving a little bit more with a little bit more safety and just stop doing all this stuff that we're seeing right there, these extremely dangerous moves. Now, he was on the freeway for some point. Looks like we're making our way back onto a freeway right now. Almost took out that gore point. And, you know, those are the things. When we see these reckless drivers go up against the curb like that, hit a gore point, start using those emergency lanes. The first thing that comes in my mind is hopefully he picks up a flat tire. That'll bring this thing to an end very, very quickly. Now I can tell you we made our way onto the 605 freeway where we're going to be northbound on the 605. I got the map up there for you guys, but this vehicle continuing to move along out here. And again, now they're talking about possibly giving this to the California Highway Patrol, but they have to get their guys in position. So the helicopter, the sheriff's helicopter, staying above, high speeds that you can see right there. Burglary suspects in that vehicle. Don't know if there's some other than just the driver, but right now, still very high speeds this morning. At least we're on the freeway, no red lights, no intersections.
Jesus Christ, dude. You trying to burglary? This is over burglary.
Very, very dangerous. I'm not saying that the danger has just gone away by any means, but when at least we're not running those red lights. We don't have folks are driving, just coming through an intersection and having this guy barreling through there. Right now, though, we're on the freeway. Everybody's going that same direction. Speeds up there where we actually get pushing 90 miles an hour. We haven't seen those triple digits for that vehicle. Not saying that it can't do it. That seems to be an older, bigger BMW. I don't know if that's a 5 or a 7, but the helicopter, the sheriff's helicopter, definitely overhead. They're keeping an eye on this. They're calling it out.
Is
I
that
believe
car
they are
stolen?
giving the heads up to California Highway Patrol. If they're going to relinquish it, that's a different story because that has to be an official, like, okay, guys,
Maybe
it's
it's
yours.
not,
The
but what do
helicopter
I
may
know?
stay with it until the sheriff's, until the California Highway Patrol helicopter can join it. Right now, though, these suspects still fleeing high speeds, northbound 605 in the Azusa area,
Wonder
and
what
again,
this
just
was over.
moving the same direction as traffic. We haven't seen them cut anybody off. That's a huge plus. But as far as law enforcement, nobody's really behind them. And that's one of those things where, the guy in that, or the suspect behind that wheel should just kind of look around, calm down a little bit, and maybe just kind of get your foot out of it. We understand that you
No,
are
it's just
running,
in
but you
pursuit
know
of
what? Let's try
burglary.
to be safe. Let's hope
Burglary.
nobody gets hurt. Even on the freeway, we've seen these things go south. We've seen people lose their lives. We definitely don't want to see that this morning.
Oh my god. That.
Yep.
Oh my God.
You know, Roxy and Tony, this really is what I always see on the freeways. You know, people are driving along. You're going, you know, the California speed limit, 70 miles an hour, and then you look in the mirror, everything's clear, and this guy's coming down at 100 miles an hour. You're not expecting that, and that's where those accidents happen. This driver definitely probably amped up right now, adrenaline, looking in the rearview mirror, trying to figure out maybe where he's, you know, whatever that person is trying to do, and not paying 100% attention to just the driving. I see the blinker going on this every now and then, which is kind of unusual just for a BMW in itself. But right now, you can see this vehicle making his way northbound 605. Everybody knows the 605 kind of dead ends into the 210. There's a lot of options out there. He can take the 210. He can make his way out into the Azusa area. Right now, though, still on the 605. These major lane changes, back and forth, kind of gives me the idea that he does not, or the suspect does not know where to go exactly. But again, law enforcement up above, calmer heads are prevailing. They're making
Jesus.
plans. They're trying to get ahead of this. But right now, it's just hopefully he does not collide with or injure anybody as this pursuit continues. Looks like we're doing that transition right now. If I had to guess, I would say that we're doing the transition to the eastbound 210 freeway.
1 second, guys. Gonna do this.
Looking up ahead right now, I can tell you that
If
it's
I
pretty
can,
much
which
what you
I
see right
can't,
there. Nothing's really stopped.
motherfucker.
It isn't bumper to bumper by any means, but this is something unusual right there.
Whatever.
California
Fuck
Highway
it.
Patrol. Hello, and that's not a coincidence. I can tell you that this officer was waiting for the suspect to make his way onto the freeway. This is a plus in a way. If the California Highway Patrol engages, which this officer seems to be doing, lights and sirens will at least give some folks the heads up something is happening, and everybody knows. You hear the lights and sirens, you move off to the right, or at least you're going to be looking around to see what's going on, and that's going to give a lot of these folks the heads up. Hopefully nobody's going to get injured. But the speeds, take a look at the speeds, guys. Once he saw that law enforcement, now we're up into 115. We're well into the triple digits. So now that BMW really starting to move. Carpool lane wide open, Tony. You can take a look. You were asking about the traffic. I'm going to get a little bit of a wider shot. The sun's coming up. Everybody's driving there. They've got the sun in their eyes. My pilot this morning, Jeff, is also having to deal with that as well. But that's going to give that driver some issues. And, of course, everybody else down there as well. They got the sunrise coming up. I'm sure the visors are down. People are probably squinting. And this guy driving in the emergency lane at 100 miles an hour.
Did he go like 130?
No, I was just taking a peek right there. Actually, one of
quite
the
catch
radio,
what
I
the
was
speed
listening
limit.
to the
How fast he
Arrow,
was
meaning
going.
the sheriff's helicopter. I can't hear them right now, so I was kind of wondering if they actually, that one California Highway Patrol unit actually was told to back off, and it appears they may have been. So.
Oh, like 160.
Once again, I won't lose the car. That gives you that idea, again, that law enforcement is very, very concerned about the public safety. And now they have nobody behind this vehicle. So that means that there is no lights and sirens. This bad guy looking in the rearview mirror, not seeing anybody, but still continuing to drive at close to 100 miles an hour through traffic this morning, eastbound 210 freeway, up in the San Gabriel Valley area. And at this point, law enforcement, they have the helicopter. I'm sure they're keeping an eye on it. But as far as guys on the ground, lights and sirens, nobody's behind him. So this person right now really just running from his own demons. I'm glad you clarified that, because I wasn't sure. We were on some other story on it this morning. There was a short pursuit, but they lost that vehicle. So this is actually a different one. And that's the thing. Law enforcement, they've got to kind of balance it out. How dangerous is it? How dangerous is this suspect? Well, this suspect, very dangerous. There you go, Tony. We are really starting to get into some traffic, and nobody wants to see this. Even if this guy just bumps or swaps paint with any of these other vehicles, that's still a collision. That's still somebody's day ruined, but that's minor compared to what could happen. Right now, though, this driver of this BMW wanted for burglary, as you said, residential burglary in the Walnut area, still continuing to drive well faster than the speed limit. At least he's slowing down a little bit. Right now, though, we're still on the 210 freeway. We've got eyes on it. I'm sure the law enforcement is watching as well, and I can tell you that I know they're going to plan something. When this comes to an end, hopefully this vehicle will just stop and the guy will just jump out. Law enforcement will magically appear, and this guy will go into custody.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
safety is the #1 priority always for law enforcement, and that is safety of that suspect, safety of the public, safety of their other law enforcement. That is the biggest concern. And you know, in these type of situations, I'm sure somebody somewhere in law enforcement, hopefully watching our picture, seeing this vehicle still driving at 100 miles an hour. A couple of close calls here on the freeway. Thank goodness there hasn't been any contact. Somebody will re-engage this pursuit, or somebody will say, you know what, we at least got to get at least a unit behind it just to warn the public. Right now, though, we're still flirting with those triple digits up here, weaving in and out. There you go, again, using the emergency lane. Thank goodness he's staying on the freeway, though, because that's the thing, is when he starts running red lights, going through intersections, that one was pretty close. That's when it really starts getting dangerous. Right now, though, burglary suspects, you don't know if there was a weapon involved. These are the things that they're weighing, and Roxy, I've said it times in the past, that is a pay grade well above mine. I could not make these decisions, because when you make that wrong decision, somebody could get hurt, and I just couldn't imagine. Looks like we're getting off the freeway here. It's going to be in the San Dimas area, and of course those high speeds, and now he's got that California Highway Patrol right behind him, and also a motorcycle officer, which is actually great to see, and just doing a getting back onto the freeway. Look at that BMW's rear end, got a little swervy right there, and I'm very happy to see California Highway Patrol behind it. And now I'm going to actually take a second and push some buttons here and try to keep up with what law enforcement is talking about while they're chasing this car now westbound on the 210 freeway.
Oh my God.
– 20 minutes or so, and you got to think, you know, that driver, like you said, no, really think, because I kind of put myself in that situation. These drivers, they are driving very fast. Adrenaline is pumping through their body, and again, driving at one thing I say is, law enforcement got behind it, that California officer, CHP officer, the speeds really did pick up. So this person definitely aware that they are being chased by law. Oof, and a bigger, it's new, but that's definitely a 7 Series. So that's a big V8. That's a powerful vehicle. And right now, all that power is really going to start getting him kind of blocked up there. That motorcycle, he's going to have that ability to kind of weave in and out. But this guy really pushing it. Going to keep an eye on him here as he's pushing his way through the traffic, getting onto that emergency lane.
What is his plan here?
Keep an eye on what he's doing right there. But wow, look at these moves. In and out, and then just here we come again, and just squeezing through there. Now that motorcycle officer is going to have that,
just turn and run away.
Keep up, but that vehicle, he's going to have to kind of move along a little slower. But right now, even in this traffic, this suspect really pushing the limits out here. And this is again 210 freeway. We're going to be in the San Gabriel Valley area. We're making our way basically back to where we started. I'm kind of curious to see if he gets back onto the 605 where he was. Whoa, he did. I think he did. No, see, and that's what I'm talking about. These people are just going to work this morning. Surely nobody was injured, but you know, who wants that? And it is just. I know it sounds very unprofessional, but it's just not cool. And now, so the suspects keeping moving on here. Thank goodness nobody was hurt, but there's definitely 2 collisions so far that we've seen, minor collisions. And again, moving on to the pool lane.
This is minor, but that's beside the point.
Some damage to one of the wheels, and that'll bring it to an end. But whoa, oh my goodness, threatening as we're making our way through the 210, and it looked like that big rig almost was trying to squeeze him out there a little bit. Looks like we're coming up onto. Seeing if we're going to be able to get off the freeway, but it looks like he's getting out of the areas that were really packed, which is not good because now we know he's just going to start speeding up once again.
Jesus.
Oh. Definitely, Tony. Anytime you see these suspects that are desperate to get away, they start getting cornered. That's one of the reasons why law enforcement doesn't box in vehicles like that, is because of that whole, need to flee type of mentality, and anything to make it happen. You're right. When we get in these tight situations, this person's been on the emergency lane, gore points, pushing his way through there. We saw two vehicles trying to get over to that far right lane. And also, yeah, sure, he might be getting away from those officers that were right behind him, but he's basically driving himself into areas where more officers are waiting. Can't outrun the radio. And believe me, law enforcement definitely talking to one another, trying to put together a plan to bring this to an end, or at least be there when that vehicle stops. Hopefully it'll stop because of the driver just pulling over, possibly some other reason, but not a collision. Right now, though, he's making his way here on that emergency lane. High speeds, well, 51 miles an hour you might not be like, oh, that's hair raising, but there's a lot of traffic. He's whizzing by these guys. Most of these cars probably going 10 miles an hour, so he's going 5 times the speed of what they're driving. If one of those vehicles happens to make a turn, tries to get over to the right for any reason, this could be that collision that'll bring this to an end. Right now, though, looks like he's making his way over. He's had a lot of opportunities to get off the freeway, and he hasn't. So it just kind of makes me think that this seems to be the plan. Just going to stay here on that freeway as long as I can, and as soon as I say that, looks like, it's still a long emergency lane, making his way back into traffic right there. Again, at least one law enforcement helicopter above. Law enforcement knows what's going on. That traffic down there, that's one of the reasons why California Highway Patrol might not be directly behind it right now, but I'm sure they will catch up, or there'll be somebody waiting for them, and they will re-engage this pursuit. Yeah, who knows?
My God, what is he trying to do?
Okay. Are we the only ones here?
What is he doing?
Tony, I was just talking with my pilot, Jeff. He's busy with the other radio, so I would assume that there are some other helicopters here. But at this time, I've been told that the Sheriff's Department, the helicopter actually lost visual of it. So they're actually kind of relying on us to get the information to where this suspect is right now, and hopefully they can re-engage this pursuit.
Man,
I'm sure that there are
suck.
law enforcement somewhere, maybe California Highway Patrol, watching right now, getting the idea where this is, trying to get other officers in place to bring this to an end. The only thing I can say is that at least this vehicle seems to have slowed down. That driver possibly just getting that adrenaline rush coming to an end. Looks like we're on a transition road. I would guess we're back over to the 605, and we're going to be going southbound onto the 605. So basically going back the direction we came. There we go. There's the sheriff's ship right there, and so they probably have re-engaged Jeff, our pilot today, making the calls, talking to the law enforcement, letting him know where this vehicle is. Right now we're on the transition. Looks like he's blending in a little bit right now, but that might just be because it's that transition, or maybe these kind of calmer heads are prevailing, and that driver possibly saying, okay, maybe I should just kind of pull over. I've taken all my chances. Let's just bring this to an end. That would be the hope. Oh, definitely. older model 7 Series BMW, and you know these are V8s, big V8s. Again, it's older, but that doesn't mean much, especially with the more modern vehicles. He's moving along. You can see it right there, 70 miles an hour. He basically made his way back over to the fast lane, pretty much just kind of blending in with traffic, maybe a little faster than what's going on down there. Law enforcement, they have reacquired it, so they are making the calls right now, and they're just kind of following along. If he's going to be driving like this, there's a good possibility that it is a little bit of a calmer situation. They're just going to keep an eye on him. They're going to follow along. Once he gets off the freeway, that's when they're going to start making their moves. But the Sheriff's Department definitely not letting this one go. We've seen them in the past where they've just said too dangerous, the want or the reason for the chase not worth the risk, and they've just let him go. This case, they have not. They are staying here. They're keeping an eye on it. They are talking and assisting the California Highway Patrol. So it is multi-agency right now would be a way to say it, but it's basically just law enforcement trying to get a bad guy off the road safely without anybody getting injured. Again, right now, southbound 605, making our way back to basically where we picked this up. He was on Valley. Valley Boulevard seemed to be in his favorite, but we were listening as we were making our way out here as Sky Fox was joining that chase. So we'll see where he goes. Right now, as long as he stays on the freeway, not running any red lights, not going through any of those intersections, makes me a little bit calmer. That vehicle definitely really slowing down, and I'm wondering if he's trying to blend in or possibly there might be something wrong with that car.
Oh my God.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we're making our way back. That's what we can say. We drove away from where we started. We know that robbery happened in Walnut. Technically, I guess we're making our way back to the Walnut area. So maybe he lives nearby. Who knows what the circumstances were? But right now, starting to pick up some of those speeds again, using that right lane, which he seems to be his favorite. And a lot of traffic here, southbound 605 this morning, making our way back over to the 60. That BMW is starting to use that emergency lane and really starting to pick up some speed again. So he must know that he's being followed. And again, who knows? He might have been on the cell phone. Those tinted windows, really, really tough for us to see what's going on in there. A lot of times we'll see the suspect using the phone, possibly making some phone calls, maybe trying to make some sort of plan. But right now, the tinted windows making it very difficult. But Araxia, you brought it up, I think, about other people in that vehicle. You just got to think, if there's more than one person in there, the other person has got to say, "What are you doing? You know, I don't want to die in a car accident. Let's just pull over or stop and let me out or something." So I'm guessing possibly, more than likely, just one person in that car, hard all the way over to the left lane right there, and continuing in the emergency lanes. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
Those are the
God.
best ones for me. When they just the vehicle runs out of gas, that just comes to a stop, and then we see those suspects getting. Oh, Jesus, why did you do? Oh, that's why he did that. Had a car stopped in the emergency lane. Somebody was actually using the emergency lane for what it was used for. Did a hard turn right there. Thank goodness nobody got hurt. And again, continuing on, basically really picking up speeds again. 70 miles an hour. You can see how he's just zipping by all these other cars out there. So the traffic's probably moving about 30 miles an hour this morning. Southbound 605, making our way back over to the 60. That's where we picked it up. I'm looking out the window. If he's going to take the 60, he's got to get over. Right now, it looks like he's pretty well established in that left lane and just continuing on at high speeds. Law enforcement in the air, making the calls. California Highway Patrol, they know about it, how to stop it. That seems to be the issue right now. No real presence, and you got to look at it. I mean, it's like that's the bad guy right there. He doesn't have any rules. He doesn't have any kind of parameters that he has to work with. He can just basically, he or she can just do what they want. And law enforcement, they have to follow the rules. And again, we've talked about it. Safety, that's the biggest concern. And they're not going to drive like that, pushing their way through traffic. There was a motorcycle right there. They're not going to push their way through traffic. Looks like we're definitely getting off the. Oh no, we're definitely just transitioned onto the 60 freeway. 10. We're on the 10. So we're making our way onto the 10 right now, and we're going to be heading westbound on the 10. And again, just making these wild moves, trying to push your way through that traffic. But one of the reasons why law enforcement not here is because of that dangerous driving. It's just not safe for them to stay there behind them or to make that effort and put other people's lives at risk. So that guy is running right now. They had a helicopter above it. They are aware of what's going on. They're making their calls. I can tell you there's probably officers all along the route ahead of him, basically just conveniently being in the area. If they're California Highway Patrol or other law enforcement, they're all aware of what's going on, and they all want to be there when this comes to an end to take this guy into custody. Eastbound 10, yes, I'm sorry about that. I kind of it was covered by another radio. We're definitely on the eastbound 10 freeway right now, so we are making our, actually, it's the westbound 10. It's definitely the westbound 10. I'm looking out the window. I can see downtown in the distance. So we're definitely on the westbound 10. The map might be a little off because of where we're looking, because he's in that carpool lane. Yeah, so we're definitely on the westbound 10 right now. So we got California Highway Patrol. They have their helicopter above it. The Sheriff's Department here as well. They're working together. And again, they are basically just trying to get, it's like a chess game. They're just trying to stay a couple of moves ahead of the bad guy. So when this comes to an end, they'll have law enforcement there to render aid and or just take this person into custody. Speed's really starting to pick up again here as we're making our way on the westbound 10, making our way through the El Monte area right now. Speeds and the freeway, I'm going to stay a little bit wider. It is pretty wide open there. And this would be a spot where some California Highway Patrol, sorry about that, could basically get behind it, make their presence known. But right now, maybe they're just not available. But this vehicle just kind of blending in with traffic this morning, now in that carpool lane, 72 miles an hour through the El Monte area. Oh, definitely. And a lot of times, you know, I've had people ask me that. And yes, law enforcement, just because we're not seeing any action doesn't mean it's not happening. Behind the scenes, they're moving people around. They're trying to, like you said, seeing if this is a registered vehicle, where it's registered to, is that person the driver? Could it be the driver? They'll have some information on that as well. They're doing all those things to keep the public safe, to keep their officers safe, and to bring this to an end in the smartest way, not just the quickest way. They just, you know, if they can just follow this guy back to a location, they'll do that. They'll actually might even have law enforcement around the corner so that, you know, when they show up, they'll just kind of pull into the driveway and officers will just magically appear. Right now, though, I'm not privy to any of that. Again, we also know that they can't use any spike strips because of all the other vehicles on the road right now, and a pit maneuver definitely out of the question unless he's on some side streets. And again, law enforcement on the ground, they might start to re-engage, especially now that the driving has mellowed and there's a little bit more spacing out here on the roadway and it's not that tight packed traffic. But right now their venture is they're following in the air, they're making their calls, they're getting their ducks in a row. That suspect continues to drive westbound. At least he has kept the speeds under 100 miles an hour. Yep, we've actually had that in the past as well. They've actually made phone calls to their cell phones, which is pretty amazing, the technology and the ability to do something like that. I'm just getting information from Jeff that actually the California Highway Patrol actually brought their fixed wing, so they actually have an airplane above this as well. That airplane has almost the same type of camera as Skyfox does, so they'll be able to take a peek and keep an eye on it, and possibly the reason why that plane is here is also just to keep an eye on where that vehicle is. The helicopter definitely going to be more maneuverable, going to be able to stay a little bit lower. All these folks are making calls, getting the guys on the ground heads up where they're going, where they're going to be. I'm looking out the window. Of course, we've got the map out there, but we are making our way into the East LA area, 710 freeway, not too far away. But the pursuit definitely continues. Now more of a following, as there is no black and white behind it, no reds and blues flashing. And I saw him make that turn there, and it does look like he's starting to blend into traffic. Possibly the 710 might be his choice. Copy. Yes. Probably another 20 minutes. Give us a call in about 20. Yes. Coming. Whoop, there goes his tire. There goes his tire. Yep, his tire. There's his tire. I bet you that happened when he cut that one person off. I'm going to see if I can get Jeff to get over to the other side of the vehicle so we can get a peek at that. But he definitely lost a tire right there on the passenger rear. It looked like. So if he starts really starting to slow down, that's going to be the reason why. Also, the problems might be he might start losing a lot of maneuverability if that tire is totally gone. We're going to try to see what we can do here. But right now, it would definitely look like he lost the tire, and I bet you that happened when he clipped that one car. Probably was just enough to get that tire to start going. Right now, though, I got to get my pilot's attention and see if we can get onto the passenger side of the vehicle. Yep. They're definitely going to I got the word from Jeff. He's talking to the law enforcement that they are definitely going to re-engage the pursuit. It does look like he lost the front wheel. And that just, it just sent chills through me because now he's going to have the problem of braking. He's going to have the problem of maneuverability. That motorcycle officer, yeah, that motorcycle officer definitely can be there. There's very little he can do against that vehicle, meaning there's no way he's going to bump into it or do any kind of pit maneuver, but definitely lost that front wheel, so his steering is going to be a little off. This is going to be one of those spots where hopefully I don't lose it because he's going to be going underneath a lot of stuff right there. Let me see if we can get ahead of him here, see if he stays on the freeway. Or he tries to get off the freeway. There he is, right there, the older BMW, and still making his way. That's the first time we got a shot, maybe even through that front window. It definitely looked like it was just the driver in that vehicle. But take a look at this car. Man, he's rolling around three tires and 4 rims, and still driving at 50 miles an hour and making his way onto the 710, I believe, maybe to get a little bit wider. And at least he's staying on the freeway, so he doesn't have to do too much maneuvering or hard braking. But again, California Highway Patrol choosing to use their motorcycles probably because of the traffic, lights and sirens. That's going to give at least the civilians, the folks on the road, heads up that something's going on. But that front wheel, definitely, the front tire, definitely gone. Running on that rim right now, and at 70 miles an hour down the 710. You'd think, but those rims are probably pretty solid, even though that's going to be some sort of aluminum rim right there. Right now, as long as he's not hitting any bumps or hitting the brakes really hard, that rim will roll for quite a while. But you are right. It's definitely going to start giving that vehicle problems. He's definitely a little bit lower in the front. If he goes over a big bump, he might actually lose part of his some other parts under the vehicle that'll bring this to a stop sooner. But right now, running on 3 tires, that rim is definitely probably going to be getting hotter. But you haven't seen him doing any hard braking, so that's going to be a plus. But as soon as he starts doing those hard braking, hard turns, that rim will start to crumble, and that's just going to bring this car to a stop. Hopefully that's going to happen sooner than later. As we're continuing now southbound, 710 freeway, East Los Angeles area. Sorry, I did not. I lost him there for a second. We'll see him here just in a moment. There he is. That's what I was trying to do, but we keep losing him here behind these overpass. I got to get Jeff to get a little bit more over it. Yes, 2 officers behind him, and also now a cruiser as well. With that vehicle, missing that whole wheel and just running on that rim, hopefully that's going to bring this thing to an end sooner. But right now, as long as he's not hitting those brakes, as long as we're not seeing sparks off of that rim is going to hold for quite some time. Again, California Highway Patrol definitely in pursuit. You've got 1 cruiser back there, and then a couple of motorcycles. Traffic, it is starting to get a little bit thicker out here, but it's not what we saw earlier on. And again, with that wheel, with that tire missing, it's going to be really difficult for him to make those maneuvers that we saw earlier on. Right now, though, California Highway Patrol, you got that cruiser right there, and you can see him. Yeah, he's getting closer, but he can't really do much. The only thing he can do is that command presence, kind of just let him know, hey, I'm right behind you. You can see me, and just bring this to an end before somebody gets hurt. I'm not sure. It's definitely a transition, and it's definitely going to be really, really slow as we make our way southbound out here.
Oh,
and
no.
We'll get you some freeways here in just a moment.
Oh, no.
5.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Yes. He's not. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like I was really pushing in there. If there's somebody in the backseat, which I would find to be unusual, but we've seen very unusual things here, it looks like he's in the front there by himself, nobody in the passenger seat, but continuing to just drive along out here. Those high speeds and maneuverability might have just tapped that Prius a little bit, probably not because it didn't stop, but definitely getting to some thick traffic out here. We're on the 5 freeway. It's always a lot of traffic out here, but as soon as he starts hitting those brakes and starting to start and stop, that rim's going to start coming apart, and then he's going to that is going to bring this thing to an end. Hopefully, it will just be something like that. I'd really like to see this driver just coming to a stop. I don't think he's going to, though. It really seems like his plan is he thinks he can get away for some reason. How often have we seen that? Usually not. I would say that there's been 1 or 2, but in this case, you've got that rim. You're down to the rim. Big BMW, morning traffic, all these eyes on you.
Oh, is he on the
my
rim?
guess is you
Just
just
about?
pull over. Just pull over right now. Yeah.
It's like he's about to lose the tire completely.
Whoa,
Oh my god, he just hit a car! He just hit a car!
No.
No!
Yeah.
No! No! You
And he just kept on
asshole.
going. These BMWs, I don't want to sound like that guy, but these BMWs are very, very solid. It is a big, solid car. It weighs a lot, has a big engine in it, a lot of power. And you just saw it just push that, it looked like an Acura, just kind of out of the way. He basically got in front of it. The suspect did basically a pit maneuver on that person that just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And now just keeping going. He is picking up a little bit of speed out here. I'm kind of wondering if the California Highway Patrol he is still right there behind him. I'm sure they probably have another unit that's going to be assisting that vehicle that just basically got pitted out there. But this suspect continuing on out here, a little bit higher speeds. Again, I just can't say it enough. I just want to see this thing come to an end, just to a stop. And that suspect, though,
Jesus
I hate to say
Christ.
it really seems senseless. You're not going to get away. It's going to come to an end. Why are you causing all these problems? Why are you putting so many people's lives at risk? So far, we've just had some damage, but still, that person just driving to work today or maybe taking their kids to school, and now they have this to deal with.
Right. This is stupid. Oh my god.
It's back.
They don't fucking give a shit.
Yeah. Yes, I got you guys. I got you guys if you're not hearing me. Yes, sir. There's a passenger? Okay. Copy. Whoop. Maybe they have the idea that this is the safest route for them right now. With the vehicle being damaged, I don't understand the mentality of I'm going to get away. You're not. If he has a destination in mind, where is he going? We've been driving for quite some time. We're getting some information now, unconfirmed. There possibly is a passenger in the front seat. I earlier on, maybe if the opportunity arises, we'll try to look through that front window again. Because now we're hearing that there's 2 people in that vehicle, and when this comes to something else just came out of the car. I wonder if they just threw something out. They're throwing things out of the vehicle right there. It looks like paperwork and things like that.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna see if we can get Skyfox back up onto the other side so we can see that passenger side. Definitely makes me believe that there are 2 people inside that vehicle, seeing as stuff is coming out of the car. Now, if that was evidence possibly of the crime, that was again is one of those things. They'll just pick it up. Everybody's seeing this right now. There's plenty of video evidence that it's coming out of the car. So right now, this pursuit continuing on. We're southbound on the 5 Montebello area. I'm sorry, in the Southgate, still continuing to be very pushy, just kind of pushing his way through this a lot of these other vehicles here. We've seen a couple of contact, that one where he spun that car around. I hope that person is okay. I can't imagine any kind of serious injury. But again, this BMW continuing to move along here on the right lane now. 3 tires, 4 rims, and a driver seeming to be very desperate, or at least trying to prove a point this morning. I just don't want to see anybody get hurt. I can't say that enough. Looks like.
What point is he trying to prove?
Maybe we're going to get an off-ramp
That's what
here.
I like to know.
No, that's just us from the emergency lane. But it looks. Oh, I thought maybe we're going to be getting on an off-ramp right there, but we are definitely not. So this car continuing to move moving along here. 60 miles an hour, lesser traffic, just going about probably 30 or 40.
Dude. I don't get it. This is stupid, dude.
It's just, yeah, just spun it around, and that's what I'm saying. I'm hopeful that that driver might have injuries, but probably nothing life-threatening. That car just basically spinning around right there, facing the wrong way. We don't know. Hopefully nobody else collided with it afterwards. This BMW now kind of blending a little bit into traffic. I got to get Jeff to get us a little bit more over it. I don't want to lose it behind a sound wall here, but we saw this. Now we believe that there's two people in the vehicle, at least two. Somebody was throwing some things out of that car. Don't know if that's a distraction or possibly trying to get rid of some of the evidence that during that burglary, but still taking these very dangerous maneuvers. I hope that the driver's plan is not to bump into somebody and create a problem because he seems to be getting very, very close to some of these other vehicles, but definitely something else just coming off there. So maybe the car is starting to come apart. If that's happening, that's good, because it'll help bring this thing to an end. Right now, though, still very dangerous. A lot of other folks out there on the roadway, they don't know what's going on, but the driver is really starting to get aggressive, and now he's starting to hit the brakes. We need to get onto the other side. Hang on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it's starting to come apart here. Pieces are coming apart. He's starting to get a little wobbly. He needs to slow this thing down before this becomes something other than what we're seeing right now. Definitely that wheel's starting to come apart. And eventually, as soon as you start hitting those brakes, you know that rim is going to start coming apart. Once a piece comes off, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes.
Oh.
So he's going to lose his front wheel, and is still trying to push this car. Still trying to push it. We're going to clean the shot up.
No.
Yep. That wheel is completely off the spindle and wrapped around there, and he is still driving at freeway speeds, just pushing that car. He's going to push this thing until the car stops. Hopefully he doesn't push this thing into somebody else's vehicle. Right now, the passenger in there as well. That car probably screaming inside there. I can imagine what the noise is. Sounds like in there, but you can totally see that wheel just wrapped around that front there, and this vehicle speeds continue on. Now he's behind that big rig, but we're going to catch up here. He should just pull this thing over, try to bring it to a stop. California Highway Patrol close by, but definitely this is not what we wanted to see this morning, and it's going to have to stop. Yeah, and hopefully this isn't going to turn out to be some sort of standoff. I'm wondering if they have any information that these people were armed in any way. I'm going to get a little bit wider shot right now just in case he has to stop and we won't be able to see it. But right now, that the car definitely coming apart.
Oh my god.
Definitely.
This shit's crazy, man.
Yep. Just. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. I am tired today.
And, he's just grinding it down and grinding it down. Hopefully it'll start getting to the point where, he'll lose something important, very important, like an oil pan. Start losing that oil, that engine will come to a stop, or possibly the vehicle starting to overheat, getting pushed so hard. But right now you can see this car still rolling around here. Three tires, that's it. That front wheel is actually probably hindering that driving, if anything else. I can't imagine that he has any kind of solid maneuverability as this continues on. Southbound 5 freeway. And at speeds, like you said, I was shocked. I was actually just, I was doing the camera there. I was shocked when you said the speed. I looked up and I was like, oh my God, this guy is really going 70 miles an hour. There we go. The rim totally gone now, completely gone. So now he's rolling on 3 wheels. And that actually might have given him a little bit more maneuverability, but it's not going to give him any stopping power, and it's definitely not going to give him any kind of ability to make a sharp turn, as in getting off the freeway. California Highway Patrol joining in again right there, and it's a lot more smoke coming out of it, probably because he's trying to brake. I'm going to get Jeff to get us away from the sound wall as we're making our way off the freeway there. It's probably the best bet, but I'm really wondering what is he going to do when he gets to the bottom of the freeway. He's not going to have any kind of braking power, and I'm wondering if this car is going to even continue afterwards.
Dude.
Right on his tail. Yeah, this would be the time to do the pit maneuver if they could do it. And it looks like we're just going to be getting back onto the freeway. This is, I'm speechless. I'm completely speechless. bizarre, and it just gets stranger and stranger. That car continues to move along. The freeway seems to be kind of open, like maybe they did some sort of traffic break. They could do a pit maneuver at high speeds. I've seen the LAPD do it at 50 miles an hour one time on a freeway that did roll over the vehicle. But maybe that's part of their plan, is maybe they can clear out the freeway. Maybe they can make their way over there and then basically be a little bit more aggressive. This vehicle continues to go 70, 80 miles an hour. It is definitely on three wheels. That the car is definitely grinding every now and then. It's just the chassis just bottoming out whenever they hit a bump or anything. The wobbling is what worries me, because I just don't want to see them lose control and hit other folks just driving to work this morning. Yep. It could be that rear bumper definitely hanging off the back there. Probably not too much of a problem, but I'm wondering the stuff that's coming out from the front, the rim coming apart, those pieces might have taken out the rear passenger as well, the rear passenger tire. Let's be clear with that. But this car continuing, this driver just keeps on pushing it. Look at the freeway though. Look at the freeway. That's not morning traffic for sure. I'm sure they have basically moved some of or did a traffic break. You have some cars out there right now.
Zoning out
California
for
Highway
some
Patrol, they're
reason.
getting up very, very close to it. Hopefully they'll be able to do some sort of pit
Oh,
maneuver,
no.
bring
I'm
this thing to an end.
overtired.
I have a feeling that if this car does spin around, even though it is a big BMW and you can clearly see rolling around on three wheels, grinding that chassis down, it's still going. Maybe that kind of spinning it around will stall the motor and it may not restart. But right now, two people in that car, as we understand it, and this pursuit continues. Thank goodness nobody's been hurt, but it is not over. I'll try. Jeff, can we get to the other side? All right, I hear you. Can we just go to like Fullerton? All right. Well, whatever we're getting close to. Yes. A lot of smoke coming out of that car and a lot of parts still flying out of the front of it. Once that wheel was gone, you're basically down to the sorry, you're down to the hub, and you got pieces flying off, and it's like it just hit that other car right there. I'm sure a lot of that stuff is not plastic. I'm sure that is a lot of pieces of metal. That's going to be a lot of that hub. A lot of the steering is going to be down there as well, and it's all just grinding and starting to fall off the car. This is going to basically help bring. Oh, see, this is a reason why I didn't want to get over here, because if we did get off the freeway, we might not be able to see it because of the sound wall. But right now, he's still continuing on. This is going to be one of those spots. I mean, we've seen it in the past. He's basically just makes his way through, but okay. All right, staying on the road, not getting on the freeway. That's a big plus. I was surprised as well. This is this older BMW. These are great cars. We've seen them in a lot of movies. There's a reason why a lot of diplomats were picking these vehicles back in the day, and this is probably one of the reasons why. But right now, this car is in the wrong hands, doing the wrong things, and law enforcement just wants to bring it to a stop before he collides with somebody, creating injury to somebody else.
Right.
Wrong side of the road, rowing the wrong way, going the wrong way.
Dude.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, jeez. It's amazing that this thing is just keeping on going. Right now, we're getting back onto another freeway. This would be a spot, of course, behind the trees, would be a spot where they could be able to do that pit maneuver. But he definitely, that driver knows. That driver somehow knew. He started really speeding up as he made his way back onto the freeway out here. Now we're on the 91. I also have to put it out there that Skyfox is running out of fuel. And I don't want to say that, but it is what it is. And we're going to stay with it as long as we can. If we keep heading this direction, we're going to be getting this closer to some other airports. But right now, though, you can definitely see this vehicle coming apart. That front wheel being held on by pieces. And, that's a part of it, too. If that comes apart at these speeds on the freeway and a big chunk of that comes off, that could hurt some people as well. There goes the rear bumper.
There goes the bumper.
Yep,
Holy
there goes
shit.
the rear bumper.
Oh, my God. Dude.
Yeah. I couldn't even imagine. Yeah. Yeah, drive it till the wheels fall off. This guy is taking that to the actual literal meaning. Right now, it looks like we're getting back off onto an off-ramp, more parts of the car coming off there. That front wheel, I'm surprised the rim is still there. I thought it had fallen off. It's just basically sideways about halfway,
Oh my
at least up to the
God.
hub right now. Still continuing on. This vehicle and every time he hits those bumps, yeah.
Oh, karma, but
Yep,
too nasty, dude.
He's got his
'Cause
foot.
this
He's got his foot in it, and he's got three wheels, and he is
Oh
definitely going to drive this
my
thing till all the wheels
God.
fall off. There, Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh my
You just got to
God.
kind of wonder what California Highway Patrol. I mean, these guys want to bring this thing to an end. More pieces coming apart. At least he's off to the side, and if it happens over here, it'll just go off the roadway. But when he's out there with in traffic, and that starts happening like that, that rim coming off at 80 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour, that could be a real problem for
Right.
anybody that might be nearby. Continuing on there, some of those big rigs passing him. It looks like, I wonder if the car just keeps pulling off to the right. I mean, it just because he's missing all those parts. Yeah, definitely. There we go. And pit him. Do it.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. He almost had that opportunity right there. But even at those speeds, they want to bring this thing to an end, but they have to be safe, and they have to keep the safety of the officers in mind and the suspect. I can't clarify that enough. These officers.
Was that anchored to this getting too excited? He's probably just invested in this as we are.
They are
I was
thinking
about to say the
about
same
the
thing.
safety
Like,
of that lunatic
hit that
behind the wheel.
motherfucker.
And right
Hit
now,
the motherfucker.
it's swerving around. Yep. That is true, especially with now we're back in traffic. But it looks like, let's see if he's going to try to use that off ramp. But it's definitely in the emergency lane. I'm wondering if he slides off the roadway, that might disable the vehicle in a way where, if he gets stuck in the dirt, maybe he just can't go. But right now,
him in
still
the
continuing
ass.
on. And
Karma's gonna
making his
bite
way. Looks
you
like
in the ass, bitch.
I'm just getting a little bit farther ahead to see
Come
if we have an
on
off-ramp.
now.
Yeah.
Let's
see
get
if he uses
Karma to
that
bite
off-ramp
you
once
in the
again.
ass.
I don't know. Jeff, they're asking for when we really have to leave. Okay, we have another solid 10 as long as we stay around Long Beach. Yeah. This car just falling apart, and this is actually the good side of the car, as it would be. The other side is the one that really has all the damage on it. Continuing on, this is I have to poke a little fun at it every now and then, but it really is very, very dangerous this morning, and there's so many close calls out here. Thank goodness we haven't seen any serious injuries, but this driver continuing to push this car, trying to get away. He's not going to get away, but right now, if something was in front of him and he had to brake hard, I find it hard to believe that vehicle could stop in a timely manner, and that's really what I'm concerned about, and I'm sure a lot of the law enforcement watching as well are thinking that same thing. 91 freeway, you can see it right there. Speeds 50 miles an hour. The rest of the vehicle is probably going about 30. This one clearly disabled and still getting very, very close to a lot of these other cars. Surprised the blinker still works on that BMW.
Right?
Look at that. Jesus.
Oh my
They're right
God.
there. They're right there. Yeah. Yeah, they're right there. The lights and sirens are definitely going to be helping the situation. You can see the California Highway Patrol, they have the advantage right now. That officer is slowing down every now and then speeding up when needed, when safe. That's probably the better way to say it. When safe. More parts of that rim just flying off and probably hitting a lot of these other vehicles right there. Again, people at home might be like, oh, you got a chip in your paint, big deal. I like my car. I don't want to have any chips in my paint. And, and this guy just kind of just flying through there. More and more parts just keep flying off of the car as he's passing all these vehicles.
Oh my God. Dude.
Is something to watch for sure. And California Highway Patrol, I'm sure they're thinking almost the same thing. Maybe they're just hoping that, look at all that stuff coming off of it. Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that what we're seeing is parts of that rim. I thought that whole rim had come off earlier on, but it was still there. And it looks like, here we go. And maybe the car is starting to give up. There's the rest of the bumper.
Oh, it came off.
It looks like he's trying to
God.
push his way through. And it's continuing on. Let's see what the law enforcement. Law enforcement, they have to follow the rules. They have to be safe. What happened? Oh no, I thought maybe he hit that bar there on the truck. This would be the time, right? Yep. Yes.
Oh no! Come on!
And
Shit!
those
You almost
maneuvers,
had him.
they look so easy and so simple when we watch them, but they're not. These guys are highly trained. They have to do it right at the right moment, and they have to stay safe. But you can see that they're aggressively trying when the opportunity appears. That driver,
Oh my God.
that CHP officer, definitely going to get a gold star when he gets back to base today, at least for effort.
Oh my
Trying
God.
and keeping up with him. If he gets off the freeway, I think that CHP officer is going to be very aggressive and try to do that pit maneuver.
Right. Oh my God.
Wait, I think we were there a while ago. We passed that point. That's a point of no return. Yeah, this BMW keeps on driving. It's amazing that the other tires are holding on. That front one, don't know how he lost it, but at least he did. And again, California Highway Patrol right on his tail right there. It's had to slow down probably because of some safety issues. Oh, he hit a cone. So that definitely means that there is some construction coming up. I'm wondering if the emergency lane might be closed out here. If it is, that might create some more problems for that driver. But right now, I'm kind of hoping he just gets off the freeway. The CHP can do that pit maneuver, and everybody can go home happy. Here we go again. He might be able to do that. As long as he's around those other vehicles, they're not going to be able to do it because they don't want that vehicle spinning out into somebody else's car or property.
Right.
So right now, continuing on, 63 miles an hour.
Damn
Older
it,
BMW
man.
7 Series on that emergency lane. California Highway Patrol right behind him.
Oh my God.
Look at all that smoke coming out the bottom. He has got to be bottomed out. All that heat being created. There's got to be some oil. I'm surprised something hasn't caught fire as already underneath that car.
Right. Why?
He did
How?
open up the sunroof, but a lot more smoke coming out of the bottom of the car.
How?
Hopefully that thing is going to,
for real.
maybe starting to get smoke inside the car. That could be as well because of something's definitely changing right there. Something is definitely changing. Here we go. Oh. Okay. And doors open. Is he really going to try to run? Oh, what's CHP doing? Okay.
Oh, there's two people? Holy shit.
Jesus, guys. Two people inside. We were asked by law enforcement to keep an eye on the passenger. So we're going to keep an eye on this guy right there the best we can while the California Highway Patrol. If I can keep an eye on both of them, I definitely will. But they usually separate there. Got on the other side of the freeway. Jeff, we need to get over to the we're moving Skyfox the best we can. We'll keep an eye on him. To get away. I hope they don't try to carjack anybody. That's kind of what I'm worried about right there. You know, there he goes. That's the driver. I don't know what happened to the other guy. Yeah. He is definitely trying to get somebody, which is, they're both right there. And there we go. Oh, there's law enforcement.
Oh,
hello.
That's why.
Yeah. It looks like he has some sort of injury to his hand. Looks like he hurt his hand somehow.
Oh my God.
Definitely. Whew, that was a chase. Definitely. I'm just going a little bit wider. I wanted to see where the car was, but my pilot has been stretching it here in Skyfox. We needed fuel.
Oh my God.
At 8 o'clock. So we are definitely on our reserves. We got both of them in custody. The dog didn't get to play, but we got them both in custody. Nobody seriously hurt. That's huge as well, but what a pursuit.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Dude, you're
Yes.
just.
Yep, we gotta go. We gotta go. Thank you guys.
It was crazy. Oh my God.
Ugh. Woo!
That shit was crazy. Oh my God. Okay. Another car chase. I don't know. I just like these car chases. I'm just so invested in them. Full chase. Sparks fly as LAPD chases GTA suspect driving on shredded tires. What is this guy doing?
Bailing and the car continues. Two suspects jumping out of the car, and now the continuation of this pursuit on Hoover Street off of Bonnie Bray. LAPD making the right turn with this vehicle, apparently a stolen vehicle out of LAPD's Southwest Division, traversing his way through the downtown area, and now heading back towards the 10 freeway, southbound Alvarado from Hoover Street, heading back underneath the 10 freeway here past Westlake Avenue. Northbound Alvarado into oncoming lanes of traffic, a dark-colored vehicle, apparently a stolen car, blowing right through these intersections at a high rate of speed. a number of officers on his tail, doing about 60 miles per hour through
That
surface
didn't
streets here,
surprise me.
trying to set up for a spike strip if the opportunity presents itself, but this person is now deviating from that circle he was doing in the Pico Union area, now making his way onto 11th from Olympic and continuing through these residential neighborhoods here. At least the driver still in the car. We saw two people jump out of the vehicle. Again, LAPD zigzagging their way through this part of town,
What the hell,
making their way
man?
back onto Olympic Boulevard, back towards downtown LA.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Eastbound Olympic. LAPD with their night sun on him, trying to keep up here with at least 3 or 4 units right on his tail, trying to keep up at 60 miles per hour as we make our way closer to downtown LA. We are just to the west of the 110 freeway, making a right turn southbound, back
Jesus
onto
Christ.
Blaine. Another right-hand turn here. LAPD trying to establish a perimeter as they try and flood the zone with as many units as possible here in the Rampart District. Again, this all started in the Southwest Division, just south of downtown LA, was making his way through the business district and into neighborhoods surrounding the 10 and the 110 freeway,
Jesus.
now making his way back again southbound towards the 10 freeway, coming up on Pico Boulevard. Right turn on Pico, making his way now southbound off of Pico onto Valencia Street. LAPD doing a great job trying to stay on his tail. Let's go ahead and count those units behind him. We've got that primary unit, a secondary unit, and backup. 2 backup units as they continue this pursuit southbound on Valencia, coming back out onto Venice Boulevard. A right turn now onto Venice Boulevard. That's going to be westbound Venice Boulevard.
Oh, shit. Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Off of Venice Boulevard, now onto southbound Union Avenue. A lot of erratic turns here, doing his
Scared
level
getting
best
more
to try and
traffic?
lose
What
those
the
officers.
fuck, man?
But you still see that night sun right overhead. LAPD not pulling around here. They are really, look at that. A unit possibly set up for a spike strip there, and he went the other way, making a left turn onto Burlington Avenue, a left turn onto Burlington.
Oh, jeez.
A quick right onto Washington, and all 4 of those units behind him managing to keep up here. Look at that. Officers now waiting at various intersections ahead of him as he continues to circle this area near the 110 freeway and the 10 near Pico Union. We're continuing now on Hoover Street, northbound Hoover. Trying to make out the make and model of that car, but obviously a dark color vehicle, maybe a Civic, a Honda Civic perhaps, with heavily tinted windows. Again, continuing these circles here in the Pico Union area, back onto Pico Boulevard, northbound Alvarado once again on streets that we have now been on several times just in the last couple of minutes. Now again, northbound on Alvarado Street. There are now upwards of a half a dozen LAPD units in pursuit here. Lots of cops on his tail as he continues these erratic moves over the double yellow lines and oncoming lanes of traffic to get around anybody in his way, weaving through the Rampart District here, now making another wild right turn there onto James Wood Boulevard. Slowing down, another turn, a random turn off to the left there. And look at all of the units behind him making those turns with him as they try and flood this part of downtown LA. Again, we're west of the 10 freeway, the 110 rather, north of the 10, and now onto 8th Street. Once again, the driver of this vehicle leading police on a wild police chase through downtown LA. It's been going on for the better part of the last 25 minutes as he continues to weave his way through downtown LA, trying every trick in the book to try and lose those officers, but no less than a half a dozen to a dozen units right on his tail with that LAPD airship right overhead. You can see the night sun trying to shine a light there, warning drivers ahead of him of the danger coming their way as he continues at a high rate of speed, possibly onto the freeway here. Under the 110 freeway, under the 110. He'll come out the other side. That's 8th.
God.
And he's going to weave around this traffic here, not getting on the freeway. That'll put him in just past Francisco there as he makes his way now into
Bye.
the downtown LA area with all of the skyscrapers that are so often used to hide in downtown for these pursuit suspects. Very tricky for the helicopters to keep up with them here. It's going to fall on those units down on the ground to keep a close distance and a close eye and prevent him from getting away here. Lots of parking garages, lots of hiding spots here. Plenty of apartment buildings. It's just so easy to hide out in downtown LA. Now onto Hope Street at a high rate of speed. Downtown LA relatively empty this time of the night. Still, though, lots of pedestrians walking their dogs and out and about for a Wednesday evening walk. And you can see he's now continuing on Hope Street here. All of those units still right behind him. Southbound Hope slowing down a little bit. Back onto Pico Boulevard.
Yeah.
Right around LA Live as he makes his way past Figueroa. Continuing westbound past Figueroa, past the convention center. Westbound Pico at 70 miles per hour coming up on the freeway. He's going to go, I think, once again underneath the 110 freeway. There's the overpass. As he comes out the other side, a little bit of traffic here. He's going to get around that by going into the oncoming lanes of traffic once again. Another wild left-hand turn here. All of those units still right behind him as he makes his way onto Valencia Street.
Yeah, dude.
Since we've been over this pursuit, at least 2 suspects have jumped out of the vehicle. We believe that at least one of those suspects is in custody, and presumably LAPD is in the process of gaining more intel on this driver and trying to get some more information on what they are working with here, who they are dealing with. They can't go off the vehicle license plate because it appears to be a stolen vehicle, and so they have limited knowledge about the driver. But once again, you can see he is posing a real danger to all of these other motorists as he speeds down Venice Boulevard at upwards of 50 miles per hour. A spike strip, it missed. A failed spike at Venice and Bonnie Bray, continuing westbound Venice Boulevard. Thank you.
Damn it.
A northbound turn onto Cortlandt Avenue. Another suspect jumping out, running for it. They're going to take him into custody in short order here, and the driver is continuing once again. So now 3 people have jumped out of this vehicle, and the driver continuing the pursuit. Again, this is a stolen vehicle, and we're told by sources that there is also a felony warrant for the driver of this car. So it's more than just Grand Theft Auto. There are additional charges that this suspect is wanted for, and there's a reason there are so many officers dedicated to this pursuit. We're going to see what those other wants are, but there are additional felony wants for the driver of this vehicle as they continue this pursuit of a stolen vehicle in downtown LA, 50 miles per hour up Alvarado Street. Another wide turn there onto Olympic. And, almost losing control, fishtailing at Westlake Avenue off of Olympic Boulevard. Starting to lose control a little bit as he makes these turns way too fast, very little braking way too late. And here he comes again as he makes his way up Westlake Avenue, much narrower street here as all of those PD units continue to close in on him. Again, about 10 units, approximately 10 units that are on his behind here, and they are just not letting up whatsoever. They really are dedicated to this pursuit. Look at that. Check out all of those units that are in pursuit here. You got to wonder what else this driver is wanted for. Making a left-hand turn there onto 12th Street, and once again heading back towards downtown LA. Westbound 12th at 50 miles per hour, back towards the 110 freeway. LAPD right on his tail there with that airship right overhead, trying to keep that night sun on him. There's the overpass once again. We're covering a lot of the same real estate that we have just in the last few minutes. Another wild left turn there as he continues to push the limits of this Honda Civic. Again, right near the crypto arena here as he makes his way past LA Live, just past Chickern here, paralleling the 110 freeway. And here is Olympic Boulevard. A right turn on Olympic. And if you're watching us live on abc7.com and our ABC7 streaming apps, get ready to switch over to ABC7 on your TV set as we get ready for our 11 o'clock broadcast. Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock starting in just a second. I have no eye cover. I got nothing. Nothing. No eye cover. You hear it? I don't hear it. I have nothing. I hear nothing. I heard that. I heard that. Top of your screen, Nights on top of your screen right there. That's right, Jory. The suspect who's been on the run for the better part of the last half hour, dumping several of his friends, passengers in the vehicle, jumping out of the vehicle. Some wild turns here through downtown LA as he tries at all costs to lose about a dozen officers who are so far managing to keep up with him at high rates of speed through surface streets. It started on the freeway in LAPD's Southwest Division, and now we are in LA, downtown LA, where this pursuit is continuing with some really wild and erratic moves at times, almost losing control of the vehicle. Jory, we believe this is a stolen vehicle, but there is much more to the story. In fact, sources tell us that there are additional felony wants for the driver of this car. This person believed to be armed and dangerous. We don't know what those other charges are, but they have tried several times to spike the vehicle. They have set up perimeters, but so far he has really done a good job at evading those officers, but they have done an equally impressive job of keeping up with him. They have not let him go. They are applying a lot of pressure upwards of, as I mentioned, 10 to 12 officers right on his tail there, in addition to that LAPD airship who is keeping that night sun on him as he makes his way down. I think we're on 8th Street once again. We're covering a lot of the same streets over and over again between downtown LA and some of the residential neighborhoods near the Pico Union area. That's allowed them to set up for those spike strips. But again, so far, most of those spike attempts appear to have failed as he turns onto Parkview Street here in the downtown LA area. Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you can't help but presume that this is probably an area that he's very familiar with, if not resides in. Too early to tell. Again, 3 suspects jumping out of the vehicle in this neighborhood, and we believe at least 1 or 2 of them have been taken into custody, and hopefully LAPD is in the process of trying to gain more intel. Look at all of these units, not only the units behind him, but at some of these intersections, there are units that have been able to set up for him and even attempt several spike strips, but so far we have not seen any successful spikes just yet. At one point, he did fishtail quite a bit as he makes some of these turns way too fast back into oncoming lanes of traffic up Alvarado Street, a street we have been on at least 3 or 4 times already, as he continues to do circles just to the east of downtown LA, occasionally making his way under the 110 freeway into the taller buildings in downtown where it's much easier to hide out, but inevitably he continues to kind of go back and forth between these residential neighborhoods and downtown, now near MacArthur Park, as you mentioned, continuing southbound on Alvarado Street past Westlake Avenue here in the Pico Union area, an area that he appears to be somewhat, or at least I would say pretty much familiar with. Might have caught that front right wheel.
Dude.
Yeah, at times upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour on surface streets. I think we just caught a glimpse through that driver, that windshield. Appears to be, if I'm not mistaken, another passenger in the front seat of that vehicle. So at least 2 individuals still inside that car. It's a compact car. We believe it might be a Honda Civic. And as we've already mentioned, at least 3 other people have jumped out of this car. But from our vantage point, it does look like the driver is not alone in there. There appears to be somebody else in that passenger seat. And again, we have to wonder what those other charges are, because as we widen out occasionally, you'll be able to see upwards of 10 to 12 officers in this pursuit. This is not normal, especially for the Los Angeles Police Department to work a pursuit like this with this size of a pursuit package, especially through streets through downtown LA. It's just not something we are typically used to seeing here. there's a lot more to the story, to say the least. In any event, he's back on Olympic Boulevard, another boulevard that we have been on numerous times as he continues to circle this neighborhood. Wouldn't be surprised if there are more spike strips ahead of him as he continues now eastbound on Olympic Boulevard, Jordan. Another wild turn. Another wild turn. He took that one a little fast, and you might see signs of this vehicle behaving a little bit differently. Now going the wrong way again, or actually just turning into that left lane there. He could have. He seems to be avoiding the freeway. He's had many opportunities to get on the freeway, and he seems to be intentionally avoiding it. If anything has changed since that spike strip, I would say maybe he's traveling a little bit slower. Now going the wrong way on 12th Street, that might be a one-way street. Back underneath the Harbor Freeway there, underneath the 110 freeway. We'll see if he comes out the other side. You can see that night sign waiting for him. There he is, coming out the other side.
God.
That's going to be the east side of the 110 freeway, where there are so many spots to hide out. As you mentioned, Jory, there are lots of tall buildings, plenty of parking garages, apartment complexes, and you can tell that vehicle is definitely slowing down. You can see it a little bit wobbly. We'll see if we can get a better shot of it. Left tire smoking. You see a little bit of smoke emanating from that left rear tire. It looks like that left rear is now completely flat. It takes time, for those spike strips to take effect. It essentially injects a straw-like peg into the tire that slowly releases the air, and I think that's what we're seeing here is that left tire starts to come apart there as he's now underneath the freeway, really slowing down, and we'll see there he is coming out still, pushing the gas pedal, trying to get away from those officers, but that vehicle is, look at that, there's more flat tires. In fact, both of those tires on the right side are flat, and the vehicle obviously starting to struggle here as he struggles to maintain control of the vehicle, wobbling back and forth as he tries to control that steering wheel. It's not cooperating, and I think it's fair to say, Jory, this vehicle now on borrowed time as they are now setting up at various intersections along Pico Boulevard, getting ready for the termination of this pursuit.
My God.
Yeah, another turn here, struggling to make those turns. I think it's just a matter of time before he either decides to jump out of the vehicle or hopefully give himself up here. You can still see occasionally some smoke coming from those rear tires. At least 3 of the 4 tires from our vantage point are almost completely flat. And as you mentioned, he is really going back and forth there. Swimming is a great way to put it as he makes his way, again, back northbound on Alvarado Street, really doing circles over and over and over on these same exact streets. Not a lot of surprises with this guy. That's allowed them to really execute those spike strips, and he's slowing down ever more slowly here as he continues past Pico up on 11th Street there on Alvarado at about 20 miles per hour. They've done a great job at trying to keep other traffic at bay, but it's a testament to how much resources have been dedicated to this pursuit on the part of the LAPD. They have dedicated a copious number of officers and resources to try and get this person off the road, believed to be armed and dangerous. The vehicle itself said to be stolen, but there are additional felony warrants for the driver of that car, and they have not let up on him at all. All of those units continuing to close in on him from behind as he continues this pursuit now back on Olympic Boulevard. If you recognize these streets, trust your instincts, because we have been here numerous times in the last several minutes, and if you've been following us on ABC7.com for the better part of the last half hour, he is continuing to do circles around these same buildings here just to the west of downtown LA. Between MacArthur Park and downtown LA is where he feels most comfortable, now making his way back towards the 110 freeway on Olympic Boulevard. That's right. It does, and we've seen a lot of experienced pursuit drivers try that very tactic of intentionally making their way into the downtown area where there are so many hiding spots. It's become a well-known thing. If you're trying to lose the cops, downtown is the place to do it. I don't think that's going to happen with this guy because you could just see the number of units on the ground. Even if those helicopters had to peel off, there are just so many ground units dedicated to this pursuit. It's just the chances of him getting away are practically nil. It may end up in a foot pursuit. They might have to set up a perimeter, but they are going to get this guy. This is not something that we are used to seeing. When you see all of these officers at the various intersections and at least a dozen units right behind him, again, as a reporter, I cannot wait to hear the details behind what this person is wanted for. Some very serious charges stacking up against him here as he refuses, even at this late juncture, with all of those flat tires, to pull over and just give himself up. He was said to be armed and dangerous. We don't know what crimes have been committed, but obviously they are stopping at nothing to keep up with him. They are not going to lose him. It's just a matter of he's on borrowed time. He knows it. And so he's just enjoying these final moments of freedom. It's turning into a joyride at this point as he continues to struggle with that steering wheel and crawl through downtown LA again, back onto Alvarado.
My God. Dude.
Easily. That's right. And now you have the issue as word gets out on social media and, of course, across everybody's TV set, you start to see some more people coming out to try and catch a glimpse. Again, this is the type of pursuit where you're not surprised to see that because he's basically established such a pattern that there's plenty of time and something they don't want to see. They don't want to see pedestrians get involved, even if they want to try and catch a glimpse or take a picture. It is so ill-advised because you just don't know how this pursuit is going to end. And there are indeed lots of pedestrians out and about. Some just happen to be walking around, obviously, in this part of town. In other parts, they are coming out just to take a look at what is going on in their neighborhood as he continues at a slow speed here, making his way through the same neighborhood over and over again, back onto Alvarado Street, doing these circles at about 20 miles per hour with all of those lights and sirens behind him, getting everybody's attention. Of course, there's a good purpose for that, but it's also attracting some of the wrong attention too, and they just don't want to see people come out to try and take part in this. This is just not a smart idea. So they're going to try and continue to keep a close distance here, making these turns with him back onto Olympic Boulevard from Alvarado, again doing a very, very tight circle around this group of buildings as he makes another left-hand turn here, this time onto Lake Street, another narrow street here, as he basically is just exhausting whatever rubber is left on those rims. But you're going to see it fly off here in a second, I think. It looks like it. I'm not sure if it's actually come off, but you can see clearly on that left side, that rear driver's side tire, that's really about to come off. I couldn't see if there's anything left on that front one. But so far, I mean, here, look at that. Any little move with that steering wheel, and you can see if he goes any faster, he's going to lose control of that vehicle. So he's got to keep it in a straight line if he has any hope of keeping this going. But I just think he is, he's on borrowed time. It's clear that there's just not much time left, and it does look like there's a little bit of rubber left there, but he's basically riding on the rim. In fact, it might be all four tires at this point that appear flat.
Oh my God. Dude.
There it goes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and that's going to slow him down even more here, and eventually that rim will start to grind into the pavement. You'll start to see some sparks here as he continues. I just don't think he's going to be able to maintain control much more, especially as he tries to speed up here. A very bad idea, crossing over the double yellow lines. This is real potential for danger here, as there is oncoming traffic occasionally here on Pico Boulevard. You can see the cars on the other side of the road. It takes nothing for him to accidentally spin out of control or drift over those double yellow lines into those oncoming lanes. Now we're back underneath the freeway here as he continues eastbound on Pico. You really start to hold your breath as he tries to make this up as he goes along here. You just hope that there's nobody in his way as he starts to fishtail through these intersections. You almost wonder if they are contemplating maybe some more unorthodox tactics here. I mean, they can continue in a traditional way. Look at that, the more sparks flying off the front right tire there, that front rim starting to light up as it grinds into the asphalt there. But you wonder, with the dangers at play here, whether there might be other options for them at their disposal. Again, they've already dedicated dozens of officers to this pursuit, including a dozen or so that are right behind him, continuing to follow him through the streets of downtown LA as he continues with these erratic moves at 20 to 25 miles per hour on rims. He's basically, yeah. Yeah, more pedestrians coming out, catching a glimpse of this. You can see them, spectators trying to see this pursuit come past their neighborhood here, but there are risk factors. And unfortunately, well, fortunately, it's a late hour, so we're not dealing with, daytime traffic. The only more ideal situation would be if he was on the freeway. Look at that, more spike strips. He's going to drive around that spike, but there's not much tire left to spike. I mean, there's pretty much, it's pretty much game over at this point. He's on that. He's on his last few miles here, but the only thing better or safer would be on the freeway. Right now, though, that doesn't seem to be an option for him. He has bypassed every opportunity to get on the freeway, and he is just crawling now up Alvarado Street, once again choosing the same streets over and over again, which has allowed them to set up at intersections ahead of him, not only to set up spike strips, but also to close off additional traffic from getting in his way. They're really doing a public service by closing down those intersections, because there is obviously an armed and dangerous person behind the wheel here. He poses a real threat to the community, even at this late hour, and now he is back on Olympic Boulevard as that rim continues to light up the neighborhood.
Oh, jeez. Oh my god, dude.
Doing repeated circles along the same exact streets. It's telling that even as the pursuit has slowed down to 20, 25 miles per hour, coming really close to those parked cars, it's telling that they have not given the go-ahead for a pit maneuver. It seems like relatively good conditions for a pit maneuver to put the final nail in the coffin of this pursuit. However, there must be a reason why they are not opting for that pit maneuver. They're continuing to let this drag on, despite the fact that it has slowed down tremendously, compliments of those spike attempts that have successfully flattened almost all four tires, and those units are continuing to follow at a close distance. They could easily pit him if they wanted to, but for some reason, they have not. And in any event, that pursuit now coming to a grinding halt here, it looks like, along Alvarado Street, just shy of Olympic Boulevard, and this might be it. He's pushing the pedal to the metal, and the car is not cooperating. It looks like this has come to a dead stop on Alvarado Street. Officers getting out of their cruisers with their guns drawn, and they're going to start barking orders at him pretty quickly here. We'll see if there's any cooperation or any signs of cooperation. The very first step is going to be looking for those hands to come out the window. Will he shut off the car? Will he pop open that door? They're going to instruct him very carefully. You can see some movement coming from that driver's side door, but that door is still tightly shut, and it looks like he is. It looks like he stopped gassing it. I don't see those wheels spinning, but the car is still on. I'm sorry? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they're ready to make that felony arrest, but this could happen relatively quickly, or it could turn into a drawn-out standoff if he refuses to come out.
Oh,
and that
boy.
would mean a whole separate set of strategies taking place on the part of the LAPD. Let's just hope that the suspect just gets himself up here, continuing to see movement. They're going to be looking for those hands. Here comes the driver's side door, popping open. Might be ready to surrender here. You could see him maybe communicating. Hands not in the air. He's out of the vehicle. There's the hands. Hands up in the air. His back facing those officers, stepping away from the vehicle slowly, and now it appears he is giving himself up. They are not going to take any chances with him. They are going to continue to instruct him to do a number of things, and eventually he'll be proned out here in just a second. He's walking away from them for some reason, and now on his knees. Right. That's right. Here he is, proned out. All eyes now on the passenger seat as they continue this felony arrest. They will take him into custody here momentarily, but they want to wait and see what that passenger's doing in the front seat. They can't go past that car until they understand that that suspect is not a threat in the passenger seat. There's the passenger door. A female passenger stepping out of the vehicle, her hands now up in the air. Again, worth reiterating that 3 other suspects jumped out of the backseat of this vehicle earlier in this pursuit. That female passenger now stepping backwards in the direction of those officers as she appears to be cooperating. And this pursuit, fortunately, appears to be coming to a peaceful resolution, not before putting lots of lives in danger tonight with the crazy driving we've seen. It's a miracle nobody's been hurt, but fortunately coming to a peaceful end now as both the driver and the passenger appear to be obeying those commands.
Jesus.
You got to copy that. They haven't taken him in yet?
Dang.
108.
Police chase vehicle near South LA. Oh, Jesus.
And we're continuing eastbound now, swerving around traffic, going the wrong way, and now going back the right way now, and back the wrong way again, running through this intersection.
Oh,
It looks like that was
Jesus.
a green there. Now we're going northbound on McKinley
What
again.
the
This is
fuck?
one of those pursuits that appears to be
Stop.
kind of making circles
Oh
in one
my
particular area.
God.
We've kind of stayed in the South LA Watts area throughout this pursuit. We're coming up on a work truck there, coming up on another oncoming vehicle right there, and this guy's just making these evasive maneuvers. And now one of the passengers there, it looked like, had his hand sticking out the window, again, still on the phone. So just very erratic driving and very interesting behavior from these pursuit suspects right now as LAPD continues this pursuit through South LA.
Well, interesting, to say the least, but it's more like dangerous, and it looked like that guy was doing some selfie work in that car.
I think that's what he was
What
doing,
the
because he was talking
fuck?
to the phone, and you could see the
Oh,
driver
geez.
as well. So I think this is a, I mean, they're enjoying this moment, it seems, but this is extremely difficult because it is first surface streets. This is a very busy neighborhood, and they're going on the wrong side of the road. As you said, Gabe, there is no pursuing officers directly behind them. Maybe they're aware of a helicopter, maybe not. Nevertheless, this is a danger to this community.
Yeah, definitely a danger to the community because of the wrong way driving and the running through stoplights and red lights and things of that nature. Driving around traffic very erratically. If you see this vehicle in the area, just try and keep your distance. If you're in the neighborhood, lock your doors and windows. We are hearing that LAPD is treating this as a possibly armed suspect, so that kind of raises the level of danger. And just like this, you see this driver going the wrong way down Central Avenue in Watts and now back on the right side of the road, continuing southbound. It looks like the left, the driver's side window is now rolled up. I don't remember if this side of the window was rolled down earlier or if it was just those windows on the right side, but we're continuing this erratic driving. One coming up on, let's see, it looks like we're still on Central Avenue, and he's in that left turn lane. This might be a red light, running a red light, doing a right turn, now continuing on 114th Street. A lot of traffic building in the area.
my
It's approaching
God.
rush hour now, but we're still kind of doing these circles in the area. And you can see there those right side windows, both the right side passenger and the rear passenger, they have their windows down, so they're just kind of enjoying this joyride, it seems, as we continue doing almost circles around the Watts and South LA area.
Yeah, these are
We're
the
going to try and move Air 7 HD a little closer to this vehicle as it maneuvers through LAX airspace, but we will continue to keep an eye on this.
Wow, the worst type of pursuits that we don't want to see on surface streets, driving erratically like that, and especially this time of day when kids might be out in the street, and it's just so
Right.
very dangerous to see this.
We've already seen it. There's so many people on the streets, and at
slow
least
down here.
okay.
Oh, Jesus.
There's, you know, some trash bins in the roadway there. He hit one of the
Yeah,
trash
you
bins.
don't
Luckily,
give
he
a
didn't hit
fuck.
that other vehicle.
Oh, there
And you
it
can
is.
see there now some LAPD vehicles are possibly returning, at least making their presence known. I haven't heard if they're actively switching back into an active pursuit mode. They are keeping a bit of distance right now, hopefully to at least slow down some of the erratic driving that we've seen from this driver. But that even going into a following or a tracking mode, as LAPD calls it, doesn't seem to be altering the behavior of this driver any as we continue. Looks like going southbound on Avalon. As we continue this pursuit.
Gabe, from your information, the damage on this car could possibly have happened as a result of this pursuit, or at least the beginning of this pursuit?
We did hear that the vehicle was possibly in an accident earlier in this pursuit, but we don't believe that was from a pit or anything of that nature. We heard LAPD ask permission to pit earlier in this pursuit. They also asked permission for spike strips, both of which were denied earlier. And you can see there are a number of LAPD units. It looks like 5 LAPD units are continuing to keep a close distance, or at least keep a good distance on this vehicle to keep an eye on where he is, but not stay too close behind him to put any extra pressure on this vehicle. We are learning some additional information now that this is a reported stolen vehicle, so that makes it a little difficult for LAPD to figure out exactly who might be driving this vehicle, and that might be why LAPD is keeping a close eye on this and making sure they don't lose eyes on him without putting too much pressure on the driver. Now as we go eastbound on 105th Street.
It looks like they're flashing signs out the window. That's what that looked like. The guy in the back
Oh,
seat was
jeez.
flashing some sort of a sign when they took that turn.
You're right, David.
So we know, this is what we know. At least 3 people are in the car. It's being called a stolen vehicle pursuit, but there's also concern that they believe that at least one of these guys could be armed. So it's a dangerous situation, not just because of their driving, but what's going to happen when we come to an end to this pursuit, which it will end eventually. And as they continue to squeeze through all these narrow places in the neighborhood. There you
Coming
go.
up to a, looks like an ice cream truck or a food truck there, possibly.
All these
what
narrow
happened?
places in the neighborhood. There you
Coming
go.
up to a, looks like an ice cream truck or a food
shit.
truck there, possibly making contact with that car, continuing westbound on 106.
It sure looked like that. We just see him plow right
They
through all
don't
of those stop
fucking
signs
care.
back and forth. Perhaps they'll be able to put a spike strip out if they continue circling in that area.
Well, Gabe said that they've been denied at first. I'm not sure, what the contemplation is when it comes to spike strips and pit maneuvers, although they are circling a lot. Maybe eventually they do decide to do a spike strip on this guy because it is so dangerous, and they got to slow this guy down, especially when he goes on the wrong side of the road.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's
There you go.
it's-
See?
but
Flashing.
yeah,
He's
yep,
flashing
we
the
saw those
signs.
signs.
They
Yeah.
need to enjoy
Oh,
this last
geez.
joyride before they.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it looks almost as if the passenger in the front seat is laughing. He was on the phone earlier. They're definitely enjoying their 15 minutes of fame as they drive completely dangerously. Looks like making a right turn eastbound on Century. As you said, David, there's one of the passengers looking up at us in the helicopter. They have to be aware of us down here. We did hear the LAPD
They don't
helicopter
care.
actually ask units on the
Doesn't
ground to
seem
back
like they
off a
give
little
a
bit to
fuck.
hopefully relieve some of the pressure on this driver. And as far as spike strips are concerned, the driver is circling the same general area, but not staying on the same exact road. So it's still kind of hard to predict exactly where this driver will go and where he'll turn, making a left turn now on Clovis. We've been on Clovis before, so he's definitely hitting the same streets, probably staying in an area that he's familiar with.
Yeah, but not a specific pattern, so it's hard to predict.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Continuing northbound now on Clovis.
Or at least
We're
the street is a little bit
yep.
more wide open.
Yeah,
What
so-
was that, David?
At least the street is a little bit more wide open. It's not a tough squeeze, and there's some space for them to move.
Exactly.
You don't know what the end goal is here and what way that they eventually decide to do, but not sure if law enforcement will let these guys go, considering what they know now.
Yeah, one of the little bit more open streets in the area as we make kind of an aggressive left turn. They're going the wrong way, possibly making contact with an SUV there.
No, is
now
that
on the
one-way
right side
street?
of the road,
No,
looks
okay,
like
I
we're
was about to
westbound
say,
on
what the
92nd
fuck?
Street. Some of the roads in this area do provide for a little bit of safer traversing, although at these speeds with this erratic behavior, you can see they're using the center median to drive around traffic. Any of this driving is unsafe at this speed and at this magnitude. Looks like we're making a northbound turn on McKinley, left turn on 91st Street, staying in these residential areas. Like you noticed, some of these residential streets are a little more open and a little more easier to for this suspect to kind of fly through. You can see there some pedestrians there are in these roads, and as we said, it's close to rush hour. School let out an hour or so ago, a couple hours ago, so you see possibly young people in the street as we go. Looks like an eastbound turn on Avalon now, still driving at a high rate of speed and still swerving around other vehicles as these looks like three suspects in a Hyundai continue their joyride through South LA. Continuing on 89th Street now, westbound. And LAPD still considering this a tracking mode situation right now. They have their LAPD helicopter overhead, but they're keeping the units on the ground, keeping them at a distance while still following. So they have a lot of units in the area. Once they kind of see the pattern of a suspect staying in the same general area, they'll start to position units in various parts of the area. So if the suspect were to foot bail, if they were to get out and run, it's not just the pursuing units in the that are actually following that will have to deal with that. They have other units that can kind of merge in and start to help out with a apprehension of these suspects. Looks like that vehicle almost got some air there as we continue at a high rate of speed on 88th Street westbound. Coming up on another intersection here. It looks like it's a red light. There's some oncoming traffic there. That suspect very smartly slows down, looking and makes a right turn there northbound on Main Street, and we've been on this street before. We're going to see what this suspect does. Hopefully there's not too much traffic on this street that this suspect has to deal with, and we're going to move Air 7 around to see if we can find out where this suspect turns after that.
Yeah, keep in mind at home if you have friends or loved ones that live in this general area to tell everybody lock their doors, because we don't know, some of these times they come out of the car and try to carjack somebody else's car or run into some neighborhood. But just again, driving this so erratically and dangerously, this is a scary, one of those pursuits that make your palms sweat when you watch it.
Yeah, we've seen this before where it's so erratic and so dangerous, you think for sure it's going to get in an accident, but a lot of times it will end surprisingly, but you definitely do not want something tragic to happen at the end of this pursuit. They clearly are not taking their behavior seriously, and you just hope we get lucky here and somehow this comes to an end without anybody getting hurt.
Especially with these narrow streets.
I'm just aghast right now at how relaxed the driver and the suspect looked. You could see the driver with just one hand on the steering wheel earlier, just going for, you know, afternoon joyride like any other as we approach some other oncoming traffic there, some cross traffic coming the other way, going westbound on San Pedro Street now. And you can see there's the driver, there's the passenger kind of making some gestures there, making a sharp right turn now on 89th Street. And from the damage to this vehicle, you can see that this driver doesn't care about damaging the vehicle and continuing on, because this vehicle's been in accidents before. We've seen him hit other things, possibly hit other vehicles. It's hard to tell because those things happen so fast.
So
as we
they
go
don't
through
give a
these
fuck.
neighborhoods
They
that are
don't
possibly
give
a
two
little bit
flying
narrow,
fucks
you have to wonder
about
if this suspect is going to hit anything or how this will end.
Right.
And we still don't know for sure if there is a fourth person in this vehicle. The windows are tinted, so it's tough to look in. And they've been up the whole time on the driver's side of the vehicle. The passenger side, they've been down. And it's very clear that there are at least three people. We don't know if that fourth person is there.
Yeah, we've only been able to confirm the 3 people in the vehicle. The LAPD units and the air unit have only been able to confirm 3 people as well because, as you said, those windows are tinted. And that's something that LAPD, as we run through a stop sign there at 89th and Wadsworth, that's something that LAPD often has to deal with when pulling suspects over or performing traffic stops, is those tinted windows. Now we're making a right turn on Central again, so we're staying on these streets, kind of between 85th and 95th, Central, Main, San Pedro, staying on all those general streets. This one looks a little bit of a wider street that the suspect can continue on, but it almost seems to me that this guy's maybe slowing down a little bit, and then just as I say that, he speeds up and continues westbound on Hooper, not really caring about where the lanes are, and a lot of traffic there waiting for the light, and this suspect makes a left turn there on 92nd with cross traffic coming. Just a very dangerous situation here in South LA.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few pedestrians and pretty close calls with the pedestrians walking these streets, the residential streets, and that's when you really get nervous when you watch a pursuit like this.
And you wonder if the excitement is going to eventually wear off of these guys. It almost get that sense. They were very excited at the beginning, and they seem to be kind of mellowing out a little bit, and now they got to think about how are they going to get out of this situation.
Yeah, exactly. And we understand that they are possibly armed, and this car is reportedly stolen, so they know they're in deep trouble.
Yeah, they do, and they are dealing with some traffic here as this white Jeep and some other vehicles, I'm not sure what they're waiting for, if it's a stoplight up ahead, and it looks like this suspect may have come to a stop here. Possibly maybe deciding, it looks like that rear passenger may have saw us up here in the helicopter, so they know that they are still being pursued. There's no way in my mind that they don't know that, but they don't see the officers behind them. So now you have to wonder what's going through these suspects' mind as far as what you were saying, David, that you know they're kind of getting past the initial excitement of this and are looking to kind of mellow out now and find a way out of the situation.
Jesus,
as we continue,
they
looks
don't
like northbound
care.
now. On Parmalee, approaching 96th Street. We're making a left turn westbound on 96th Street now, and we're just kind of staying in the same general area.
Certainly behaving like they're being pursued, so I think they know something's up and they need to get away, or at least try to.
Yeah, they are still in the mindset of getting away. They're not coming to a complete stop, and they're not giving up. We saw them stuck in that traffic earlier, and they just kind of waited it out, just kind of saw that the officers warned immediately behind them, and waited for that traffic to move and carry on as we continue on Firth Boulevard, leaving 92nd Street, still at a high rate of speed, still driving dangerously around oncoming traffic and passing other vehicles as we make a right turn now, going, looks like southbound. We'll get that cross street for you shortly.
They rolled all the windows up now, too.
Yeah, that's a good point. The windows there on the right side are all rolled up, so this might play into what we were thinking is happening here, where it's kind of a changing mindset as far as these pursuit suspects are concerned. They're getting past the kind of, giddiness of initially trying to get away. Now picking up speed here a little bit, using that center median, using that left turn lane. All of a sudden, we're at 60 miles an hour on surface streets, going around some of these other vehicles that are stuck in traffic. It looks like he might be stopped at that light there, not at the light, but in the intersection, continuing through in the center median.
Yeah, window roll down again in the back seat there.
Yep, the windows rolled down again. So it's just very peculiar, the behavior of these passengers and kind of what their purpose and point is here, what they're trying to prove. That's something we always ask, and what we always wonder in these pursuit situations is why do they do it? As we see a bicyclist in the middle of the roadway there, this looks like another road that's a little bit wider, that this suspect is kind of finding ways to move around a little less dangerously than earlier, but looks like Laurel Street 92nd now is where we're at. We're slowing down a little bit, possibly making a right turn, and no, not doing a right turn. Continuing through the intersection now, approaching on Alameda now, moving around some other traffic there, and at this point it's just a joyride for these suspects, and they are going to drive until they can no longer, it seems like. So we're going to start listening to see what LAPD does as far as possibly trying to bring this thing to an end through other means, whether they actually try and re-engage the pursuit, or whether they completely back off and see if they can deal with these suspects later, which we have seen LAPD do. It's just a matter of time now to figure out how LAPD decides to handle this situation.
Do you see any LAPD vehicles, or they've completely pulled back?
We do have the air unit overhead, but I haven't seen any ground units in quite some time. There's the air unit there as it flies through the shot. I'm being told now that excuse me. I'm being told now that no ground units. Oh, and there we go.
They're running.
There's 1 foot bail. There's 2. There's 3. There's the 3 suspects that we thought were in the vehicle, and 3 of them exit the vehicle. So as we were just saying, there were no ground units right behind the suspect, but we do know they're in the area. So we're going to wait and see how fast or how long it takes for those LAPD units on the ground to move in and at least locate these suspects and take them into custody. It looks like one of them's either holding his hoodie, possibly on the phone there. I'm not sure what. This one was the driver, we're being told. So we're going going to stay with this driver and see where that driver ends
Yeah.
up, because that's the one that LAPD is going to be most interested in, although more than likely they're going to take all three of these suspects into custody. We're near Willow Place and Long Beach Boulevard. We're seeing if these suspects pop out on the other side of this building. They're possibly in the alleyway, and the LAPD air unit is calling ground units on the ground to this scene to hopefully take these three suspects into custody.
Hopefully they'll stay together, because it'll be that much easier for LAPD to get all
guys,
three
my
if they
blood
just
sugar's
remain
low.
together like they
I
are.
think
And clearly
I'm
there's somewhere
dizzy.
in that alley, unless they happen to weigh
Why are
in,
you dizzy?
and they know something about that apartment,
You're
and they're able to get through a
not
window or something like that. A blind spot for us, and maybe that's part of their tactics here. But they are behind that taller building right now in what appears to be
Sorry,
either a
guys,
backyard or an alley. We don't know if they're outside or worked their
I don't
way
like
in.
doing this while I'm
but
on
they
stream,
are back
but-
there somewhere. And I guess, Gabe, you just got to sit here and wait this out.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea, David, of what we're dealing with, we're in the LAX airspace, and so we have a little bit of limited capability of movement as far as staying where we are right now. And we didn't see which door they went into, but LAPD, the air unit, is calling out units to this location, and they believe possibly that the suspect went inside one of the buildings here. So we're going to at least keep monitoring the LAPD frequencies as we see some residents come out of their homes wondering what's going on. And that's kind of a dangerous situation here, because you don't know where exactly these suspects are or if they're armed. So not a good idea to come out of your home. Hopefully they go back inside their home. And if LAPD units show up shortly here, they'll be able to tell those residents to do just that. But we're trying to move Air 7 around now. We just got permission to move on the west side of the building here to hopefully see what's going on in that alleyway. Although judging from how these residents are reacting, it doesn't appear that anyone is in that alleyway anymore. So we're going to keep on working with LAPD to figure out whether.
Goes, Cubby, I need to go get me something out of the episode.
You have to eat.
Go tell him to get me something. I'm about to pass out.
These suspects actually went inside one of those apartment units on the left there, or whether they hopped the fence there on the right.
Right. So it could have been one of those two buildings that you're over right now, which seem to be somehow connected to the same structure, kind of like mirror images of each other. So they went, am I getting this right? Did they go down that sidewalk that looked like an alley, or was it on the far side where you see that black cat?
It looked like they went down where that black cat was, where
right
these
there.
residents are, and we're hearing from.
The weird thing is 74, it's at 74, so that's really bad.
You'll eat that, right? If not, you can have this too. Chloe probably will eat that if you don't eat that.
I don't like that.
Chloe, they're cookies.
I felt my.
It's bad.
Yeah.
The LAPD unit talking on one of the common air frequencies here that they are working on the
Better?
assumption that the suspects possibly went inside this building, and as
Want
they
me to take
continue
this
to
back
get
or
ground
no?
units on the scene here,
Just leave him just in
we're
case.
gathering further information.
Okay.
All
Let
right.
me get M&Ms for you. I have a box of M&Ms, baby.
Let's eat.
Chloe, hold on.
The,
Not worried about you, right? I do worry. I'm worried about you, yes. Well, right now, Mom's my concern. Can we worry about Mom first?
74 is really low.
Look at
This is
low
Giovanna Lotta
spot.
joining
Remember?
David here.
It was
Like
what,
42?
42 or something. But I'm trying not to get that low again.
On the desk
I
now.
find like
And
shit.
so we saw all three suspects run out of that vehicle, but only two suspects, we understand, are in that building potentially.
No, I think we all three of
Did
them.
all three go in
All
there?
three of
Yeah,
them.
that was my
We'll
question.
eventually have the replay for you. So they're working on that right now, so we can actually watch them. Watch your right-hand side. That's all recorded, and it shows how dangerous they were when it comes.
Sorry, guys. I feel like I'm actually diabetic for some weird reason.
At least Chloe knows how. When I say, "Get her blood sugar kit," and Chloe's like, "Do you need your blood sugar kit?" She knows, babe.
I gotta get tested for diabetes because normally my blood sugar is not that low.
It's at 74.
That's really low.
Chloe, Harry. No, he's fine. He's fine. You want me to grab another cookie?
I'm gonna have some Kit Kat and then them.
That's all the chocolate we have
Comes
besides
to
M&M's.
I know.
going through
Lay
traffic.
down, buddy.
3 suspects are in that
You
vehicle
do have some Chipple Whites.
with, not just the car was
This is
erratic, but their
Chipple
own
White.
behavior was erratic, flashing signs,
What?
taking selfies,
Well, I just gave
laughing,
her.
etc. But then
Just text me
eventually
if you
they
need
did
anything.
all jump out
I
of the
go back,
vehicle,
wash my
run
shop.
down about a block and a half,
Wait,
took a
what?
right. We're trying to figure
Yeah.
out exactly what the path was,
You
but it
can
has
have
something
a
to do with
cookie,
that
just
pink
get Bailey a
building
minute.
right there in the
I'm
middle.
just-
What we're trying to determine
I'm more worried about you right now.
I like pink.
what behavior was
Babe, I'm worried about you right now.
What, do you want to sit in here while I stream for a bit?
No, I changed it.
all jump out
I
of
go
the
back,
vehicle.
wash
I
my
can
shop.
sit with her if she wants me to.
We're trying to figure
Or just keep Harry in
Just
here.
keep Harry Harry's actually better than both of us, Chloe.
We're trying to determine what.
No, trust me.
Just sit right there then.
No, Chloe. Harry will
Chloe will
actually.
be okay. Chloe will be
No
okay.
TV.
Just let her.
We can have to sit with her if she wants me to.
We're trying to figure
Just keep Harry.
What's the magic word?
Please.
Are they on the alley side, or did they go right down the
Come
middle?
watch the show with me,
And
Chloe.
if they're on the
Harry will
alley
be
side,
fine.
then you have.
Just.
I'm gonna paint with me.
Come on, let's go get it. Let's sit down here though.
No.
Oh, just. I'll text you if I need you again.
Come on, Chloe. Chloe, let's watch this show. You're invested. I got her addicted to you here. Harry. Harry,
I'll text you if I need you again.
what about me? Chloe, let's watch this show. You're invested. I got her addicted to you. Bad. 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 Here, take that. That's a lot of sugar, isn't it? Those are the last two, by the way.
Whatever.
Obviously, a couple of options there. They're either in that building on the top of your screen, the pink one, or the taller building down below. One of those two, because we did not see them come out on the left-hand side. But
I'm not trying to yell. I gotta do something. Hold on. This is bugging me.
so a couple of options there. They're either in that building on the top of your screen, the pink one, or the taller building.
Who's mad?
Because we did not see them
Oh, I've done that now.
left-hand side.
Who's mad, babe?
Oh, that, yeah, I've done two. They had to fix that. Oops.
Did you say they're mad? Who's mad?
I said they'll probably get mad for me doing that, but this is doing good.
The pink one.
I have the right to do that.
At least they don't scream and yell until fucking 3 a.m.
Oh, they played the music till 3 a.m. this year.
I know they didn't. That's why I'm so tired. They're ass cats.
Not yesterday, the other.
No, yes.
It was last night, Chloe.
I'm gonna have to take these nails out, babe. Later.
Okay.
We'll wrap that up for you. Here we go. This is going to be the foot bail. So watch. They're going to jump out of the vehicle right here. That's one of the three. There's the second one.
No,
The
these are
backseat
bad.
guy in the red. The red shorts is the driver. So all three of them, you'll notice, they don't separate. They stay together. And that is a good thing because they're not spread out all over the neighborhood. They're all going down this sidewalk. Eventually, you're going to see them take a right. That's the important part of this pursuit. When they do take that right, watch closely
I'll
on
be
the
okay,
building
Chloe.
and what you see
Bailey will
around
come
it.
check
Are they
on
going-
me.
No, don't worry.
Bailey will come back and keep.
Hey, I'll bring Harry out. I'll get Harry.
It's,
Sit.
just put it up. It's okay. Just put it down. It'll be okay.
Where did it come from?
I'm not worried about it right now.
Oh, there's 4 nails that are fat. But I don't like how these are out because Harry closed. I don't like them out bad. I don't because of her.
Well,
Here, I'll go get Harry.
I'll
I'll make
be-
you something.
Sorry, guys.
down the alley or are they going down the sidewalk? So eventually,
My blood
right here,
sugar
there
was
you go.
really low,
so
so
it
I
is the
had to-
alley. They go down the alley between that pink building and the taller building, and then that's where we don't see them again. So something happened between that top building and the taller building in the foreground right there. They're in one of those two buildings because we can't see their behavior. But all three of them went there, which probably in a law enforcement standpoint, if they could find them all three together, then they have everybody.
Right. And again, these suspects are wanted for having a stolen vehicle and leading police on a wild and erratic and reckless pursuit. And there was a belief or report at one time that they could be armed.
Right. Okay. So, clarification: we're gonna continue to watch this story. Gabe is over it, and law enforcement is moving in. But we have a lot of important news to get to, so we're going to move on.
We have more breaking news. 9 firefighters injured, 2 in critical condition. You can see what's left of a truck after a fuel tank exploded in Wilmington. A ball of flame reaching as high as the top of nearby telephone poles. Residents advised to stay home as a precaution.
And we have live team coverage, including.
Yeah. Okay. Copy. Why aren't they stopping it?
You want to go out and see Chloe? Want Chloe? Come on. I'll be okay, buddy. I'll talk to Daddy if I need something, okay? I'll be okay.
Stay on this car for a sec.
God.
Six UCG 063. Okay. So they're going to talk to them, keep working this perimeter. I'm looking at 45, Jay, 45. On station. It is, huh? It's not, it's just in black, right? That's so weird. Yeah. I did. In the window. What was that, Jay? Copy, thank you. Okay. Copy. There was one in the window and one that walked down the alley, right? No. Oh, he did. They're right, yeah. this guy just freaked him out because they were like, don't know where he came from, who he is, and then they figured it out. Yeah. Their cars. Well, now you're thinking like a suspect. Yeah. They're watching our stream.
Or God. Oh, that was. Ugh. This is not even. I, yeah. This is not.
Switching to attack. No attack, switching to simplex. Looks like we're still streaming on some of the ABC7 streaming platforms. Thank you for joining us here. We're continuing to monitor the scene here at Willow Place and Long Beach Boulevard. Air 7 HD has been overhead for about 10 minutes where this pursuit came to an end. A erratic pursuit through the streets of South LA and Watts. A couple of suspects, 3 suspects in the vehicle. Looks like a crime scene, or at least closures going on there on Willow Place. LAPD watching the scene there. We did hear from one of the units on the ground that they're possibly going to scour the scene for ring camera video and things of that nature to see if they can get better visuals on who the suspect were. We do believe that the suspects are in this pink apartment complex, if you will. Jay, I'm watching it. Copy. YouTube. If you're keeping track at home, I know a lot of people like to monitor the scanner frequencies. It sounds like they've switched to the Southeast Simplex, so we're going to monitor that and see what else we can learn about this. We're hearing from other sources that they may have found a weapon in the vehicle, so that goes along with the earlier suspicion that LAPD was working with, that these suspects were possibly armed.
God. Dang.
Did you see LAPD go into that building, Rob? Widen out. I think they're dealing with something down the street, because they're talking about possibly apprehending a couple people. That's the pursuit vehicle. Those are looks like they've cleared the vehicle and taken those items out, put them on the roof. Copy, Jay. And this was the original pursuit vehicle. LAPD performing a search of that vehicle now. They ran into what else?
Initially, these guys ran into a black and white.
Oh, wow.
Both the officers are hurt,
Copy.
so it turned into an ADW. Oh, they had a gun, too. Great, thank you. Excellent. We got a gun out of the white car, too.
Really?
They talked
This was the one that we saw leaving the apartment. So they took these 3 into custody.
Shit.
Or is it? Because they were coming this way, right? But were we on the other side? Do they know where that other accident was? Yeah. That's the Nissan Altima. 6'3". UGC 063. What's the, oh, that one's 94, okay. So that is a different one. Yeah. From the live one or the one on tape? 063. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
It sounds like it. They said 3 in custody, and there they are.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, there's like no delay on this. We're trying to figure out, if you're still with us on one of our streams, we're trying to figure out what those individuals that have been detained up against the wall back there, what relation they have with this whole scene. LAPD has detained those individuals, and we were in contact with the area unit who informed us that they did, those individuals did have a gun. And the area unit also informed us that they did find a gun in the suspect vehicle of the original pursuit. So a lot of things to put together here as
Oh my
LAPD
god.
still has eyes on this pink house where we believe the original pursuit suspects are now in. A perimeter has been put up in the area with the LAPD air unit and units on the ground to make sure that no one enters or leaves the area without being seen or noted. And the next step will be LAPD making the decision on how to proceed, whether they move into the home or whether they wait. They do have the factor of time on their side. The LAPD can wait here all day and all night. They have other units that will start to report in for work later in the day, and they can take over this scene and relieve officers that are already on this scene, and they can wait out these suspects if they have to.
Oh, jeez.
Where'd this marine layer come from? Wasn't it sunny earlier? I'm on the simplex still. I think they're talking amongst themselves right now. Yeah, no, it's been great. Thank you. Ooh. Did they say where that was? Copy. What is it? Just the pursuit? Copy. Are we calling this South LAJ? You said 2-8, Rob? Thank you. $30.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. We'll see. They have video too, so it's fine. Yeah, David and Giovanna, this is the 2800 block of Willow Street. You can see their LAPD officers have their weapons drawn on this apartment building there. That is where they believe that these couple of suspects have ran to after this wild pursuit. Let's take a look at some video here and see what this pursuit looked like earlier. We kind of stayed in the South LA area, didn't really go on freeways, but a lot of erratic driving, a lot of driving on the wrong way of the street, a lot of possibly sideswiping other vehicles. Looking at the live pictures now, LAPD does have Willow closed just to the north of Long Beach Boulevard. Now, they did take 3 additional suspects into custody. Unknown what their connection is to this entire scene, but they're going to talk to them and try and gather that information. A weapon was also discovered in the original pursuit suspect's vehicle. We're going to keep an eye on this and bring you an update as this standoff continues in South LA. For now, live in Air 7 HD, Gabe Santos, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
It looks like it's smooth.
Okay, guys, just again. I'll be right back, guys. Wait 1 second.
You're ruining your moment. I just realized that
What?
it's 207 or something like that. No,
I'm okay now, baby.
you're fine.
If I need something, I'll text Bailey, okay? I'll be okay, baby. Chloe, you're gonna watch a movie with Bailey, I thought. It's scary. But you're watching a movie with Bailey.
I'm trying to teach you. So, here, look at me. Look at me. You know what I mean to you? You listen. And you need to do.
Hey, you could go watch a movie.
Hey,
Let's watch a movie.
Chloe, listen to me. I was always the same way as you. No, hold on. Stop. Get out of that room. Gary. There's no protections on the film. Come on, hurry up for this train and then see. I don't want to. That's part 1 of 2. I want to finish your series. Go to your room, we'll go pick it up, please.
What's in my room and be quiet.
Well,
Be quiet then. I'm gonna sit.
over here, you're gonna get it. Please do not let her get it. I spent money on that.
Yes, babe.
What did you?
Yes, babe. Yeah.
I think I spent 15 or 30 bucks.
Oh boy.
That's a lot.
And they're not that small.
Yeah.
Or they're not, besides the Charizard, the Yangon.
Yeah.
Here, you can come in here too, if you want.
Just lay down. Just
Oh,
lay
yeah. I wanna see if he lays down.
Come on.
He's going, hold on.
We're looking for a spot.
Babe,
Just
he knows you were upset.
She good now?
Then you grab this. Then you grab this. Watch. Look.
No, he's done.
sit down.
No, I know how to do
Yes,
that.
babe. No.
And got this plushie.
Wanna go watch this go? What do you want?
Sailing all
You
the way
want a
down.
snack? Let's go find a snack. You need to help me find you a snack. She just said she was. You said you were hungry.
I'm talking about at 3 o'clock.
What time is it?
It's 2.
Babe, how was it?
2:10.
Here, if you're hungry, do not ask mom. Ask me.
Well, it's okay.
Oh my god, you already made a hole down.
Okay.
That took a while. Babe? Babe.
Yes, babe.
Look. Look. It's about
Yes,
3
I
weeks.
see. I see. Volt Chase, CHP chase driver and reported stolen vehicle on 405 freeway
You want cheese ends?
in Sepulveda Pass. Are they in the dryer? Okay.
Down to LAX. I don't see any delays on the South 405. Maybe a momentary slowdown from time to time because that's when it gets
I'm not
dicey.
worried about
Colleen
everything.
and Mark, you know, it's when the suspect gets into a situation where they can't continue. Sometimes we see the driving
She's
extremely
screaming.
erratic.
She can't.
I'll do it in a bit.
You're right, Scott, right there. I know that I believe that the CHP gave it over to the LAPD West LA Division. So we will see who is
Yes,
that the
Chloe,
CHP
just
behind them,
stop.
or is it the LAPD? It still looks like the
watch it
CHP right
right
there, still taking the lead on this
Yeah,
pursuit.
I'd be surprised if they hand it off as long as it's on the freeway like
Oh,
this. If it
watch
gets
it
onto the
right
surface
now.
streets, you know, LAPD just is going to be so much better at handling it. And the CHP more than
Not
likely will
take
keep it.
my
There's an
laundry
LAPD
right
helicopter
now.
overhead, though, and I think a sheriff's helicopter may be en route as well. We want to back off a little bit if we could here. We don't want to get too steep on it. But it looks like right now it is CHP. It's pretty hard to put out a spike strip in conditions like this. It's possible, but usually that only happens when they can back up traffic behind the individual and then get a patrol car out front, or if the individual drives slower than the rate of traffic, because it'd be really hard to throw out a spike strip and try and get the tires flat on that vehicle in traffic like this. But we're seeing a little more than the speed limit. About 75 miles an hour has been the max that we've seen at this point in time. But it's tough. You know, you can have a lot of people inside that minivan, and CHP may know, but at this point in time, we don't have any more information than just the driver. But obviously, if there was, several people inside, it really endangers a lot of folks here.
Absolutely. And as you say that, Scott, it looks like, I don't know if that's a person, but something there in the passenger side of the vehicle, not a person, some kind of bags or something there. So yeah, at least the driver here in this minivan, again, reported stolen on the 405 South. It is already past sunset. And it's interesting, you spoke about the potential here of spike strips. I think it was just a week ago we had a similar pursuit where officers actually did deploy on a freeway, but it was on the shoulder. But yeah, so very difficult to figure out how to do that and, of course, not impact other drivers on the road. But Scott, I mean, you've seen it all.
Yeah, you know, I just heard a report from Jay. He monitors the CHP scanners, and he told me they're going to try and set up a spike strip at Santa Monica Boulevard. We're past that. I don't know how that would be possible, to be honest with you. If the vehicle was in the carpool lane and you had a patrol car in the center divider, you'd be able to throw it out, but you can't throw out a spike strip and give flats to a bunch of other vehicles with the cars in the center lane. So I don't really think that under the conditions we're seeing right now, that is going to work. If the suspect gets into the shoulder or the carpool lane or the right shoulder, then they might be able to try that. Here's another patrol car coming up pretty quick behind him, too, at this point in time. So we assume in situations like this that the CHP has a lot more information than we do. They probably have some sort of idea who may be in that vehicle. Maybe not. It comes back stolen. So, certainly they're running their checks right now. They're talking to the registered owner, things of that nature. We're on the 405 southbound. We're coming up on the 10, and it looks like the suspect is not going to transition onto the Santa Monica Freeway, but it's going to continue southbound here down through Culver City and, down towards LAX and Inglewood.
Yeah, and Scott, you know, we talk about these, sometimes it's just the routine traffic stop that then triggers a pursuit because the suspect may actually be connected to something else. Like, why would the car be coming back as a stolen car? Was it connected to any sort of possible crime that led up to this pursuit? That's why it's always so stressful when you watch these pursuits and the person just doesn't want to pull over. But you know what I'm watching, obviously, it's remarkable. I know that the person is driving over the speed limit, but so many do in this area of the 405. But a lot of cars were sort of passing it on, you know, on the left side, on the carpool lane.
Yeah.
I don't know how people are responding to this, because when I see police in my rearview mirror, I get over.
Yeah, it's curious when you're following a pursuit and the vehicle's doing the speed limit or a little more than the speed limit, and then somebody comes along and passes them. But I've seen that in the past. It's actually almost comical in a way that they would do that. But right now the suspect's doing, basically not swerving in and out of traffic, doing about the speed limit, you know, 65 up to 75. But in some cases, that's just the flow of traffic in this area, right? 75 miles an hour. Now, we're going to come up on a situation here where it's going to be really difficult for us and the LAPD helicopter that's flying overhead to continue to follow this vehicle, and they will not let us cross the extended center line at LAX. They have traffic lined up for 15 miles on final, coming in from the east, landing at LAX, and there's no way they're going to let us disrupt that. Or, oh boy, what is that? Was that a spike strip?
May have been.
May have
been.
May have been.
Wow.
I don't know where it came from, though, unless a patrol car somehow got it out there.
Maybe they were on the northbound side.
Extremely quick, erratic movement. Yeah, I don't. Well, yeah, we're headed south, so that would have been tricky to throw it over the K-rail. But that was interesting. Although I don't see the tires going flat, but they don't go flat immediately. If it did hit a spike strip, it would take a little time. They don't want it to blow up, and then all of a sudden have the vehicle, you know, swerve out of control and hurt somebody. So if it was effective, we are going to see that here in the next couple of minutes. But it certainly was an erratic turn. I couldn't see the spike strip, but it could have been that. And I was explaining what's coming up ahead. There is some heavy traffic on the 405 southbound around Centinela. That's south of the 90, and then that's the route that we cannot continue to follow. We can cross over LAX at 2000. We'll still keep a glimpse of it, but we won't be able to be right overhead. And it does look at this point in time, from what I can tell in my monitor, it doesn't appear that they have a flat.
It does not. No, it doesn't. And the person inside the car as well, the driver, doesn't look like they are extremely stressed. You know, sometimes we see them fumbling around with phones and, you know, flailing their arms and everything, but it looks like they are pretty calm. But again, it makes me nervous, by the way, Scott, when you talk about doing a spike strip on the freeway and you see that really quick, you know, movement that driver made. That does put a lot of people in jeopardy. I mean, that car could flip.
And you wonder if it's going to change the posture of this driver. And again, we're not sure if this is a man or a woman behind the wheel, but I'm confident our team is working behind the scenes probably to re-rack that video of the potential spike strip. So when we have that ready, we'll get it for you. Scott, when we see things like that occur, in your experience covering these, do you often see the posture of these drivers escalate and change? Because things can certainly take a turn in these pursuits.
There's no question. It's so dynamic. I mean, you just never know, right? You'll see that happen, and sometimes a person will give up. Sometimes a person will get really erratic and start driving crazy. If that was a spike strip, I just don't know where it came from. I mean, it's not in the carpool lane. It was in the fast lane, and I don't know where it would have came from. I didn't see a CHP vehicle on the shoulder to have to throw that spike strip out. So it'll be interesting when we get that re-rack to take a look at it to see if that's what it was, or I don't know, maybe the driver just, you know, hit the steering wheel real quick, looking at the phone or something. But it'll be interesting.
Very possibly they were avoiding debris.
That's possible, yeah. We're going to see here in a little bit, or you'll see our shot is going to be really tough for us to keep. We're coming up on LAX, and we're looking at the 405 freeway southbound at Hughes Parkway, and we'll have to fly right over top of the freeway at 2,500 feet. That's our path to fly over the freeway, or over this area to fly over LAX, and then we can follow it on the freeway. But at that point in time, there'll be issues where we will lose it. You'll see just the angle as such. And then if the suspect continues onto the 105 or continues south on the 405 past the 105, of course, we can get back over the freeway and follow it there. But we haven't seen a lot of erratic driving. You know, in some cases in pursuits like this, they'll just back off. I mean, depending on what's going on, depending if they might have some idea who the suspect is, if they can get them later. But if it came back stolen, it's still stolen. They don't have any information on the driver, and the driver's not driving too erratically. They'll probably continue to follow, and then things get dicey when you get off the freeway into the surface streets, because then you just have people walking, you have people on their bicycles. Of course, it could just be so extremely dangerous. But these speeds right now don't seem all that dangerous. The suspect, for the most part, staying in the same lane and doing about the flow of traffic.
Yeah, the vehicle right now passing Howard Hughes and La Tijera on the 405 in the Westchester area. And Scott, right now we do have that video from about 5 to 10 minutes ago of the... Yep, there was a spike strip right there.
Did you see it?
And I did see it. Right here, slow motion. There it is right there. It was in between the carpool lane and the fast lane, and the driver did avoid the spike strip. Unclear if the CHP was simply on the shoulder next to the HOV lane, or if they were potentially staged on the northbound side of the freeway and got over the median. Yeah, I think it was an officer on the northbound side.
How did they stop people from hitting that spike strip behind him as well? So that was interesting. So unfortunately, it didn't work. If it would have, then we would have had a vehicle that was going very slow at this point in time on a rim almost.
According to our producer, and I think I caught a glimpse of it as well, it was tough right as it was passing. It looked like it was a motorcycle officer who was assisting there in deploying that spike strip. So they gave it a shot. Again, we don't see that too frequently on the freeway at full speed, but there's the proof right there. Good work by Air 7 and our team behind the scenes. Scott, you mentioned here about potentially backing off, giving up in terms of law enforcement. That being said, let's say that this driver, the van, has a full tank of fuel. The fact that it's not otherwise erratic, there's otherwise nothing overly dangerous about their driving, do they potentially have time on their side, and they just follow this person and let it play out?
Yeah, we just heard the report that at Century Boulevard, I think that's Century right there, they might try another spike strip, so it'll be interesting. We'll open up a little wide. We're basically now south of LAX. The vehicle's coming southbound towards us. They'll come up on the 105 freeway here in a moment. There's Manchester, so they're crossing that. That would have been about where the spike strip is if they were going to do one, but certainly if it was dropped from a motorcycle, I've never seen that before. That would be a first. There's a CHP vehicle on the shoulder there, and so at this point in time, it's interesting. If they continue 405 freeway south, we'll be going around the South Bay curve. But there really doesn't appear to be much in the way of traffic on the 405 South, all the way down from what I can tell down into Torrance, a little slow around Crenshaw. But overall, it looks like this type of volume on the freeway, this entire stretch.
It's pretty remarkable that this stretch of the 405 is so light compared to what many of us see on a daily basis. And I'm also, if it were yesterday, there was such a dense cloud cover over this area. So you really are getting some really incredible, visibility of this car, this minivan. Again, we don't know if there's anybody other than the driver in this minivan, and that was remarkable to see the spike strip. But again, if they can do a spike strip closer, it's got to be such a delicate balance because there's so many cars, the volume of cars on the freeway for them to get the right car and not another car tangled up into one of those spike strips is also, I would think, Scott, would be very delicate to do.
It's not easy because usually they throw it out and they pull it right back. So the vehicle behind it doesn't get a flat, right? In most cases, they throw it out, they toss it, they wait till the car goes by and they pull it back. But there was no officers there. Somehow they just got out in the middle of the roadway and then they vacated that area just to see if that vehicle would hit it. And unfortunately, they were able to see it and then swerve around it. We didn't see it happen at Century. We're on the 405 freeway southbound now. We're coming up around Hawthorne Boulevard. I think they mentioned or we heard they may try it again around Hawthorne Boulevard. So it looks like their strategy right now is the spike strip and then to stay behind the vehicle. They have a helicopter overhead. At this point in time, I don't think they'll get too aggressive because it's not a threat to the community right now. We're not seeing a driver that's so erratic, but these things can change. I'll tell you that much. We've followed a lot of pursuits where you'd see demeanor just like this, and then all of a sudden the suspect would start driving crazy and erratically. But we haven't seen that yet, so I don't think they'll be too aggressive in this case. They'll just continue to follow it and see if maybe they can get a spike strip on that vehicle, get the tires flat, and then at that point in time, they'll know that it's going to be slow enough. Now, boy, they are running a traffic break on the 405 freeway northbound. I think that is Crenshaw or Hawthorne Boulevard. So that's interesting. Maybe it's a separate incident altogether. Maybe an accident on the 405 north that I'm looking at. I don't know why they shut down all lanes of the 405 northbound at Hawthorne, but you will see it in a moment as we come southbound. I don't know if that's some strategy.
Scott, let me jump in. I think it's because they're trying another spike strip at that location. We're getting word from our desk. Yeah, they may be trying another spike strip, and so that, of course, allows them more space to do that safely for the officers. So let's watch closely. You got our eyes and ears there to see what you see as we approach Hawthorne.
It'll be interesting. I don't remember them shutting down a freeway in one direction to throw out a spike strip before. So, some new techniques, some new strategies, and the suspect's coming up on this in just a moment. So traffic does start to slow, unfortunately. You shut down all lanes northbound, and you're going to see the vehicle's going to hit slow traffic here, and that could make it a little more difficult. And the reason is everybody's slowing down to look at the northbound closure. You see on the right side of your screen, you're going to see in a moment, the freeway is closed, so everybody's slowing. Go back if you would. Now, that's enough. And then we can look in here to see if there's a seat. Go pick up the vehicle for me, would you please? I want to see the vehicle.
I do. My heart goes out to those people on the other side of the freeway who are going to get snared into this pursuit as well. Ooh.
Yeah, it won't be long, though. I mean, as soon as this vehicle goes by, they're going to let traffic go, and there's no delays on the northbound side, so that was wide open. They're not going to be delayed for long. But if it's going to happen, this is where it's going to happen. But because traffic is slowed down so much, because they closed the northbound side, I think it's going to make the spike strip that much more difficult because the suspect will have time to move and get away. There they are. You see, they tried it right there. You saw the officer at the top of your screen. And not going to work. When you shut down all lanes of the 405 freeway northbound, all the southbound traffic slows, and then the vehicle's traveling at such a slow rate of speed, the spike strip's just not going to work.
Right, and they can make some more decisions. And it is interesting. I was thinking maybe that.
Oh, well, my bad. I'm hearing the spike strip is successful. So let's see. I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either.
I definitely did not see that they got it.
Well,
that came across on a scanner report, so we'll know here in a moment. We certainly will know in a moment, but I certainly didn't see it. That was a great job if they got it.
Yeah, if anything, it'd be on the left side tires, because certainly the right side did not see any impact there. Still going 75 miles per hour right now on the 405 South, passing Artesia into northwest Torrance, now up to 80 miles per hour. And Colleen, you spoke to this earlier. The posture of this driver, I mean, they're just 10 and 2 on the wheel. They don't seem to be bothered by anything that's going on.
And you see all of these CHP officers behind them, and that is not flustering them. And again, you know, a lot of people, you know, Mark, you know a lot about cars, but I don't think a minivan would have run flats. So it's not as though these tires can deflate for a long period of time. They usually go out pretty quickly.
Yeah, one would assume. Looking here at some notes that's coming through right now, we're now getting clarification, perhaps not negative on the successful spike strip. They thought that they got it, but now they're saying no. And that kind of makes sense to what we saw from the air, that there was not successful. The driver moved over to the right too much, and there were too many cars, and he or she kind of got over to the middle lane. I think just the distance was too far for that officer. You saw them kind of pulling back in that moment.
Yeah, the other one was close, obviously, because they were traveling at a high rate of speed, and they didn't see it till the last moment. But when traffic stopped on the 405 South because of the northbound activity, then the suspect just sort of figured out what was going on and saw everything that happened. But it's a little insight in what happens. You know, we report on these pursuits, and we get a lot of information. And even the CHP and the LAPD, and now we have a sheriff's helicopter overhead, sometimes you get information and they think something happened, or they think it's this, or they think it's that, and it turns out to be something else. So in that case, they actually thought initially they got it. Obviously, they didn't. But, you know, we're not seeing extremely high speeds on this pursuit. As I mentioned earlier, I think they're going to be fairly non-aggressive on this. I don't know that they'll continue to throw out spike strips. I guess they'd like to get it stopped, but right now we just have this minivan, this gray Toyota minivan, came back stolen on the 405 South out of the San Fernando Valley and just basically driving the speed limit, not really trying to swerve in and out of traffic, not really endangering anybody at this point in time. It'll be interesting, you know, there may be more than just the driver inside that minivan. We can't tell. They may have some idea who it is at this point in time, and I'm sure they have a lot more information than us. But right now we're on the 405 southbound. We've left the South Bay curve. We're on that little portion of coming down into Carson towards the 110 freeway. And from what I can tell, the South 405 looks to get all the way down into Long Beach.
That's pretty remarkable. Again, we're talking about the traffic because it's not always the case on the 405, as many of us know, especially going through the South Bay. But again, because the CHP are staying on this minivan for so long, and the minivan is not showing to be driving erratically, it just leads me to believe that it can't just be a stolen minivan. There might be something connected to it that, again, we don't know about. I just hope
we did get some new information. It turns out they do know who the driver is, whether it's stolen or not. You know, like I said, we get some information. Sometimes it comes and it goes, and it's accurate, and it's not. It just happens too quickly to verify. That's what police believe. But they do believe it's a female, and they know who it is, so it is a female. More than likely, they got that correct. But they're having mental health issues. So it sort of, you know, exasperates things. It makes things a little more difficult for them. But they do know who it is at this point in time. And fortunately, we're not seeing this person drive too aggressively.
I was going to say that view through the windshield, it did have the appearance of a woman behind the wheel. So good to get that information out, Scott. Again, if you're just joining us here, 1142, you're looking at this live pursuit from Air 7, a minivan. We've been following it now for the better part of 20 minutes or so. It's gone past LAX, now approaching the South Bay into the San Pedro area. So there will be some decisions to make, whether they stay on the 405 or take some other routes as we get further south here. And Scott, how many officers currently are in pursuit? I mean, they're not giving up whatsoever.
It looks like there's 3. Why don't you open up another shot? And there's another one even further back. So there's 3 patrol cars, and then we won't go, stay on the van. We won't go further, about another quarter mile behind that. There's another patrol car. I've seen a lot of patrol cars on the on-ramps. Looking, I think we're coming up here on maybe Carson, Main Street on the 405 southbound, and Avalon, actually. And I don't see any officers in the center divider. I don't see them setting anything up to try and do another spike strip. They may. That may be the strategy for them right now, to try that again. But it's pretty difficult. As he mentioned initially, I didn't think a spike strip was really going to be all that effective when the vehicles like this. It's just really difficult. If the person's in the carpool lane and they stay in the carpool lane, spike strip kind of works, right? You can throw it out real quick, maybe from the opposite direction. If they're in the right shoulder, it really works because you get a patrol car, to sort of hide behind a K-rail and then throw it out real quick when he gets there. But when they're in the number 1 lane and you have that carpool lane and you have several lanes to the right, it's really difficult to get them with a spike strip. And they're not going to try anything any more aggressive than that, I don't believe, because right now we're not seeing anything really endangering the public. I mean, 80 miles an hour, that's still pretty high rate of speed, but you can tell the normal flow here is over 70, and we don't see the suspect, you know, swerving in and out of traffic. If that was the case, they might be considering, you know, more aggressive tactics to stop this, but right now, I don't think they will. And I can see down into Long Beach and almost into Seal Beach now, and I just don't see much in the way of heavy traffic. Some pockets of slow traffic, but, you know, nothing that's really going to slow the suspect down a lot.
Yeah, and it does seem like they are keeping a decent distance between themselves and the car in front of them. Just a moment ago, there was one car that was sort of about to slow them down pretty well, and the car got over. You would not know know that there is a pursuit happening with that minivan because the minivan is not driving at crazy high speeds, making erratic moves. I do feel for the person, though, if they are suffering from a mental health emergency, I do wonder if that does take the CHP a little bit back to figure out how are we going to approach this, because Scott, as you know, Mark, as you know, the CHP, they are so well choreographed with their pursuits that they have their watch commander telling them what they should do, how far forward, behind, how many cars should be in their rear view mirror, because you don't want it to trigger this person any more than what they're going through right now, but you do want them to pull over.
Certainly, yeah. Mental health, not a crime, but the stolen aspect is. So you got multiple things at play here, but that does come into being a major factor when this pursuit comes to an end, you know, how they approach it. Absolutely. Negotiating tactics, getting the driver to get out, surrender, throw out the keys. That, of course, is the end goal here. And we watch and we wait. 65 miles per hour here, 405 South. Scott, the driver, the woman here, is going to have some options. It would seem the most logical for them is just continue straight on the 405. Perhaps once we get down to the 22, that's an easier turn for them to take if they want to take the 22 further into Orange County. Some options, but definitely the 405. Plenty of road here for this driver just to continue.
Yeah, no question about that. I'd be surprised if they're not communicating with this individual. I mean, who doesn't have a cell phone? Whether it's the family talking to the woman who's driving this vehicle or the CHP, they're just trying to get them to give themselves up. And I'd be surprised if that's not going on. It's possible that it's not, but more than likely, now that they know who it is, they're going to have some way to get a hold of that person, either through a family member or through the police. And we don't see the vehicle really doing anything or thinking about getting off of the freeway ever since we got on it. We picked it up, around Getty Center Drive on the 405 South. I think it started up around Burbank Boulevard in Van Nuys, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in that area. That's when we started to hear about it. Anyways, and then the suspect, for the most part, has been on the 405 the whole way. Well, the whole way has been on the 405, but the most part in the fast lane, just staying in that lane until traffic slowed down and they tried that spike strip and shut down the northbound lanes. Then the suspect swerved into the center lane for a moment and then swerved out of the spike strip that they tried to throw on the freeway in that West LA area. But besides that, they're just continuing south, and I just have a feeling that the CHP at this point in time is going to say, let's just follow. Right now, it's not a danger. I don't know that it's even worth a spike strip, but they may try it again. But at this point in time, we're not looking at one of those pursuits like why we have to get this suspect in custody. This is a dangerous person. They're going to go out and harm somebody else. They're a wanted felon who's violent. That's not what we have here. We have someone with mental health issues, a female, according to reports. They're driving a little more than the speed limit. They're not swerving. They have control of the vehicle. Doesn't appear they're under the influence of drugs or alcohol. We're not seeing erratic driving like that. And I think unless the demeanor changes, the driving changes of the suspect, they're just going to follow it. And then it's like, how much gas do they have and how far are they willing to go? Because, we have enough gas, we could be down in Mexico.
Right, exactly. Scott, and again, you've hit on every part of it, just saying that they don't appear to be a danger to their community where they are right now. It doesn't look like it. They're driving really, within the rules of the road, a little bit fast, but everyone's going to slow down when they see a CHP officer right there. Now, I wanted to clarify, it is a stolen vehicle, or was it,
I don't think that has changed. I don't think that's changed, yeah.
Yeah, but I can tell you from just experience of covering this pursuit, it came out as a stolen vehicle. It may be a stolen vehicle. It may not be a stolen vehicle. It could have been someone that, somebody took my car, and it's the sister of someone, and then that person's not stopping. And so sort of it's stolen. It came back stolen. There have been many pursuits I've covered in the past where they said it was stolen, and then it turns out it really wasn't stolen. It was someone borrowed the car kind of thing. So, we don't know, but for sure, like I mentioned earlier, some of the information comes in so quickly, doesn't get verified. They go with it, and they stay with it until they get something different. At this point in time, though, we haven't heard any change. They're considering it, at least as far as the information they give us is still stolen. But, once again, someone with mental health issues, I don't think they're going to get aggressive at all. I think we're just going to end up following this until the suspect finally decides to give themselves up. I don't think they're going to get real aggressive and try and stopping it, at least not on the freeway, that's for sure.
Yeah, at least sometimes an indicator of that, of their demeanor and, their mental state, is when they get off the freeway. Should that happen, that's where you can see things change when it comes to red lights and crosswalks and how they drive once they get off the freeway. But again, at this point, there's been no indication that this driver is interested in getting off the freeway. That driver there getting out of the way, very wise. But again, as you're driving here down the freeway on the 405, you're not expecting this to come up behind you, right? No. You're just cruising along. I mean, yeah, you use your rearview mirror, but you're not always focused on what's coming up behind you. And then here comes this pursuit out of nowhere.
Minivan, you're thinking, why is this minivan coming up so quickly behind me? And then you might see that CHP, but because they don't have so many CHP trailing, and I don't know if they're lights and sirens. They were thinking about getting over there, the driver right then and there. But again, yes, a lot of things going through this driver's mind. I'm sure they might be contemplating, am I running out of gas? Do I need to get over? At some point, do I need to surrender? But knowing that the CHP knows who is inside that minivan, driving the minivan, and they know that female is suffering some sort of mental health issue. At least we have a little bit of an idea.
And since we learned about the mental health aspect here with the suspect behind the wheel, it does seem like they pulled back, Scott mentioned this, on using the spike strip as a tool. Much slower here, now kind of at a crawl, and CHP units right there behind this driver. But it does seem that they pulled back on the tactic of using a spike strip. When it's available, I know our team behind the scenes was working on getting video from maybe 15, 20 minutes ago of that second spike attempt. When we have that ready, we'll show it to you. That one was far less successful. Both of them were not successful, but that one, the driver got over to the middle lane, and it was going way too slow for it really to work. So when we have that ready, we'll show it to you. But we have seen at least 2 attempts here on the spike strip. Whether they do try it again, we'll have to wait and see. But Scott, traffic here, if you could hear us, this is a difference as far as the traffic. This is perhaps the slowest that we've seen it.
And this is a lot of times when these things get dicey. A suspect gets a little desperate. They don't want to be caught, obviously. They don't want to give themselves up. Who knows what's going on inside their head? But when you get to a spot where traffic stops, then you see them get erratic from time to time because they get that flight. You know, they just got to get away. They just try and flee. And we do see from time to time the pursuits get pretty dangerous when they get into traffic that's stopped, and the suspect has to make a decision on whether they're going to continue to get away and drive dangerously, or if they're basically going to slow down and obey the traffic laws like the suspect has been doing for the most part. So we had just a little bit of a slowdown there on the 405 southbound as we come down into Seal Beach. We're coming up on the 605 freeway here in a moment. Suspect could get on the 605 north, but they've been on the 405 since the valley, and we'll just have to wait and see. We pushed in. It doesn't look like there's anybody in the passenger seat. It's unclear if there are other people inside the vehicle. The back windows seem to be tinted, but CHP may have a better handle on that than we do. We just can't tell. But I would be surprised if they do something too erratic, although the patrol car seems to be fairly close and speeding up. And we're also now seeing speeds as high, if not higher, than we saw earlier. We're up above 90 miles an hour now. So, you know, that happens a lot in these pursuits that I followed. Sometimes you'll have a pursuit and somebody be driving pretty calmly, and then all of a sudden something just triggers and they get scared, or they decide, you know, I've got to do something different, and all of a sudden they start driving erratically and start driving at a really high rate of speed. And it wouldn't surprise me if at some point in time they just back off this pursuit. They know who it is. They know they're going to take them into custody sometime. They're going to come back home. They have mental health issues. It wouldn't surprise me if they just back off and say, okay, let them go. Get them later.
I wish we knew more about the stolen aspect that you were speaking about. Who knows exactly what occurred with the stolen van? But was it family? Was there a weapon involved? What was the nature of that crime? Because that could change everything.
Or if there's anyone inside this vehicle.
Yeah, now that would complicate things. If there's somebody else inside the vehicle, that would change everything. Even if it is stolen, though, they're going to get the car back. They're going to find the car. You know, it's like somebody driving it away to a chop shop, and you're never going to see your vehicle again. There's less chance of them crashing with nobody behind them, and they're going to get this person. If they have a phone, they're pinging it, so they know with that person, they know who the person is. If that person has a phone, they can track them. So, like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if they back off. But there's a CHP supervisor, as you mentioned, Colleen. They're watching this. They're keeping an eye on it. And, you know, that's just my guess, right? But they got a lot better information than I have. So I'm sure they're going to do what they feel is best to get this thing to conclude without anybody being hurt, because that's really the main thing. I mean, they're having a mental health crisis. We have to be conscientious of that fact. And right now, it really isn't a danger to the public. So we just hope this thing ends with this individual giving themselves up and they get the help that they need.
Absolutely. And by the way, speaking of giving us a little more insight into how law enforcement do conduct these pursuits, we're going to go to Bruce Thomas. He's on the phone with us, a law enforcement expert. Bruce, thank you so much for joining us during this pursuit. You're seeing this minivan. It's reportedly stolen, but authorities do know the driver inside. They say that it's a female driver suffering from a mental health issue. But now you're seeing another CHP officer getting up a little bit more aggressively towards this minivan. But what are your thoughts? What do you think that the watch commander is thinking about when they're trying to gauge how are we going to stay pursuit and how are we going to pull this person over?
Well, as you said, you know, are there mental health issues? The fact that they know who the driver is, things like as we heard earlier, that it was taken from without consent. So is it a stolen vehicle? Not really. But in this case, they seem to know a lot of information about the driver, and that weighs to a good fact for them. But it could be a mental health crisis that we're seeing.
Yeah. We're seeing the driver sort of moving in and out of some lanes now, Bruce, but I'm curious to see, they haven't really been breaking many laws except for not pulling over, which is a huge one. I can't imagine just fleeing from police, but do you think they just let this driver just keep going?
Well, you know, you weigh safety for the suspect, safety for the officers, safety for the general public. And as long as those three things are met, then you just will stay behind it and you'll chase it. In this case, the only, like you said, the violations are he took the vehicle, or she took the vehicle, and the speed. But everything else, they seem to be following the rules of the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, over the speed limit, but nothing excessive. You know, we haven't seen near 100 miles per hour, thank goodness. Okay, Bruce Thomas on the phone with us. Thank you, stand by. Back to Scott Reif in our helicopter, Air 7. Scott, since we've been on this now for, well, about 40 minutes or so, through the 405 and LAX, where traffic has been light, still light right now, what are you seeing down the road? Does the road remain open here as this driver heads south?
It does, Mark. A transmission, if you hear me, we have an echo. If you could get rid of that for me, I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't see any traffic here on the 405 freeway southbound, all the way down past John Wayne Airport. I can see the John Wayne Airport, but past that point, I do not see any traffic at all. It's smooth sailing. You know, ever since they redid this stretch of freeway, it's been a long time, but the 405 through here was just horrible. If you drove it, you knew that. But you have 8 lanes in both directions on some stretches here as you make your way down into Orange County. So without an incident this time of the morning, the late morning, you're going to see pretty good speeds in the early afternoon. You can tell right there how many lanes they have. And boy, it used to be a parking lot before they did that. But right now, you know, it's just one of those wait-and-see games, right? The suspect, if they don't continue to drive more erratically, the CHP is just going to follow them until they stop. And at some point, they have to stop, right? They're going to run out of gas, and, you know, hopefully they do that well before they run out of gas, depending on how much, you know, fuel is in that vehicle, because it could be a long, long time. But at this point in time, I don't see them getting too much more aggressive on this. But then again, you know, we talk about the mental health issues with the suspect. We talk about the stolen vehicle. That's just what we know, right? And there's a really good feeling that I have that they know a lot more than that, and we just don't know it yet. So that may be the reason why they're just staying on the vehicle and not just letting them go. So we follow these things, and we know that they train for this, so they've got really good procedures and strategies. And at this point in time, no one seems to be endangered, and I think they're just going to follow along until the suspect stops.
Yeah, and if it is a mental health issue, as they report, you know, you also worry about self-harm if, you know, she has any type of a weapon when this comes to a stop. Absolutely. So we're going to have to watch and wait for that. Our viewers here, we're coming up on the noon hour. We want to let you know that we're going to stay on top of this. We're going to stay on the air with this pursuit because of all of the unknowns of how this may end. And, of course, the concern on the road for other drivers. 405 South right now, it has gone through the Westminster area, should be coming through Fountain Valley, and then deeper into Orange County, Irvine, and Newport Beach. That's where this driver is headed. So a lot of concern, a lot of questions, not knowing exactly the circumstances of how the van was stolen. Does she know the victim, the owner of this van, or you know, how did it exactly go down? So we've been watching this now for the better part of 40 minutes, and we're going to stay on it right now at noon. Mark Cota-Robles here at Colleen Sullivan. You're watching breaking news of this pursuit. Scott Reif live at Air 7. We have Bruce Thomas on the phone as well. And CHP has been following this stolen minivan through Southern California, Los Angeles, into Orange County. And Scott, CHP has remained on the pursuit. And since it's going to stay here on the freeway, jurisdictions, do we ever see them change from one part of CHP to a southern portion?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's different bureaus, right? And they may do that just to keep a patrol car, you know, somebody who's working out of the valley probably doesn't want to follow this all the way down into South Orange County. So I'm assuming, I don't know this for sure, but I'm assuming that they just have whatever jurisdiction that the pursuit is in, they'll have that jurisdiction, those officers following it. It's Westminster CHP now, I understand. Jay just gave me that. We're in the Westminster area, so that makes sense, and I think they switch off. But I don't think they'll switch it off to any other jurisdiction as long as it's on the freeway. Now, if it gets off of the freeway, it's really interesting on these pursuits because in different jurisdictions, like I think if this would have got off in an LAPD area, I'm pretty sure LAPD would have said, okay, forget about it, let him go. That's what I've been seeing. That seems like, you know, and then the sheriff's kind of the same thing lately. They just don't want to pursue incidences and make them worse in a case that maybe the suspect will drive erratically, unless it's somebody they feel they need to get in custody. If you've got somebody who's a hardened criminal and they have a weapon, they're not going to back off. That's just not going to happen. But in this case, we don't believe that to be the case. We believe it's just someone with mental health issues in that minivan on the 405 southbound. We won't be far. We'll be coming up on John Wayne Airport here pretty soon. Now, there are some areas, though, like I think if we got down on the 405 down towards Camp Pendleton, the fog never burned off, and I don't think we'd be able to get underneath that and follow it. But if the individual stays on the 405, depending on how much fuel they have, this could continue for some time, even down into San Diego County real quick. So we're not seeing them drive erratically, about the speed limit, a little higher than the flow of traffic, all on freeways so far, and they haven't come up on any areas where they were stuck. And that's where it gets dicey when the suspect comes up on a spot where traffic is stopped. They have to make a decision at that point in time. Am I going to try and swerve in and out of these vehicles, maybe even hit one to get away? We haven't really seen a situation where the suspect had to make that type of decision. There was a couple spots when the spike strip came out, they had to turn real quick, but they had great control of the vehicle when that happened. And then when they ran the traffic brake on the northbound side to throw out another spike strip, traffic got slowed and the suspect did have to swerve a little bit. But where they get dicey, what I've seen in the past, is when the suspect gets cornered. And we haven't seen that, and as I look out my window, I don't see any delays on the 405, you know, all the way down into San Juan Capistrano.
Yeah, you know, we're going to talk about the spike strip attempts and talking about this driver not wanting to be pulled over. We're going to show you some video from earlier, you can see this one. That's the one time we saw this driver swerve. That was the most aggressive this pursuit got, was when this one moment coming up, you can see it right there. They passed it. I think that we're learning that maybe a motorcycle officer on the other side of the 405 North threw it over. This driver swerved, missed it, and then there was a second attempt. That was when the driver on the 405 North was closed, so then traffic started building up. And you see it right there. The police, the CHP right there, going back to their car, but they did try to do another spike strip where this minivan driver avoided it again. So we know that they'd like to pull over this person. We know the person does not, the suspect just does not want to be taken into custody, at least not yet. So they have made two decisions where they are not going to go on the spike strip.
Yeah, I think on that first attempt, the driver here, the woman missed that maybe by about a foot. We keep talking, we had mentioned that maybe it was a motorcycle officer, but there was a regular cruiser stopped as well on the freeway. So that's unconfirmed, you know, which officer deployed the spike strip, but there were some units there, absolutely. And that second one, I think that officer, what we saw was just kind of bailing and pulling out from the attempt. It just wasn't going to work. So those are the two times that we saw. We haven't seen it since. I want to bring in, I believe we still have our law enforcement expert, Bruce Thomas, on the phone. Bruce, do tactics change? Yes, Scott, stand by.
There's a vehicle coming up ahead here.
Go ahead. Okay, Scott, let's stop. Yeah, go ahead then, Scott. What did you want to add?
Well, coming up, I would say about a half a mile or so, you'll see it here in a moment, there's a CHP unit in the carpool lane, in the center median by the K-rail. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's the spot they're going to try to get. You'll see as they go by here in just a moment, at least it looked like a CHP vehicle. I don't think they pulled away, and it's going to drive right by them. So I didn't mean to interrupt you there with what you were talking about, but you should see that here in just a moment, and if the suspect does stay right there, and there's no other vehicle in between them and the CHP car, they may try the spike strip coming up here in just a moment.
No, that's right on topic, so I appreciate you doing so, because I was going to ask Bruce about whether or not they stopped trying this.
They looks like the person, they might be seeing something ahead.
Okay, Scott, walk us through it. What are you seeing?
Coming up on here in just a moment. Well, it should come up here in just a moment. There it is right there. I don't know if that's the vehicle that I was looking at, and it doesn't appear that they really tried to spike strip. So I saw that vehicle in the center median there, in between the carpool lane and that transition road there, transition lane, and I thought maybe they're going to try one, but it doesn't look like that was the case.
Yeah, okay, so maybe not an attempt there, so we'll keep it at 2 attempts that we've seen so far. Back to Bruce Thomas on the phone with us, our law enforcement expert. Here we are, Bruce, at 12:05. We've been following it now for about 45 minutes, but perhaps an hour total for this pursuit. Ongoing now down into Orange County, Irvine area. What do you think, as a law enforcement officer, that mindset of using that tactic of spike strips when you have now learned that this may be a mental health issue? Does that change things? Would that prevent them from trying it again?
Not really, because you ultimately want to stop this pursuit. Even though it doesn't seem dangerous, the speeds are higher than normal traffic. And what is this person going to do when they're kind of cornered by law enforcement and or traffic? So you do want to end this. What we have seen, though, is CHP is changing out vehicles as they go from one station's jurisdiction into another. So we're seeing that, and that CHP car in the middle, like Scott was talking about, may have been to prevent that vehicle from transitioning to another freeway or another off-ramp. I'm not sure down in that area off the 405.
Whatever car
that's what's been kind of remarkable, that the driver has just stayed on the 405. And I know you talk about it, Bruce. You say a lot of drivers, they seem to drive where they're familiar with, their surrounding. That's why we see a lot of pursuits. They'll just kind of take on a square of their own neighborhood. But this person, either they know where they're going, or it just seems the safest route is to take the one with the least amount of turns. And if they started this in Sherman Oaks on the 405, and they're now here deep into Orange County, they're just staying on the 405. I don't know how law enforcement think about it, but if this person does actually just pull over, it then could be a barricade situation. I don't know how law enforcement are trying to assess what are we going to do. Like you see them changing lanes now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Colleen. Yeah, there are plan A, plan B, and plan C, trying to figure out what we're going to do when this thing finally stops. The fact that, like you said, started in the valley on the 405, we stayed on the 405. So we haven't transitioned to freeways which this person may not be familiar with. And the 405 is just kind of a straight route all the way into Orange County where they are now.
Yeah, a lot of road to use. So when this pursuit started, we had West LA CHP that was following this driver. Unclear if it's still West LA, but we are getting word now that Santa Ana office CHP will be taking over the pursuit of this. Of course, now is within their jurisdiction in Orange County, well into Orange County, and that so Santa Ana may be taking over, relieving these officers, get some fresh eyes, some fresh perspective on the situation. So whether or not our viewers will kind of notice that happening, just be advised that the officers in pursuit are going to be changing out. Bruce, from your perspective, does that change how this operates?
No, because they train in a seamless manner. So you have Obviously, the Sherman Oaks or the Valley office, they got out of their jurisdiction. They handed it off to CHP Central. Central probably is handing it off to Santa Ana now, as you just said. And it's just to keep the officers fresh and keep them in the jurisdiction they're familiar with. Another thing they may be requesting are those unmarked vehicles that CHP rolled out about a month ago, which are plane wrapped, but they're fully equipped code 3 with lights and siren, maybe to not put pressure on this person to say, yes, you're being pursued, you're being chased, but maybe they don't see the black and white and maybe slow down and hopefully, pull over and give up.
Very interesting. At some point here, the driver moving through from Irvine into kind of the Laguna Beach area, which is, to the west of the vehicle right now. Anyway, as it moves further south, the driver's going to be forced to kind of merge onto the 5 freeway. And then, like we talked earlier, you're on the road to San Diego County and then eventually the border. So not a lot of options. The options are dwindling here as the driver continues heading south. Is that in the favor of law enforcement? What do you think?
It can be. In this case, it's good because the person is staying on one freeway, not transitioning, not getting off the freeway, going through residential neighborhoods, endangering pedestrians out walking or kids coming home from school. So in this case, it's a good thing for law enforcement. It's kind of a contained pursuit, if we call it that.
Yes, it does seem like it's a contained pursuit. But again, I do always find it interesting, and we were talking about how the CHP, they constantly are getting fresh officers in these pursuits, where you can see there's 3 officers. I think anyone who's driving can see that there's a helicopter overhead too, so it must be quite jarring. But for this person who's driving this minivan, it doesn't seem like it's really impacting them so much. So I have to say it must seem quite frustrating
because
to
my
be
blood sugar is so low.
Come on, just pull over. They do know who the person is, so that's always a reassuring factor that the unknown factor is not there. They know who the driver is. They know that the person is going through something mentally right now, so they are handling it in a different way. But still, it just seems like it's a very civilized pursuit compared to the very erratic, dangerous ones. It is, thank goodness. But you also go, like, what does this person face, Scott, or Bruce, when the person actually gets pulled over? What happens?
Well, to touch on what you just said earlier, Colleen, it's not very frustrating to the officers, but what it is very taxing. They're focused on that vehicle. They're focused on traffic that may swerve in or out. They're looking around. Hopefully the helicopter above them is calling the pursuit. And what I mean by that is they're giving the direction, the speed, the traffic conditions, so the officers can focus on the vehicle and not have to worry about all the peripheral information. But going back to your question, you're looking at, like Scott said, is it a permanently depriving the owner of the vehicle? They're going to get the vehicle back. So what you have is a misdemeanor crime, taking the vehicle without owner's consent, and also the pursuit charges, and whatever other traffic violations they want to
I'm out of test strips.
But yeah, it's a very low-level crime at this point.
Yeah, and it's good to see that the freeway has been so wide open this morning here on a Monday. So now, as I mentioned, we've gotten off the 405. We've merged, as the driver had to do, with the 5 southbound. So now we're on the 5 south, going to be going through the Laguna Woods area into the Laguna Hills and Mission Viejo, still heading south. Scott Reif, live at Air 7 right now. 12:13 is the time, so we're nearing an hour of our coverage of this pursuit. You mentioned earlier, you kind of told us that there was going to be an issue with the cloud cover as we near Camp Pendleton, probably 15, 20 miles ahead. Does that remain the case? Are you concerned about that coverage?
Well, that'll be difficult for us, I think, as I look out there down around San Juan Capistrano, and then the freeway comes, the 5 freeway comes right down to the ocean there, right back to the old San Onofre power plant. And then that's Long Rifle for us. That's the military base, and they probably won't let us through there. They usually make us go a mile offshore, and that wouldn't be possible for us today just because of the overcast. We're not legally allowed to fly over an overcast and VFR flight rules, which we follow. So we passed the El Toro Y. We're on the 5 freeway southbound. There is a sheriff's helicopter behind. We heard some chatter about another spike strip, but they didn't do it. We didn't see them actually physically do it. We saw a couple of patrol cars on the shoulder, but they didn't get out and throw the spike strip from what we could tell. And it looks to me like they're going to be content to follow this individual. Push into the vehicle. What are the speeds? The speeds don't look much over the posted speed limit. Maybe up, oh boy. Well, it's going to get to it. It's going to correct itself. It was at 90. It's going to come down. And that looks about right from what I'm seeing outside. Almost 80. And the traffic flow in this area is probably 75 at this time. There's just no volume, so people tend to travel a little bit faster than the speed limit when there's not a lot of cars on the roadway. And so if we open up for a moment, we'll show you. They have a pretty good spacing in between the suspect and the patrol car. A couple of times they got right up behind the patrol car. I think initially they wanted to really get a good look inside, trying to determine whether or not there may be someone else inside the vehicle. But now that they know who the driver is, it would shock me if they don't have some type of established communication, either from them or from someone who knows them, because, nobody this day and age doesn't have a phone. So more than likely they tried to reach out. And at this point in time, I think they're just going to be content to follow this. They may try another spike strip just so that they can, get it over with a little quicker and get that vehicle down to the rim so they can't drive too fast. But I don't think they're going to be very aggressive on this, considering what we know at this point in time. And we'll be able to follow it from about another 10 miles or so, and then we will actually lose it. I don't think we'll be able to continue south into San Diego County today. We have to get through that area Long Rifle. They could be active. If they were, they wouldn't let us anywhere near it. And then we have the weather that we'd have to contend with. So we're going to be, we just came out from the El Toro Y, Laguna Hills. We're going to be down into San Onofre, down into Dana Point here in a moment. And there's been really no change. I think you said it's been about an hour. It's hard for me to keep track. But there's been no change for the most part in the demeanor of the driver, the speeds, or anything like that since it started. Mostly in the fast lane, mostly just maybe 5 or 10 miles an hour above the speed limit and the flow of traffic.
Yeah, you just want this driver, this woman behind the wheel, for everyone's sake, just to pull over, give it up, get some help, especially if you have this mental health issue. It's not helping anyone at this point.
It should be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to try a spike strip at Ortega Highway.
Really? Okay,
so
that's good to know.
Wow, that'll be...
Yeah, well, they just put that out. As I mentioned earlier, though, it's really got to be difficult to do a spike strip if the car's in the center lane. I mean, I don't know how they're going to do that. So if they stay in the far right or the far left, the spike strip will be doable. I don't really see, I've never seen a motorcycle throw out a spike strip while the car was moving and the motorcycle was moving. I haven't seen that. If that's possible, I don't even know. But I don't know how you throw a spike strip out on that vehicle in the center lane of the freeway without them seeing you do it. So it'll be interesting to see if it's possible.
And we know this driver knows how to look out for spike strips because they swerved to avoid the spike strip. So, and of course, law enforcement know that the person does not want to be, they're not lackadaisical. They are paying attention to if there is anything on the road. But they are in the middle. They've now decided to get out of that fast lane, and now they're in the middle part of the freeway. And it is completely smooth sailing for this person. So they are not encountering much in the way of traffic, which is pretty, I feel like that's the story in and of itself, that there's no traffic on the 405. I mean, remarkable. But again, you're watching this, Scott. I can't believe there's not going to be a bit of a bottleneck coming up, because it always seems like once you get to this area of Orange County, it always slows down.
Yeah, what's a Monday? And go ahead.
Whenever I'm driving the 405 southbound, it's packed down here. So, but they've got 8 lanes in both directions. I could see all the way around to Dana Point. Once the freeway curves around past Dana Point, I can't really see it, but I don't believe we're going to have any delays at all until we get into that area that we can't cover, because the volume is just very, very light this time of day in this area. So it will be interesting. I think we've already passed Ortega Highway.
No, we have not. I'm following the map here, and so if we're passing Avery right now, Ortega Highway is coming soon. It's going to be about another mile or so. That's going to be right before San Juan Capistrano. That being said, as we watch and wait for that moment, this potential spike strip attempt, Scott, people at home may be shouting at the TV saying, why don't you just pit this driver, do the pit maneuver? You can't do that at this speed. Is that correct?
It's absolutely correct. If you did something like this, that you could not only injure or kill the driver, but you would probably cause an accident and injure other people. I think the max speed on the pit maneuver is like 35 miles an hour. So, and they really don't like to do it at 35. They like to do it around 15 miles an hour. When the vehicle's making a turn, they can hit it on the back side of the vehicle, and then it spins around. It doesn't flip over. If there's any indication that the vehicle is actually going to flip over, they don't want to do the pit maneuver. That's not the intent. The intent is just get the vehicle to slide around. But you can't try a pit maneuver in a situation like this. But it's interesting, Mark, if the suspect who shot and killed the deputy was on that motorcycle, and they stopped that by just running right into him. Now, in a situation like this, that would never even be considered. I'm just sort of pointing out what happens depending on how badly they want an individual, what that individual's wanted for, and how much of a threat that individual is to the community. In this case, I don't think there's much of a threat. We don't see any. We haven't heard of any for the most part, and so they're just backing up. But in a situation like you've got somebody who's shot a police officer and killed them, and they're trying to get away, then some of the rule books may be thrown out the window a little bit. They're going to do a lot to get that person in custody.
Yeah, especially if they know that the person is armed and dangerous. Just being armed on a freeway, on a motorcycle, that was a very, very dangerous pursuit, and it was really quite challenging to witness. But again, we saw it was an off-duty officer.
Nope,
who then,
there it was.
Did you see it?
I think that was it. We were pulled out just a bit, but I believe that was the attempt. We're coming up here on Ortega Highway, and I saw what appeared to be a CHP that was at the median brake on the left, and I'm not sure if they got it deployed, if that's what I saw correctly, but that may have been it. The tires seem to be up, and although even when they do hit, they don't go out immediately, I would think that if it was successful, we would see something occurring with some deflation.
But this driver is really starting to drive a little bit more dangerously right now.
Yeah, and back up to 80 miles per hour. And that being said, we said not breaking any laws. Well, you are over the speed limit, and as we've seen now for the past hour, this woman is passing everybody on the road, so certainly going faster than the rate of travel around her. You just hope that officers, CHP in pursuit, just can get her to stop, and hopefully maybe one of these spike strip attempts is successful. Every single time it's been in the fast lane. She's been on the left side of the road. But I think that one, again, was unsuccessful. When available, we're going to try to recue that video and show it to you, see if we can get a better glimpse of how close the attempt was.
We're going to be straight down on it in a moment.
I was saying you have like an eagle eye mark, because I feel like I was watching and I still didn't see it. So it really is remarkable. If they got a spike strip right there and that driver avoided it again, it's incredible. This person is driving somewhat in a relaxed manner, but then is quick, little cat-like reflexes to get away from those spike strips.
Let me ask Bruce Thomas on the phone right now, our law enforcement expert, these spike strips, how they are deployed for viewers maybe who don't watch these pursuits all the time. These officers are literally throwing out the spike strip, right? It's nothing more technical than that, right?
Yeah, that's correct. What they have different types. They have what they call a tack strip, which is basically 3 pieces, maybe 3-foot sections, that once you deploy them, all of a sudden it becomes 9 feet. And that's what we've seen them use. They also have other ones which are in like a ball where you'll roll them out. But ultimately, as Scott said, the speeds are just so high that to do any kind of pit maneuver would not happen on this vehicle. But at the same time, now what they're planning for is, what if this vehicle gets all the way to the U.S.-Mexican border?
And what does happen? I mean, from the law enforcement perspective, because she would just drive directly to the gates, what does happen?
Well, and we have seen it. It's been years, but they have gone in through the gates and crossed into Mexico. And if law enforcement crosses the border, they actually will be arrested and confiscated. Vehicles, badges, guns, equipment. And then the U.S. has to negotiate with Mexican authorities to get not only police officers back, but the equipment back. And I don't think things have changed about that, because you are crossing the border illegally, sort of.
Wow, that would lead you to believe that they probably will not be following this driver over the border. But hopefully we don't need to get that far. Hopefully this person obviously gets good gas mileage or had a lot of fuel in their tank.
Well, if it was a full tank, she could conceivably, of course, make it to the border. I mean, we got on this pursuit in the Sherman Oaks area. Well, when we joined it, it was in the Sepulveda Pass. So it's certainly is conceivable that, they have plenty of time still to drive if that tank was full. Those are things, of course, we don't know. And you could speculate all day. But, keeping the course and really, for the most part, has been in that second lane this entire time, just cruising at 75 to 80 miles per hour, 10 and 2 on the wheel. The two concerning factors here that we've said time and time again, reported stolen, and the fact that you have mental health as a contributing factor here. So you wonder, what were the circumstances of how this woman got this minivan, and then what are the circumstances of her mental health? And is she armed? And, which we don't have the information of, is there anyone in the backseat? We don't believe that to be the case, but you got to leave all of those options open. Anytime that we see a pursuit come to an end, you see officers do a full search of the car. And because it's the minivan, because you got the tinted windows, they're going to have to do that as well to make sure no one else is in the car. Air 7 here just going black there for a moment and back on. Scott, what's up ahead? What are you seeing as we're coming up through the San Clemente area?
Yeah, we're in San Juan Capistrano. We're going to be San Onofre here in a moment. As you mentioned, just continuing down the southbound 5 of the center lane. We did get a hold of Long Rifle, and they're going to let us through. You'll see the fog in a moment, but it's actually receded to the shoreline, and we'll be along this stretch of the 5, and we can continue to follow it. I'm not sure if we're going to follow it all the way down into San Diego County and how they're going to work that. I think once that vehicle got to the border, though, more than likely, every time I've seen the border, it's not wide open. You have to stop, and that would give law enforcement a chance, more than likely, to get this over with on this side of the border, but they will not cross. There's no question about that. We've seen just normal driving behavior. As I mentioned earlier, which we're always concerned about is when the suspect gets cornered and they get into a situation where they're in traffic or they just can't continue any further, and then what are they going to do? Are they going to continue to drive erratically and dangerously to get away? And in this particular pursuit, it started in the San Fernando Valley on the 405 the whole way, now on the 5 freeway, and basically there's been no traffic. There's been 1 or 2 little spots where the flow had slowed. That spot where they shut down the north 405 to throw out the spike strip onto the southbound lanes slowed traffic so much that that was ineffective. But basically, we're just continuing. We'll lose the vehicle for a few moments here in the fog. You'll see that in just a moment. And then they'll break out, and for the most part, the fog is receded onto the shoreline. And as I mentioned, Long Rifle, who controls the military airspace as we travel further south, they will give us clearance to go through. If they're active, we have to go a mile offshore. We wouldn't be able to go a mile offshore today because of that overcast that I talked about. We can't fly over that layer. But really nothing has changed for the most part on this pursuit, besides a couple of spike strips that they tried since it started an hour and 15 minutes ago up in the Van Nuys area.
And Scott, we do want to let our viewers know in just about a minute or so, we are going to be getting off ABC7, but we are going to continue streaming. So if you're watching ABC7 through our streaming app and all of our streaming sources, we're going to stay with this. If you're on air with us on ABC7, we're going to be going back to regular programming in just in about 40 seconds or so. So we will keep you posted here throughout the day, on air, online, ABC7.com. For the conclusion, get some clarity on how this thing is going to end. We've had Scott Reif and Bruce Thomas as well on the phone, our law enforcement expert, and we'll have to wait and see if this driver makes it all the way to the U.S.-Mexico border, and what a situation that's going to cause.
What a situation. And of course, you're starting to see the visibility being reduced. Again, we're going to have the very latest, the wrap-up on Eyewitness News at 3 o'clock. But again, join us on ABC7.com or anywhere you do stream ABC7 for the latest on this pursuit. We'll be right back.
And if you are streaming with us here on ABC7, we continue. Scott Reif, live at Air 7, Bruce Thomas on the phone, Mark Cutter-Robles here, and Colleen Sullivan into the fog. The cloud cover there through San Onofre and Camp Pendleton on the 5 southbound of this driver, this woman behind the wheel of this minivan, reported stolen. Officers have been pursuing this now for well over an hour. We've been covering it for a full hour, and not overly erratic. We have seen at least 3 spike attempts to get those tires flat. Each of them have failed, and you just want it, Colleen, to come to an end.
You kind of want it. Now, it seems like, I think Bruce was saying it, but, you know, people start getting frustrated because the driver, thankfully, is driving within sort of the rules of the road. They are driving some speeds, but not anything crazy excessive. They are in a Toyota minivan, so they are going to be limited to what the car can drive. They seem to have a lot of gas because there seems to be no indication that they're going to be pulling over. Again, Bruce Thomas with Scott Reif. Scott, you talked about some of the visibility. Are you seeing reduced visibility continuing?
Yeah, that was the one little spot where you lost the vehicle a moment ago. I want to do something, Chad. Just go ahead and come off the pursuit and pull straight up to our 12 o'clock. I just want to give you some perspective. So there's the freeway, right? We'll go right back to it, but it'll give you an idea what we're looking at. This is the 5 freeway, and that's the overcast that I was talking about, and it proceeded just off of the freeway. There is a point, though, on the top of your screen where it's going to be underneath the overcast, and we won't be able to see it. Now, let's go back. I know it's a long stretch. We're streaming now, so we take a little more leeway here to try and do these types of things, and we'll go back to the pursuit. But it sort of gave you some perspective on where it's at and where.
All right. Well,
I don't know if your power plant, you've seen that.
Yeah, Scott, we jumped in there just for a moment. We lost you only for about 5 seconds or so, so apologize. I wanted to ask you this question. We were talking to Bruce Thomas about the situation. Should this make it to the border? In all of your years covering these pursuits, do you remember, have you covered an incident where a driver has made it all the way to the border, and if so, what occurred then?
I have not. We've covered a lot of pursuits that went down into San Diego, and then somebody else took over that pursuit. We didn't follow it all the way, but I used to live in San Diego County, and change.
Yeah, bear with us as we are trying to reestablish our contact with Scott Reif and Air 7. But again, I lead you to believe some of the weather obviously is probably getting in the way as well.
And also the point being that we are now into San Diego County, moving from Orange County into San Diego County through Camp Pendleton. No audio right now from Scott Reif and Live in Air 7. We'll let our producers tell us what we want to do as he continues heading south here. We got the picture here of the minivan. Again, it's been 75 to 85 miles per hour, very light traffic throughout the duration of this pursuit through Los Angeles County, past LAX, through Orange County, and now San Diego County. And, you know, that's good to see. You know, had there been more traffic, perhaps more incidents and more trouble along the way, but the driver has been either in the fast lane or the next lane over, changing lanes here. Right. Nothing overly erratic, though. Bruce Thomas, our law enforcement expert on the phone. Bruce, the fact that the driver has otherwise not been erratic behind the wheel, how does that change how law enforcement approaches this and maybe their approach of just let it ride out?
You know, in this case, they are just going to let it ride out. And to their advantage, if this person is suffering some mental health issues, the fact that they're not being pressured to change lanes, to swerve, to go around traffic, that they can pretty much stay in that lane and go straight ahead, works to law enforcement's advantage of de-escalating and decompressing what this person may be going through.
And I want to follow up on the aspect of should this get all the way to the border? And again, I'm not confident that we'd even be able to continue our coverage should that happen. We'll wait and see. But should that happen, we mentioned that law enforcement can't cross the border into Mexico. But with the different jurisdictions for CHP, do we not have a situation where CHP would try to shut down and or block the freeway in that final mile to get this driver to stop? Hypothetically, would you see something like that occur?
Well, you know, as Scott said, you know, traffic at the border always backs up. That's just the way it is. So you're going to see congestion. Law enforcement doesn't train or practice or pursue the type of blockading you're talking about. However, we have seen different tactics and more recently that are kind of out of policy, but they've worked. So would law enforcement maybe do that, kind of stack the deck down there? It's possible.
Yeah, that would seem very remarkable, though. It just seemed sort of like a stunning moment to close the freeway and then be there at sort of like sitting duck if this driver wants to, you know, you really are backing this driver into a corner and you just don't know. Yeah, they're driving sort of, you know, within the rules of the road. I keep saying civilized because we see so many pursuits where it's just so dangerous. This person is driving, not erratically, obviously trying to avoid these spike strips. But again, Bruce, you know, you see a lot of pursuits. And when the CHP debriefs about, you know, when they go over after the pursuit and they're like this, what do you think that they're ultimately trying to pull over a car? So what do you think they discuss on tactics that maybe they should have used?
Every agency in the state of California does what they call a post-pursuit debriefing. In other words, verbally and on paper. And those reports are submitted to the CHP, which has the jurisdiction of the state. So they're constantly reevaluating policies, procedures, what we did right, what we did wrong. You know, we followed this vehicle. Was it safe to do so? Yes. Safe for the officers, safe for the driver, safe for the general public. But if things change, then the tactics, the aggressiveness will have to change with that. So everything is very free-flowing.
Yeah, it would seem like this, but you know, as you just we're continuing to watch this minivan again. Our visibility, you can see the fog. The coast has been sort of socked in with fog over the last couple of days, while a lot of the inland areas have been seeing really gorgeous warm weather. But again, we're seeing some of the fog play a factor. But we do see this driver. The driver is sort of getting out from behind the cars, and we're seeing a little bit of heavier traffic. So one never knows what this driver is going to do, Bruce. And I don't think that the CHP is really changing their tactics on this course.
No, Colleen, as you said, it does not appear they're changing their tactics. They're content to stay behind, use the helicopter to call the pursuit if it can. I know it's got issues with the fog and the marine layer, but in this case, they're very content to stay behind this vehicle, not pressure the driver except for the use of the spike strips, and just allow the driver to go between speeds of 65 and 90 miles an hour.
Bruce, thank you. Stand by for us. Scott Reif live right now in Air 7. 12:35 is the time as this driver is now moving into northern San Diego County, coming up, you know, on Oceanside and Carlsbad. Scott, it's not often, I hate to say it, for you guys up there that you cover a pursuit this far south.
No, it's been a few times, but it certainly is not often. And a lot of times in the past, there were some microwave issues, but I think we got that all worked out. So now we continue all the way down into San Diego County. And as Bruce and you mentioned, I don't think there's going to be any change in this pursuit until the suspect decides to stop. I'd be shocked if they blocked the freeway altogether to try and stop the suspect. I have not seen that. I did see a vehicle travel in the wrong direction towards the stopped freeway. And boy, that was not pretty because that individual decided to hit the gas and slam right into the cars that were stopped. No one was killed, but people were injured. So I don't think they're going to shut down a freeway to try and stop this. Hopefully the suspect just gives himself up, but it doesn't appear the suspect has any intention of doing that at this point in time. They're content to drive in the fast lane a little faster than the flow of traffic, and the volume is even lighter from here on out. I can see down towards Oceanside, down towards Palomar Airport, and we just don't have much in the way of slow traffic, although there will come a time, it looks like, where from time to time we will lose the pursuit because it goes under the fog. But right now most of the fog is receded off to the shoreline. If it would have been a few hours earlier, we probably wouldn't have been able to see it through here. We'll see if they do another spike strip. It would be a little easier, I would think, to do it now because you don't have as many vehicles out there. It was much more difficult, I think, in West LA where they tried it, where you had the vehicle traveling with, you know, other cars and more volume at that point in time. But if they did get somebody in the center median right now, it looks like they might be able to throw out a spike strip because they're in the far left lane. We're in the center lane, that's going to be extremely difficult.
Well, look, we're still about an hour away, realistically, from the border. So there's still plenty of road here on the 5 South to travel. That being said, we just got some insight here from one of our coworkers with many years of experience here at ABC7, and he has seen and does remember an incident where a driver in pursuit made it all the way to the border. However, what they did at that time was flood the road with spike strips. That's what he said happened in the past, where there was no way for the driver of this vehicle, of a vehicle, to pass through. They didn't use just one. He said, in his words, they flooded the road. So they'll stop the freeway, and at least would they do that again? We'll have to wait and see. But that being said, Scott, I know you have some limits on how long you can even stay with us up there.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, that's up to the station, right? Just from following some of these past pursuits. I don't know if we follow this all the way to the border or not. They'll probably make a decision on that if it continues. Now, it's interesting. The suspects got into the right lane and come out of the fast lane off to the right. And we've seen now a little movement from going from the far left lane to almost the right lane and now staying in the center lane. So I'm not sure how far we're going to be able to continue on this. The weather could be a factor for us as well. So we'll just have to see what happens. But, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to go ahead and just throw out a bunch of spike strips. You know, stop traffic at an off-ramp, right, and just don't let anybody on that stretch, and then throw out out a bunch of spike strips. Once you get close to the border, that probably wouldn't be a horrible tactic in this area. You just have to get CHP vehicles well in front of the pursuit and then try and get everybody stopped and maybe throw something out. But we'll just have to see if that can possibly work or what their tactic's going to be. But I don't think they're going to get too aggressive with this. Like I mentioned earlier, they're probably just going to let it continue until the suspect stops.
Yeah, for the most part, this driver, she's been 10 and 2 on the wheel. When you consider the mental health aspect, you would wish or hope perhaps that she'd be on the phone, there'd be communication occurring. But from what we've seen, from that view, we've never seen a phone. So it doesn't appear to be communicating with anybody. If that's the case, it could be hands-free, but we're not seeing that happening.
And you just never know what led up to the person taking possibly one of their family members' cars. You never know if there was an argument. They just went out to grab the keys, went out to the car, doesn't have any phone with them, doesn't really. I don't know if Scott, you did not hear if they were actually communicating with this driver, did you? We just know that we know who the person is. They know that the person's suffering, according to their family members, some sort of mental health issue. But again, you're right. Usually you see the driver on the phone with the phone to their ear, looking up above, looking at the helicopter, sort of making a lot of agitated movements within the driver's seat. But this driver is just steady as they go, just keeping on going, not really being phased that law enforcement and helicopters are overhead.
Yeah, Jay just told me that it turns out the mother called the CHP, and so that's how this all started. So the daughter, it sounds like, took the vehicle, probably wasn't supposed to. Initially, they figured it was stolen, but it sounds like one of those gray areas to me. It looks like she just took her mother's car, and then this pursuit has been ongoing. So we'll just have to, it's one of those wait-and-see games. We're just going to have to see how this plays out. I'm looking ahead. It's hard to see exactly what traffic may be like now. I'm under the impression, once you get down further south, down towards La Jolla, you can hit a lot of traffic on the 5. So we get down towards the 805, you get down into that area, and I think we're going to see traffic stopped. And as I mentioned earlier, that's when these types of things really get dicey. There's actually a little patch of slow traffic coming up here in a moment. But when a suspect gets into a situation, I mean, they've been driving, relaxed may not be the right word, but they've been in the same lane or in the, for the most part, in the fast lane or the center lane without doing too much erratic driving. But when it comes to a stop, that's where it always gets dicey. Now, slow up a little bit, Chris. We're going to start to see traffic slow here. There's one little stretch, and I can't tell if that's a CHP unit. It may be coming up here in the center median. They may try the spike strip here. There may be a spike strip coming up here in a moment. But traffic will stop. It will start to slow, and I see a CHP vehicle.
That's gonna make it worse. So
what's trying to get you more sugar? Because your blood pressure.
That's not gonna help much.
With your blood sugar? This has 44 grams of sugar. You're diabetic, I can tell.
In the center median on the northbound side, and we're going to see here in just a moment what's going to happen with this vehicle. But I think they're going to.
Grandma will pick her up as she.
You gotta let my body settle the food in first. I know. Just let the food settle in, and then if I'm still not feeling well, if I'm still not feeling well within the next 30 minutes or so, I'll let you know.
Try spike strip here in a second.
Yeah, and this driver really goes fast, though. They're certainly, now you see them having to slow down.
What's it up?
Keep an eye out. You seem to always see these spike strips.
Then I asked her
The
mom,
vehicle,
has she ever been tested for diabetes?
No.
Yeah, I was asking if you were on insulin.
No. Harry, no. Chloe.
No, he won't eat that. I promise.
He doesn't like apples?
I had to put peanut butter on it, remember?
Oh, he won't eat it unless there's peanut butter?
He doesn't smell good.
Patrol car is hidden behind some bushes on an overcrossing, and I think this could be successful. This looks to me like it could be very successful, although, unfortunately, the suspect can't see the officer yet. They're just trying to get through the traffic. And as I mentioned earlier, that's when things get a little dicey, when the suspect gets into a situation where they can't stop. If they would have stayed in that left lane, the CHP officers are out in the freeway. Open up. They're out in the freeway. They stop traffic, and they're going to get a spike strip right now. They're going to wait until that vehicle, oh boy, this is...
Apples are good for you, buddy. But you don't like them? No, buddy.
He will eat them if there has peanut butter on them.
Those are good for them.
But they like peanut butter, that's why.
And it didn't quite deploy. I don't think they made it.
I'm sorry that this
so close. And boy, that's dangerous for those officers too. You don't know what that person's going to do, and you're out in the...
Sorry. We're gonna have to do dishes in the Vic. I'll help you. Okay, when you're done. Okay? You want another? Are you gonna eat it?
roadway
Sound
and you're
like
throwing
it
that
didn't
spike
catch
strip. I
it.
mean, obviously you don't want to get right in front of the car, and it
No,
didn't just
didn't
quite
catch it.
completely
See,
deploy.
she's actually
unfortunately.
used
Yeah.
to
What would happen if that person were actually in that
Goodness.
fast
Well,
lane?
look, Scott, you spoke to it. You don't know what the driver's going to do. You don't know about the other drivers on the road.
She's
So
not gonna
credit
get it,
to everybody
baby.
right there to come to a stop, to let those officers do their work. You know, they don't have protective gear on as they're out there in the middle of the freeway. And Scott, I want to give you credit as well. About an hour ago, you were running through the possibilities of this driver, the circumstances of the stolen situation, and you pretty much got it spot on. I mean, you alluded to the fact that this could be a situation that it was taken from a family member.
Yeah, it was just a lucky guess, though. I mean, when they said mental health issues, then it sort of gets you involved. You know, we have somebody with mental health issues in our family. It's really, really difficult. And so it was just a guess, though, trust me. But we've seen that in many cases in the past. It comes back stolen, and then it comes back, you know, in a different situation that it's a relative's vehicle or something like that. I think Jay may have said may have been taken from a group home or something like that. I'm not sure. But, yeah, that's the information he had. So the mother called, whether it's the mother's vehicle or not, we don't know. If it was taken from a group home, then maybe the vehicle was actually stolen from this individual, and that was close. Boy, they just about had a spike strip deployed there. And now, are we seeing speeds really increase? You know, sometimes, as you mentioned, Mark and Colleen, yeah, boy, look at that. Once you do get into a situation where you get this individual hyped up, and they're like, oh my goodness, I got to turn. What's going on? Everything stopped. The police. And then they start driving more erratically. And that's one of the things I said a long time ago. I'm a little surprised they didn't just let her go. I mean, just have the helicopter follow and just wait until she stops. If she's not a threat to the community, if she doesn't have a gun, if she just has mental health issues, let her calm down. Let her get her on the phone. Let a family member talk to her. That's not the strategy, and maybe it's because they know more than we do. But it seems like by doing that spike strip and not being successful, I think that's the fourth time if I'm not mistaken. When that happens, the driving gets a little more erratic. She speeds up. She tries to get away from police, and the more she drives at a high rate like this, the more dangerous it is for everybody.
Okay, let's show you that video from just moments ago. What was the fourth attempt? Watch closely here, right in front of this semi-truck. The officers, two of them in the road, in front of the orange cab. Right there, it just did not get out far enough. The spike kind of toppled over itself and did not fully extend.
Yeah.
So that was the replay on the right side of your screen. Bruce Thomas on the phone with us, our law enforcement expert. Do you have eyes on that video? And if so, can you walk us through, you know, the unsuccessful nature, how difficult it is to get this attempt done successfully? We've now seen it 4 times not work.
No, it's very dangerous. And the fact that the CHP officer put himself in harm's way by doing that. Luckily, the vehicles around him had slowed. The semi-truck was alert to that. But it's very difficult to do. I remember one instance I did it on a robbery suspect vehicle in the Beverly Hills, West Hollywood border, and I ended up spiking 2 LAPD officers' cars who were right behind it. So throwing out a spike strip is inherently dangerous. It does take practice. It does take coordination. But going to Scott's point earlier,
Just give him a moment.
okay, when you report a vehicle stolen, you have to sign a form that says, yes, I don't know who took the vehicle, it is stolen. So in this case, as Scott said, they seem to know who this person is. So I believe they just took the keys to the vehicle and left in kind of a hissy fit or a mental illness breakdown. And in this case, that's what they're chasing. They're chasing someone that may possibly be a harm to themselves or others, or basically a 5150 of the WIC code. But I don't think they're chasing a stolen vehicle at all.
Yeah, that is what's stressful. And again, you know, touching on mental health, it is very concerning. You feel for the families involved who deal with certain situations like this can accelerate any day and any moment can have it. But we know that the mother, we are learning, Bruce, that the mother called the CHP saying the daughter took the car or is in this car. We're not exactly sure if this was the mother's car, but we know that that the mother did call and, you know, ask the CHP. Obviously, I think that mother's trying to get her daughter to pull over more so than even the CHP, because if the daughter is, you know, in jeopardy of hurting herself or anybody else, you certainly don't want to see it as a mom, this happening.
Yeah, perhaps she gave more information and that's why they remained in pursuit. Bruce Thomas on the phone with us. Can I ask you a question about the spike?
I was just going to add real quick.
Go ahead, go.
Sorry, Mark. What Colleen said, what every mother wants is for their children to get the help they need. And in this case, I fully believe that that's what that mother wants, that wants to get her the professional help that her daughter seeks. I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Well, I was speaking to the point of, and absolutely to your point, yes, you know, it's tough to see all this unfold. With the spike strips, as we get closer to the border, that experience that we have seen before from a coworker here who's been here for many years, a situation of flooding the road with spike strips, is that something you've heard of? Would that be a tactic? Does that all make sense to you?
I do remember that pursuit your coworker was talking about. It's been years, but is it a tactic? Sure it is. Just as a tactic, they may load up some of the border crossing patrol vehicles in the lanes to prevent this person from using any of those open and or closed lanes to cross the border. So all ideas are on the table at this point. One of the other ideas they have to be floating is, when this stops, how do they take this person into custody? They're going to have to use force, probably, hopefully not, and the
Eat
person
your
complies
apple.
with everybody's request, goes into handcuffs, and then they'll get them the
for
professional
you.
help they need.
Yeah, it makes me also think about the unfortunate nature of other people getting caught up in the aftermath of this. Now that we're on the 5 freeway, coming through La Costa, you're going to be hitting Encinitas here momentarily. Should there be an incident here where the pursuit comes to an end, there's no other route to take. And oftentimes they may close not just one side, both sides of the freeway for safety. And then you got this massive traffic jam. Yes, it's a Monday, but still just a massive traffic jam when there's no other route to take. I mean, when it comes to freeways in this specific area, you're on the 5 and that's it.
That is where
Until you get further south and you have the 805. But for right now, this is your only option.
I have one more question, Bruce, by the way. We're talking about if this driver does, in fact, make it to the border. Is there any sort of communication between, you know, the CHP and I don't know if they have like sort of a sister agency of the CHP. Now look at this motorcyclist right there. This motorcyclist is making gestures at this driver. Why anybody would want to get involved in this, I don't know. And I don't know if this is going to irritate that person, but obviously she is speeding up. I'm going to go back to you in a moment, Bruce, but I'm going to, Scott, this is kind of not great to see what we're witnessing right now.
Not at all. They're going to arrest this guy. I can almost guarantee you.
It's like a vigilante type situation, whether this person was aware.
They ran his plate.
Yeah.
Well, they ran their plate.
Something keep us
so they're not
apples.
going to be too happy with somebody trying to get involved and maybe
I know
make things
apples
worse.
with the peanut butter
But
before
certainly,
the trying to
go
get
behind
your
that
place.
vehicle above the speed limit with CHP vehicles behind you. That
You
doesn't
just
make any
want some
sense.
peanut
So
butter.
we just hope that that individual doing that doesn't make the person, this woman that's driving, drive more erratically. Unless this ends in an accident, I don't see this causing problems on the freeway because the volume is pretty light. We don't get down here all this often, obviously, but we're coming down. We'll be in San Diego, in the next 20 minutes or so, and I don't see any delays on the 5 north or southbound, and the volume is pretty light. So hopefully that's not the case. I wouldn't think it would end in an accident because we just don't see this individual driving very erratically. But this individual with a motorcycle, they're making things worse, and I don't think the CHP is going to be too happy with him.
No, and it's very unsettling to watch this motorcyclist. They probably have no clue what the person who's driving that minivan, obviously the person in the minivan, they just wanted to get away and just get on their own way until their family member said, please be alerted that, my child is having a moment here and please, we need to get her into custody. But again, I would like this motorcyclist just to exit the freeway and not be involved because that sort of outside agitator doesn't need to be involved.
Yeah, maybe, he said his piece, he did what he wanted to do and now back off, you did what you could. Clearly, maybe frustrated for the right reasons, but no need to get into the mix of what's occurring here. It's just not wise for your own sake.
Fanning the fire there.
Yeah.
But, Bruce Thomas still on the phone with us, our law enforcement expert. Bruce, I was wondering, do you think any part of the CHP is talking to any sort of Mexican authorities as well, saying, hey, if this minivan gets to your border, can you not let the person go through? That's what I don't know if they do that.
She did.
Yeah,
a little bit, right?
The CHP has definitely contacted their farthest station.
You
on
licked
this
that
side
peanut
of the
butter off
border
my bed.
to liaison with the border and customs patrol agents and officers in that area, just to let them know, hey, this is coming your way.
busy.
Will it get there? We're not sure, but
He's like,
just so you put
peanut butter sticky real quick.
blinkers on,
Hold on.
this could happen. So they've definitely talked, and they're
You
and
might need
the,
some water.
border and customs patrol agents do
So,
have
like,
a liaison.
should we leave the door open
authority
after
on
this?
the other side. So, but ultimately, they don't want this vehicle to cross. They want to prevent it. Spike
We're open for him.
loading up the lanes with patrol cars
Because
or
the
just blocking
stickiness
them.
for I always have to drink water after peanut butter.
There's endless possibilities. It does seem like. Scott, you're
gotta
watching
eat
this
it, Chloe.
pursuit taking
Look,
place. Does it seem like that the driver has been going, accelerating a little bit through this area now that, of course, they hit the slowing flow of traffic is sort of going to force them to slow down a little bit. But it did seem like that motorcyclist did agitate them.
Yeah, but after the last spike strip where the officers got out into the freeway, then it definitely appeared that the woman driving the vehicle started to drive more erratically and a higher rate. We had her above 90 there for a moment. We got a pretty big angle here. If we bring up this speed tracker, I'm not sure what it'll give us. For a moment, it'll be a little high, and then it'll sort of settle into what it actually is. I don't think it's that high because of the angle we're at. But certainly you can see the vehicles are probably doing around 65 or 70, and something like that happens. That's a little scary. They didn't see her coming up behind Bevan. They pulled into that lane. So it's certainly, it's not a pursuit that we would consider to be extremely dangerous, but if the demeanor of the driver changes, if they get trapped, if they get confined in some area and they have to make some abrupt moves to get away, she's shown that she can do that. She's been able to avoid 4 spike strips. She's been able to control the vehicle. She doesn't appear to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. She seems to have good command of the car. And we just see these same types of conditions on the freeway as I look out. We're coming up on the 805 freeway here in a moment. And that will be a moment when she's going to make a decision. If she stays on the 5 and heads really right into the heart of San Diego, down through La Jolla into San Diego, or she gets on the 805 and goes a little further to the east. And that's coming up probably in about the next 6 or 7 miles, I would say. So in the next few minutes, she's going to be on that
Do you
split.
think
And
halftime
it's a big one.
shows
With the 5
would
and the 805 split, it's a pretty big spot.
Yeah, that being said, it would be an easy transition for her to make that decision, just kind of veers off to the
like
left.
his performance,
For
so
our viewers here streaming with us, in
yeah,
just a
who the
couple of
fuck
minutes, we're going to
Bad
be
Bunny
doing
is?
a news break for ABC7 on
I
air.
actually liked him with
So you will
Vanessa.
see that as well.
Did
So
wrestle
when
a
that
couple
time
of
comes,
for a
we'll
couple
pause for about 30 seconds to do that news update, which
But
will be, I believe,
if
on
you're in
this pursuit
Detroit,
to give
you
our
get Kid
viewers.
Rock.
Hmm?
If you live in Detroit, we would have got the Kid Rock performance.
What if he been drunk?
Huh?
What if he been drunk and fell asleep?
All of the updates on what's
Holy
occurring
shit,
here as
he
this
actually ate
driver,
some of it.
this woman, has now made her way all the way into the
I'm
heart
being serious. He
of
would
San
be
Diego
drunk.
County,
Have Kid
has
Rock
gone through North
performed
County,
in
and
Bad
soon will be
Bunny.
approaching the 805 and the 5
Sure.
split through La Jolla, and then eventually
I like Kid Rock.
downtown San Diego, and after that, Chula
What?
Vista and the border. Will she go
You're
that far?
fine.
Does she have
You
the
and your
fuel to make
OCD,
it?
I swear.
We'll have to wait and see, but certainly at this point, we see so
I
much with
tried
these
to,
pursuits.
babe, I tried getting all the seeds I could.
Yeah, you
But-
and your OCD.
Honestly, you're lucky I cut something off of your apple. You would not have ate your apple.
What was it?
It was like a spot, a little bit. It
Oh.
wasn't
You
moldy,
never know
moldy.
how it's going to end. And here is another unique one, not necessarily erratic or dangerous that we've seen, but the fact that it's gone this far
You have to
into
watch
San
your
Diego
bedding
County,
with that.
we don't cover it that often
True.
when that's the case, but there are those concerning factors.
Look at
Yes,
him.
it was stolen
He's
from a
like,
family
"Oh,
member,
peanut
but
butter?
with mental
I
health,
smell
you just
peanut butter."
never know how will it end.
No, and no
Yeah,
two
get used
pursuits
to
are
this.
ever alike, as we've come to know in Los Angeles. We cover a lot of pursuits. A lot of our viewers are very well versed in pursuits as well. I know that I have friends, and,
He's like, "I
and they'll
don't know
want
what
to
to
talk to
do."
me after. Why was that person doing this? And,
He's like, "I
and
smell
I'm
the peanut
sort of
butter,
just
but
as
where is it?"
confused on why pursuits take on what they do. Like this one car that's in the carpool lane. Why aren't they just slowing down and maybe
won't
getting
need it
over? But
unless there's
they
peanut
see
butter
all
there.
the CHP behind them.
Yeah, maybe in the age of
I've
social
noticed.
media, everybody wants their video, get a quick shot of it, and hey, look what I saw on the freeway today. Okay, stand by just about 10 seconds or so as you're
We gotta
watching us
watch
here
it
on
for the
streaming
news.
coverage. We will join our viewers on ABC7 for a news update on this active pursuit in San Diego County.
What's
This
he
is
claim?
Eyewitness
What's he
News
claim?
with live breaking news.
Look,
Breaking news here on Eyewitness News. You're looking live at a pursuit that started in San Fernando Valley, has made its way down to San Diego County. This vehicle initially reported stolen. There is a woman behind the wheel of that minivan. The CHP has tried several spike strips on the freeway. The driver has avoided all of them. We are streaming our coverage right now, anywhere you stream ABC7 Los Angeles. Join us there live.
he's like, ooh, peanut butter. That's all he cares about then.
All right, welcome back. We are still on this breaking news. You can see the pursuits taking place. You can see we are in San Diego County. We are on the 5. Where you see images from Air 7 overhead. We have Bruce Thomas on the phone with us, Mark Robles, and I'm Colleen Sullivan. But again, we are following this pursuit. It's been going on for at least an hour and a half for us to be following it, a little longer actually. What started though, we know that a mother called the CHP to report that her daughter is in this minivan. We do not know who actually owns the minivan, but it was reported as a reportedly stolen minivan, and then the CHP got on it. We got on it on the 405 South at Getty Center Drive, and we have watched this driver just sort of stay within this, not just a little bit over the speed limit from all the way from the valley.
We were talking about this option, I believe right here, she just took the option for the 805 South. She was on the 5 South, and she took that junction to the left, which should put her, there it is, you see on the mapping, the 805 South. So this will be further inland in San Diego County. So this driver at this point then would not be going through downtown San Diego, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, just the route that she is taking. Bruce Thomas, our law enforcement expert here on the phone with us, she had that option, and now on the 805, I guess at this point, it makes me question where it would
out of my stream.
because the 5 freeway is the one that's going to have the border option. I'm not fully up to speed on where the 805 will dump out as it gets further south. But
like, I think they
update
want
our viewers
me,
now. We're
not
streaming
you,
live here on
bitch.
ABC7, 2 hours into this pursuit.
Like,
We've
Bob,
been on it for about an hour and 40
they
minutes.
like
And again,
me
we
more.
don't
He's been in your stream before.
see this often as a driver just refusing Bruce to give up.
Yeah, in this case,
You better
the
eat
driver
dinner
or
now.
suspect is
I give
very
you 2
content
apples. You
to
better
stay on the
eat dinner.
freeway. In this case, they changed and transitioned to the 805.
Hey,
Speeds are
talking
not
to you.
horrible. I mean, they are 65 to 90, obeying the
Just
traffic
answer
laws,
me.
sort of. But they're very content just to follow this driver and not put any pressure on the female driver to do anything crazy or dangerous. I think the 805 freeway, and I'm not real familiar with that area either, but I think it does go through the outskirts of San Diego, the city itself. some residential, some industrial areas also.
Yeah, it certainly goes through the Chula Vista area. Clearly, our viewers here, you saw that our camera went black there for a moment. We are working to reestablish that shot, so stay with us here as this driver is deep into San Diego County now on the 805 southbound. So when and if we get that shot up, there it is right there. You see it back on the right side of your screen. Thanks for bearing with us. You have all these options. Where is she going to go? Is she going to finally get off the freeway?
And we have been talking about it. The driver has not been making many sudden moves. We did see the driver. The only times really where it got quite intense were the two times. You know, they've had 4 chances with the spike strips, but 2 of those she really decided she wants no part of driving over it, and she did make pretty good swerves to avoid getting tangled on any sort of spike strip. But again, we're watching this pursuit taking place, and it shows no sign of ending anytime soon. And you know, we have Bruce Thomas on the phone too. Did you want to say something?
I was going to say, and I think Bruce spoke to this, and sorry if this is redundant, but looking at the map, again, the 805 and the 5, they will merge through Chula Vista, and both will end up dumping into the border crossing. So at any rate, if she stays on this freeway, this will in fact become a border situation that we have been discussing now for the past hour. And we're going to have to wait and see. So very interesting, the factors that go into that with, you know, you got U.S., you got Mexico, and not necessarily a partnership on how that's going to play out. Will we see more spike strips at the border before she gets there? Will she cross, and will officers be forced to see that vehicle cross into the south?
Yeah, I know. And Bruce, we were just talking about it a moment ago. Again, you know that, you know, Mexican authorities know that there is a slight chance that there is a pursuit happening, and it may wind up at the border. And now, wouldn't you say that there's some dialogue happening, at least some communications into what's going to happen next?
Yeah, I would say the conversations have started and are continuing at this point. Mexican authorities want to know, what are you chasing? What are the crimes? And really what you have is a misdemeanor, slap on the wrist, taking the vehicle without permission, and misdemeanor pursuit. So, I mean, they will get involved, obviously, if the person crosses the border. The handoff back to the U.S. authorities will take some diplomatic wrangling. I know it's not just okay, here's the suspect type thing, as we've seen in the past, only on a handful of occasions. So there's all sorts of things that are in play right now.
Yeah, and you never know if you never know what prompted them to get in the car and take off. But we don't know if the person has a cell phone. We do not know if the person brought their handbag or their ID. So that might also complicate matters if they do, in fact, get to the border. Because I can't imagine you being able to cross over to the Mexican side without an ID.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Mark, Colleen. You just brought up a point. You touched on it just a little bit. If they have ID and say they are a naturalized Mexican citizen, are they so inclined to hand that person back?
Oh, right. You know,
I don't know the answers to that.
Yeah.
And we don't know we don't know the person driving. We only know that the CHP is aware of who the person is behind the wheel.
Hey, Bruce, what do you think? I mean, again, this is not a situation where it's a murder suspect or anything like that. But, you know, if there were some of those factors involved, would law enforcement in Mexico be more inclined to get involved and assist on stopping this woman? You mentioned that likely there's that communication going on with CHP and Mexican authorities of, okay, who are you following? What are their crimes? And right now you're saying essentially it's a misdemeanor right now. If there were felonies, if there was more danger involved in the pursuit, would they be more inclined, in your opinion, to intervene?
Oh, Mark, very much so. I mean, they're going to want to know, what are your crimes? How dangerous is this person? Are they going to get involved? If they cross the border, yes, they're going to get involved. No question about it. Their use of force policies, I don't know if they're similar to ours. I just don't know how they operate or what things they can and cannot do, but they will get involved and they will take this person into custody in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's just, I know that all of us are watching this thinking, just pull over. I mean, they're not driving, you know, crazy quickly, or, you know, it doesn't seem like they're putting a lot of other people's lives in danger. Again, you cannot get into the mind of anybody here, but we do know that the CHP, they may end up switching out as well. It is, I always talk about it, but it's remarkable. The CHP know exactly what they're doing, and they really are so well educated on pursuits. And I mean, it's remarkable, but what they're probably saying to each other is, please just pull over.
Yeah, yeah. Here on the 805 South, I believe shortly, the driver, this woman's going to be passing the 8, which runs east-west, and then through the North Park area.
Watching it to make
and
sure.
then ultimately into the vicinity where you're going to be paralleling downtown San Diego. I'd say the border, should she continue on, 20, 30 minutes, maybe 30 minutes further south if there's no traffic. I mean, at this rate, she could be there pretty soon and really just going along at quite a clip here. These drivers, we talked about this earlier, they likely have no idea as this van comes up of what's occurring behind them and the fact that this has been ongoing now for more than 2 hours. You know, even when she changes lanes here, you know, it's not erratic. And Bruce, it goes back to that point of, you know, why not just give it up? You think about all of the other part of this is just the resources, and when you think of resources, the money that this is costing CHP to have all their drivers or their officers involved in this pursuit.
You know, Mark, you bring up a really good point, and I know we've talked about it before, is the drain on the resources of law enforcement. In this case, you have three CHP vehicles involved, and the use of a helicopter. I know when you arrest for a DUI, you do a cost sheet breakdown, and that's the time and the effort that the law enforcement agency has spent in arresting this person and processing them. And they actually will bill them for that time.
Really?
I know that's something I know that's something that's been talked about in the pursuits to monetarily, penalize them. But yeah, it is a drain on resources.
It's got to be part of the conversation that when it's over, like you said, like, was this worth it? You know, the cost, which is ultimately to the taxpayers, right? You know, all of this. And, you know, if it ends safely, if it ends with nobody being hurt, I mean, that's paramount. That's number one, right? You want her to come to a stop. You want no one else involved. You don't want any weapons involved or officers injured. So that's first and foremost. But then it's just, you got to weigh all these options, right? And if they do that review, that's interesting to know that, yeah, they do look this over, and that's got to come into play with their training, right? But ultimately, it's somebody back in the office, right? The watch commander who's calling the shots on this. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. You have a watch commander or a supervisor in the pursuit itself, and they're listening to what the officers are putting out, what the helicopter pilots are putting out. And if it does become too dangerous or just not worth it, they're going to cancel that pursuit. I have canceled pursuits in my time, and, you know, the officers aren't happy about it. But ultimately, when you sit down and talk to them, hey, it was just too dangerous. We weren't going to do this.
Right.
So, yeah, that's something that they're talking about.
I'm just wondering at what point would they say, okay, you know what, this isn't worth it. It's just not worth it. This is not... I don't know if they think that this person could be a jeopardy to the community, but again, it seems like this pursuit has sort of stayed the same cadence, except for when there is a spike strip happening. But again, I'm wondering when they talk to each other about this, and they say maybe we should have. Because you could see this car, they're just kind of weaving. Now the CHP is thinking about getting in front of that minivan. I don't know if you can see that, Bruce, but there's a moment where obviously our view is being obstructed by a bunch of trees. But there's that moment where the driver was sort of weaving a little bit, and then the CHP officer looked like they were going to get in front of it. I guess nope, they're right behind it again.
If Bruce, I can ask you this, because we were talking to Scott Reif earlier about the pit maneuver tactic. From your experience, explain to our viewers why they don't do that right now, because the vehicle's going, 70 miles per hour?
Yeah, you know, as Scott had said earlier, there is an operational area of the pit maneuver. You know, you don't want anything over 40 or 35 miles an hour. Slow speed is better, because what you want to do is it's a controlled accident, meaning you're coming up on that vehicle into the rear quarter panel area. You want to hit it with your vehicle in the front quarter panel area of the patrol vehicle and spin it out of control to where it just loses traction. The mechanisms of the vehicle come into play, and the vehicle is not drivable anymore. But it's not as easy as everybody thinks. I know CHP is very well versed in it. I know LAPD, sheriffs, and some other agencies are more inclined to practice it. But it is very, very difficult. It's a controlled accident.
Yeah, and by the way, for our viewers, they may be noticing that it's getting a little more difficult to locate this pursuit because we are in some airspace restrictions, so Air 7's having a little bit of difficulty to try to maneuver around to try to get to this pursuit, and we're hoping that they'll be able to kind of meander around into a safe area for them to fly over and reestablish our I've just heard from our executive producer that we are going to be pulling our coverage as well because we are unable to follow the pursuit any longer.
Yeah, and we say that with this being maybe 20 minutes or so from the U.S.-Mexico border, and this driver, this woman who stole a minivan from a family member with a mental health issue, has been leading officers on this pursuit for about 2.5 hours, beginning in the Sherman Oaks area, down the 405 and onto the 5 freeway, and then the 805. Thanks for staying with us along the journey. We are going to do our best to get all of the answers and clarity coming up for Eyewitness News at 3 p.m. and the conclusion of this pursuit to get some answers as to how it came to an end. But again, nearing now the U.S.-Mexico border.
Absolutely. And Scott Reif, thank you so much. And Bruce Thomas, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Again, we'll have a complete wrap-up on Eyewitness News at 3 o'clock. We want to thank you for joining us, too. We are looking at some of those attempted.
My audio really quick. LAPD.
Oh, Jesus. LAPD chase stolen vehicle suspect.
In hot pursuit here of a stolen vehicle. That is an LAPD Olympic unit that has just picked up this pursuit. This has been going on for some time as they were in pursuit earlier and eventually put it into tracking mode. The helicopter was overhead and eventually they just let these two go. We believe there are two people inside that car, a driver and a passenger. But again, in the last couple of minutes, they have just re-engaged with these suspects for this confirmed grand theft auto situation, who is now speeding away from that lead officer right there. He's already called for a backup unit. He's calling for an air unit who is on the way over here to help call out the location of this pursuit. So they're getting their ducks lined up in a row here. But as you can see, pretty congested traffic here on Olympic Boulevard in Mid-City as he squeezes through these cars. Look at that. LAPD trying to squeeze through with him through these busy intersections. And he's starting to put a little bit of distance between himself and that primary unit. But again, he's been driving mostly with the speed limit up until this unit lit him up just about 2 minutes ago. And now, once again, blowing through red lights here. We've seen already in the last couple of minutes a couple of really close calls as he continues to refuse to pull over. So we have a male driver. I think it is a female passenger. They actually stepped out of the vehicle. I don't know what they were doing earlier, but then we saw them get back into this vehicle. So I know those windows are pretty heavily tinted, but from what we can tell, from what we've been able to gather here, it's a male driver, a female passenger in the stolen car, LAPD trying to catch up with these two.
Yeah, Chris, great coverage there from Air 7. This is now westbound on Olympic. Mark Cotterobles here and Colleen Sullivan as well on the desk. Very dangerous driving. Colleen, we saw when Air 7 initially got overhead with Chris. We did see that moment as well when the driver and passenger were out of the car. And Chris, I got to tell you, they looked young, maybe teenagers. So certainly a dangerous situation. And I got to assume that maybe that will come into play with police and how they handle this situation.
Well, they did appear young. I mean, they did. They almost appeared to be juvenile age. But, you know, again, what else they may be wanted for, what other crimes may be associated with these two? Is it simply just a joyride in a vehicle that does not belong to them? Was it actually stolen from a stranger, or was this taken by the parents without permission? You know, those are all some of the questions that we have to ask to decide, you know, how urgently LAPD wants to catch up with them. Again, they have information we don't, but the fact that they have re-engaged may tell us something. Now, they did let it go for a reason. They felt like it was just not serious enough or not worth the risk to keep pursuing. But when you see them pick it up again, is it because they've seen something or learned something about these two that makes it more dangerous? Were they tempted to pick this pursuit up because they know that the news media was following? That is potentially part of the equation here. There's lots of things that go into the supervisor and the watch commander's decision to continue these pursuits, when to halt them, when to put it into surveillance mode, when to pick it up again. It really is a lot of calculus that goes on into these decisions. But from what we can tell, they are now rededicating themselves to this pursuit, and the more they follow him, you can see the more speed he picks up. And I would say, it's suffice to say, he is driving dangerously now as he continues westbound on Olympic Boulevard.
Absolutely dangerous driving conditions right there. And it makes you very nervous because you do see a lot of cars out there. I'm holding my breath as this driver goes through intersections because this person is definitely not stopping, not yielding. And we saw, as we were in tracking mode, we saw the driver being calm. Now it's, I mean, Chris, this does not look like it's going to have a good ending.
Especially if he continues blowing through these red lights. In fact, it does appear that that primary unit may have pulled back a little bit. Rob, when you get a chance, I just want to see how far back he is. He's about a block back. You can see him coming up, racing along the median. That officer now is in oncoming lanes of traffic, going over the double yellow lines, trying desperately to catch up with that silver sedan. Right now, that primary unit, Colleen and Mark, is by himself. He is still waiting for backup, still waiting for a secondary unit to help him in this pursuit. But right now, he is by himself. And Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, is that airship back here, or is he is back? Okay, so airship number 3 has just pulled up here, so he does have eyes in the sky helping him coordinate, but they do not have enough backup as he now straddles those double yellow lines, going into oncoming lanes of traffic on a very busy Olympic Boulevard, continuing to blow through red lights. This does not look like it's going to end well, to your point, Mark.
Yeah, very dangerous driving. You got the red lights and the stop signs that this driver is now blowing through. Adding to that, for what it's worth, I've seen multiple Waymos as well. This is one of the areas of LA where Waymos, those driverless cars, are allowed. That's another factor involved, that maybe they don't have, you know, the same ability to avoid a vehicle like this as a driver would. So many concerning factors at play with this pursuit. We're coming up on 3 p.m. You, of course, are watching this live breaking coverage on our streaming channel, and you just want these two to stop the car, give it up, because this is just way too dangerous.
And I don't know if you saw in that intersection just a moment ago in the crosswalk. Chris, you may have witnessed somebody just starting to run through that crosswalk. They were in the crosswalk, a marked crosswalk, but it looked like they had something. And now you can see this driver is just doing everything it can to get out of the way of these police cars. And it's in oncoming traffic. Oh, going to take a side street. Chris.
And that move was right in front of that Waymo that I was mentioning. So certainly a wild ride, an experience for maybe passengers in these vehicles, because you get to certain parts of town and they really are kind of loaded with those cars. Very, very concerning. You worry so much about pedestrians. It's now after school, so people leaving school in the street. This is definitely an added concern for police and the public right now.
Yeah, especially as he starts zigzagging through this residential neighborhood, much narrower streets, going a little bit slower, but if he picks up steam again, he may not feel the pressure right now because he doesn't see that primary unit behind him. But look at him now, he is picking up a little bit of speed here now on South Cannon Drive at Charlottesville Boulevard, continuing northbound now on Cannon Drive, heading into West Hollywood here, adjacent to Beverly Hills, and LAPD still a distance away here. And you're right, we have seen a large number of Waymos just in the last 5 or 10 minutes. We're really testing those Waymo reflexes as he cut off that Waymo and then snaked around traffic to find that side street and end up now just a few blocks north on Wilshire Boulevard, now going eastbound, making a screwy U-ey on Wilshire, now going back westbound on Wilshire Boulevard. We're on Wilshire at Cannon. Again, 2 suspects inside this car believed to be stolen. LAPD trying to catch up. The airship overhead calling out the location, and look at that black and white. He has been able to make his way up here on Wilshire with backup. There's the airship, a full pursuit package now in place to continue to safely pursue this suspect as long as he is driving at manageable speeds. Beverly Hills PD also monitoring this pursuit, likely just keeping an eye on it as it passes through their jurisdiction. But you can see we're now at a very busy intersection with pedestrians crossing, and this suspect really has no trouble cutting other people off at his whim. And it really is erratic driving that we're seeing, guys.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this area, Beverly Hills. There's so many shoppers out. Again, at this time of day, so many people out and about, so dangerous. Again, a lot of people don't even pay attention to something like this. I guess when you hear the helicopters overhead, but you can see this driver is taking such extreme risks. You can see people, they don't realize that something's happening. But there is something so dangerous happening right before them. And to see this driver, it would just scare the living daylights out of me if I saw this.
Those 2 women had no idea what was coming through the crosswalk. So thank goodness the driver slowed down. But yeah, right here, essentially in the heart of Beverly Hills, I think just past the Rodeo Drive shopping district. And Chris, let me ask you, you've had great camera work here from Air 7. The damage there on the right front fender, it seemed like earlier there was even some damage to the left front wheel as well, or something hanging. Since you've been overhead, have you seen any contact with other vehicles?
Great question. I was not aware of the damage, but now as we push in really closely on that front right fender, you can see that damage that you're speaking of. I do not know, to answer your question, whether that occurred during this pursuit, whether it happened today, whether it was there previously. I can tell you, to answer your question more specifically, we've seen a number of close calls, but as far as I can tell, no clear collisions. But look at right here. He's threading the needle here, colliding with those stick cones and coming within inches of other motorists.
Yeah, we're getting very close to our 3 o'clock hour right now as we follow this pursuit. But again, we are watching this driver on Wilshire Boulevard take extreme moves to not be caught.
Okay, stay with us. You're on our streaming coverage, and we are moments away from beginning Eyewitness News at 3 p.m. We will continue our coverage. Stay with us.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
We are following breaking news right now, a very dangerous pursuit. Let's go to Air 7 and Chris Christie for the details. Chris?
Lost it.
All right, we're following this pursuit. Chris, I'm not sure if you hear us, but I'm Colleen Sullivan along with Mark Cota-Robles. Chris Christie, we've been monitoring this pursuit. We saw the LAPD re-engage moments ago. This has taken such a dangerous turn.
Okay, we'll pause as Chris Christie gets his audio connection to us, but we are watching this silver Ford sedan right there in the middle lanes. Colleen, moments ago, this passed through the Beverly Hills area, now into Westwood on Wilshire and Beverly Glen right now. Very concerning. What we have right now is a young male driver and a young female in the passenger seat. We saw a video earlier when they actually stepped out of the car, and Colleen, these appear to be juveniles, teenagers, and police right now in pursuit. Again, at one point, they did pull back, even stopped tracking the pursuit. They have since, within the past few minutes, have now re-engaged. And of course, we are overhead and working to get Chris Christie back connected to us to get his vantage point on what he's seeing. Chris, can you hear us now?
Hey, Mark, I've got you.
Okay.
I've got you.
Take it from here. What are you seeing? So much of the concern there, we saw a moment ago, were the crosswalks and the pedestrians out there.
Yep, coming towards us once again, westbound Wilshire Boulevard through Westwood here, through the Wilshire corridor. LAPD with a full pursuit package behind the suspect with an airship overhead. However, they have pulled back ever so slightly because of the speeds here. So he's got a wide open Wilshire Boulevard after a number of really close calls in very congested traffic. Now he's encountering a little bit more pavement to play with here. He's using full use of those lanes. He's really all over the place as he speeds through whatever cars are in his way. He's been blowing through red lights, blowing through stop signs. As we mentioned earlier, there is some damage to this vehicle that we do not know how that occurred. However, we do believe that this is a stolen vehicle. LAPD was in pursuit earlier this afternoon. They let it go, and just in the last 20 minutes have picked it up once again, and they are rededicating themselves to pulling these two off the road. At one point, the vehicle pulled over. Two suspects jumped out of the vehicle, a male and a female driver, very young in age, appeared to be either teenagers or young 20s, and eventually got back in the car as they attempted to flee police. And then once again, LAPD picked up the pursuit on Olympic Boulevard. Now, right next to this bus here, passing over subway construction on Wilshire Boulevard as we continue through West LA here, now getting closer to the 405 freeway. I would venture to say they're going to go right under the 405. If they get on the 405, it's going to be jam-packed in both directions, but we will see what they decide to do here. Again, I imagine they will continue right underneath that 405 overpass, but maybe not. Look at this. They're getting on the freeway, getting on the northbound side of the 405 freeway, which is jam-packed on a Thursday afternoon. This is not a smart move. This will allow LAPD to catch up with them rather quickly. CHP taking note, perhaps getting into place if LAPD that assistance. They can hand this off to California Highway Patrol. We will see how it plays out here. But now, I think considering all of the close calls and dangerous maneuvers that we've been witnessing here, guys, to see them this close as they're about to be with so much rush hour traffic and so many innocent commuters on the 405, I don't think this is something they're going to let go lightly. So they're going to try and catch up, especially once they have to slow down here. Right now, there's so much traffic, they're really making full use of that right shoulder. And that's only going to take them so far. Of course, they can continue on the shoulder right up the Sepulveda Pass, but at some point, law enforcement will catch up with them here. Either LAPD or CHP, somebody is going to catch up with these guys until they are completely boxed in. And that's where we're going to take a deep breath, because there is just so much other variables here in terms of other traffic and innocent motorists, and basically at the top of the rush hour coming up here.
No doubt about it. And you can see them on the shoulder. It's a miracle that there's no construction work also happening here, because any person who drives this corridor knows that this area is so congested. And to see the driver taking such extreme measures to drive so quickly on this area, it's always full of traffic. Now they're actually going on the lanes. I'm thinking they're still staying on the 405 North. They didn't want to take the exit, Chris. But again, I'm surprised they're not encountering gridlock traffic. But I cannot wait for this car to pull over, because it is just, it's nerve-wracking to watch.
So many close calls. And Chris, let me ask you this. When it comes to tactics right now, back on the freeway, what are the chances that more likely to see a potential pit maneuver if they get closer? Is that more likely on the freeway, especially if the speeds are low, or do they need all those cars cleared out of the way?
Yeah, with all those cars, a pit maneuver is completely off the table. If they can create a traffic break, you could start to think about the possibility of a spike strip, but not with this kind of traffic. There's just way too much traffic and way too many other motorists to even think about that. But a traffic break will be the first strategy. Right now, we don't even see much law enforcement behind him yet. That LAPD pursuit package is trying to catch up to him. In fact, I don't even see, can you tell,
no.
Kyle, how far back they are? Do you see any black and whites back there? Because I have a feeling they might have lost him around Sunset. He bypassed that Sunset exit ramp and continued basically committing himself to the Sepulveda Pass until he gets to Skirball. There's really nowhere for him to get off. I thought that would allow law enforcement to catch up with him, but I don't think they were able to, especially with all of this heavy traffic. So he's basically by himself on the surface. However, as he pulls into that carpool lane, he does have the LAPD airship keeping an eye on his every move. So while they are not directly behind him, they are above him. They are tracking him for all intents and purposes. This is basically in tracking mode for the time being until somebody can pull up behind him, or perhaps until there's another California Highway Patrol unit who happens to be stuck in this traffic. They can get over and try and triangulate and catch up with this pursuit if LAPD asks for that assistance. So we'll see how it plays out here, but he is now all over that shoulder, now all the way over to the left, not even in a position to exit when he gets to Skirball. He's clearly going to end up in the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah, absolutely going to end up in the San Fernando Valley. Again, we're looking at some images on the right side of the screen where we're seeing the driver take extreme measures to not be pulled over earlier on Wilshire Boulevard in Rodeo. But again, we are on the 405 North heading over the Sepulveda Pass, going past Getty Center Drive. So we know this area is very jam-packed, very busy, a lot of commuters. It is that time of day where kids are out of school. So I think about everybody who's on the road, but you don't see the CHP. You do not see law enforcement. So I feel like there's a false sense of security from a lot of the other commuters right now, not knowing why this driver is driving so erratically around them. It would make me so nervous if I saw this person.
Especially that moment when the driver was going right down the median or the shoulder of the freeway at a really high speed. Thank goodness no other vehicles were involved in that moment. An update, Colleen, to what you were saying. We are getting word now that things here could change. West Valley CHP has been notified about this, and so potentially they could get involved. Chris, let me ask you this. Between LAPD and CHP, do you notice a difference in tactics? Clearly, we're on the freeway now, but basically how they approach this.
So LAPD has notified CHP, and CHP is now basically seeing who's available, which units are available to essentially intercept this pursuit once they have an opportunity. They'll find out where the closest units are and eventually pull up behind him and light him up. What's interesting about the behavior behind the wheel here is that ever since he's basically been on the 405, it has not slowed him down or really had a major impact on his driving, even though there's really nobody behind him. You would think he would feel some of that pressure come off. If he looks in his rearview mirror, he's basically just blending in with the rest of traffic here, and you would think that maybe if we're lucky, he would slow down. He's slowing down maybe a little bit, just with the flow of traffic. Essentially, he was going a little faster on the shoulder, but he's still driving erratically, still coming within inches of other vehicles, and weaving all over those double yellow lines right there in the HOV lane, where he's got not a whole lot of room. He's not giving himself a whole lot of room as he makes these lane changes. So if the driving continues, CHP will be more motivated to get this person off the road, aside from the fact that it's a Grand Theft Auto suspect who they want to catch here. So LAPD has units also in the San Fernando Valley. Obviously, he's still going to be in LAPD's jurisdiction, but on the freeway, California Highway Patrol best equipped to pick up this pursuit, and they are now getting those ducks lined up. So we'll see as he continues northbound on the 405 freeway, crossing back into the main lanes. It could be worse through this section of the 405, but in the next half mile, it's going to come to a dead stop, and he's going to have virtually nowhere to go other than the shoulder.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the CHP are not right there, because we see them underneath overpasses so many times, and they sit there, they wait, they're very quick on these pursuits. So I am amazed that we haven't seen a CHP engage in this. But again, we know there are so many moving parts to our freeway system just in general for their watch commander to say, all right, we have a pursuit, and then as you know, Chris, there's so many CHP officers in the vicinity that then one person takes the lead, and then I don't know how they coordinate with all the other CHP officers.
Right. Well, they have, obviously they're doing other things. They're responding to other calls. They're traffic, they're conducting traffic stops. They're monitoring construction sites. So they've got to take whoever's available essentially and dispatch them to this location. So it'll start with a primary unit who can at least get behind him and probably wait until those backup units arrive before they even light them up. Or sometimes, if they're a little more aggressive, they will just try and pull the suspect over. This person obviously has no intention of pulling over. I would imagine at some point, guys, he's going to get tired of fighting this traffic, and if he feels a little bit less pressure, he may just get off at maybe Ventura Boulevard or somewhere up here in the valley. He'll have a lot of exits to choose from once he comes out on the other side here. So I think that's what he's going to prepare to do here. But right now, he is fairly committed to that left shoulder, where he's going to have to pull over all the way across those 5 or 6 lanes to get over to any of these exits. But you can see, just in the last few minutes, all of that traffic has slowed down considerably as he makes his way into the Sherman Oaks area. As I look off the nose up towards Van Nuys, it really is bumper to bumper the further north he gets. A lot of folks heading home northbound 405 through the San Fernando Valley on a Thursday afternoon. The suspect, I think, is going to be motivated to get out of all of this traffic.
Absolutely. And there are moments right here watching with your video from Air 7. I mean, he has been inches away from some of these vehicles passing on the shoulder, if not maybe even making very light contact. So concerning to see that. And Chris, talking about the possibilities here of what does he do next? And you talk about Sepulveda Boulevard, or Ventura Boulevard, if he gets off like in Sherman Oaks or Encino, how dangerous that would be to pedestrians, the amount of people that are there throughout that corridor. That's got to be really concerning. From your experience, where do you see law enforcement say, okay, maybe this is too dangerous, or do you think they're locked in now and they're going to stick with it?
No, I think they still have the option of canceling this pursuit. They've already done it once, but they saw an opportunity to pick it up. The driving was dangerous. It was getting a lot of publicity, and they decided, you know what, let's get these two off the road. And so that's when the pursuit began again. And again, as we've been on the 405 for the last several minutes, it's virtually back into tracking mode. And in many cases, we see these pursuits go in and out of pursuit mode. So it really depends on the atmosphere around the suspect. They don't want to put the public in even more danger, but at the same time, depending on the information that they have about these two, that will really dictate dictate their final decisions. So that airship is still doing all the work here, but since there's nobody behind him, they have the luxury of having those eyes in the sky to not only call out the location and continue to follow him, but when he does get off the freeway, if he gets off the freeway, they can position themselves adequately to pull the, try and either pull him over or once again re-engage with him. But general rule of thumb, Mark, is you'd rather see it on the freeway for the most part than surface streets. There's just so many more variables on surface streets with
I'm so good at this.